startups and then for the scale-ups. And this is something that is still ahead of us. We have made some progress, but most of it remains ahead of us. We also need to create other conditions for more of the equity finances. As we know, in Europe, corporate tax system favors debt versus the equity, which is one thing. Then this same tax system is fragmented. As we know, you have a very different tax regimes. For example, for the trading, an important thing is that you have a different withholding tax across the jurisdictions, which makes trading, post-trading more complicated. Some of these things we might think are the easy fixes. Yeah. Some of them are more difficult, more demanding, but we will have to try to create a more liquid, larger, and market without these barriers for trading, post-trading, in order to enable European companies to get financed for the innovation and to allow them to scale up so they don't have to go across the Atlantic to do that. We also have now, I would say, a relatively good environment for the startups. It's a bit different than the one across the Atlantic, in a sense that most of the capital that goes into that one is coming from the government, approximately 1/3. In the US, 1/3 of that one is coming from the pension funds. And much of it goes also through the European financial institutions, like the European Investment Bank. But at the moment when these startups have to scale up, there will really lack a space for them, and we'll have to fix that. In some ways, problems are structural. As I said, if you don't have funded pension systems, you have less of a role of pension funds. If you look at the US, the largest asset managers like BlackRock are primarily funded by the pension funds. No. In Europe, we have relatively little funded pension schemes. In some countries we do. In most of them, we don't. So we have to find different ways to mobilize capital to push it into the equity and capital markets. And maybe this is where I have to stop, given your time limit.
Yeah, that's good. We'll come back to some of what you've mentioned as we have our discussion. But thank you very much for that introduction. Yanis, your thoughts?
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I'd like to thank the economists for the kind invitation. And it's a great pleasure to participate in this panel with the ECB Vice President, great friend, Boris Vucic, and the CEO of the National Bank of Greece, and also great friend, Pavlos Mylonas. Few things about the world economy. I think the agreement on the 17th of June between the US and Iran had led to an unexpected reduction in energy prices, close to levels prevailing before the war. And these developments, if sustained, could have led to higher growth and lower inflation compared to previous forecasts. And it is indicative that annual inflation in the euro area fell to an unexpected 2.8% in June from 3.2% in May. However, hostilities started again, so we are back to square one, and that shows how precarious and volatile is the situation in the Middle East, and as a consequence, energy prices. It also shows the uncertainty surrounding inflation forecast and therefore the challenges that monetary policy has to face. I'd like to zoom on the recent developments in the Greek banking sector. The Greek banking sector, as well as the Greek economy and the fiscal situation, has been a success. Banks now are well capitalized. They are financing the economy. They have, all the metrics are above the minimum requirements. So along with the fiscal situation and the macroeconomic developments, they form this success story of the Greek economy. I'll come to the RRF, because the question is what's going to happen to the country when the RRF ends. We don't, actually, we don't see a cliff. Greece now enjoys very high foreign direct investment from abroad. And also, European programs continue. So we don't see in the Bank of Greece any cliff effect after the end of the RRF, which actually has played a very important role in the financing of the Greek economy. Net credit expansion now, as Pavlos will say, also runs much higher than nominal GDP growth. So there's ample financing for the Greek economy. Turning to Europe now, the great challenge is to complete the banking union, the savings and investment union. As you know, in Europe, we have much higher savings than in other parts of the world, especially the United States. We have a current account surplus of about 2.5% of GDP. That means that we save more than we invest. But up to now, most of these savings, these excess savings, are flowing abroad. So our main task now is how to use these excess savings to finance investments in the European Union, following the directions of the Draghi and the Letta report. So for us now, it is extremely important to complete the capital markets union and the banking union, to cut fragmentation so that we obtain higher scale in Europe and increase the efficiency. So we have enough savings in Europe, but the question is how to turn these savings into higher investment, and especially higher investment in the digital economy, in the green economy, and in defense. So I think that's the main, I would say, task for Europe now.
Okay, I'm keen to explore that in a little bit more depth, which we will do in a second. Before I move on, I just wanted to come back to something you mentioned, the resumption of hostilities in the Gulf, which raises a question, I think, that's in everybody's minds. Are we in a moment of transition from one kind of peace and stability to a new kind of peace and stability? Or is this instability the new shape of the world? As a central banker, you know, you would like to be able to see stability on the horizon. Do you see it?
I think there is a very close correlation of energy prices with inflation, and Europe is still a large energy importer. So it is crucial to have stable supplies from the Middle East. The resumption of hostilities means that these supplies have been cut again to some extent. So that has produced a lot of volatility. The Brent price is more than $80 today, this morning. It was lower than 70 a week ago. So that shows the volatility and how precarious the situation is. Nobody knows what's going to happen tomorrow, because there's a lot of uncertainty surrounding these developments there. And this is not risk, this is naivety and uncertainty, actually. It's unknown unknowns. And so we have to form our monetary policy having this in mind.
Right. I suppose what I'm thinking of is that, you know, since 2007, 2008, we've just had, the world has had one crisis, one disruption after another, and you know, we might settle, who knows, we might settle the Ukraine war, we might settle the Middle East instability, but what's around the corner? Are we living in a just inherently more unstable world, and which makes planning that much harder? We can come back to that. Mr. Milonas, MBG Group, an important institution here in Greece. Your thoughts, please, on this question of financing Europe and Greece's future.
Thank you very much. As I heard the previous speakers, I said, oh my God, they're taking away what I wanted to say, but let me try to keep the salient points. The question is financing growth in Europe. And as Yannis said, we need investment, we need more investment, and we need higher quality investment in Europe. And what are the conditions that will lead to that? I think for the first question, which is the conditions, as also Yannis mentioned, the lessons of Greece point a little bit to the direction that Europe should go in. And what do I mean? Greece gained investor credibility.
Say that again, sorry.
Greece gained investors' credibility.
Right.
How did it do that? One is the fiscal effort. Primary surpluses of 3 to 5% per year, year after year, including, as the Prime Minister said last night, meeting the defense targets of Europe. One of the few countries, one of the top 5 countries in meeting defense spending, despite having the primary surplus. It has done structural reforms. It has introduced a digital economy, many important steps in the digital economy, many important steps in the energy transition, has done great work on tax reform and tax collection. I can go on, but there was a successful structural agenda. And the final sort of requirement, I think, is political stability.
Yeah.
We have had political stability, not just in having one common government, but even the opposition is not at the extremes, as we've seen in other countries, dragging the discussion to non-sustainable solutions. So I think the confluence of these characteristics is something that Europe should look at, because they're not having a strong fiscal, quite the opposite, the fiscal is weakening. Very little effort, great effort, less success on Project Europe and other structural reforms within each country. And the politics, as we heard last night, was it 27 and 2027, we're going to have 10, 15 European elections with unknown results, as you said. So I think the path that Greece has followed, I think, is something that if Europe can follow, it would benefit in terms of creating the conditions for investment. Now, the other thing is the quality of investment. And here, when we look at the US, and we often look at the US as the example, you see that fixed investment has 40, 50% of high quality investment, compared to Europe, where it's about half that. And that, I think, is one of the reasons that the US is seeing such high productivity growth compared to Europe. So how do you get higher quality investment? And here the question is, again, the Capital Markets Union. We need more risk-taking by the capital markets. The banks are not best placed for that. We have the deposits of the retail market, the mutual funds, they have the money of the retail market. That cannot be placed in high-risk investments. We need more private equity, more venture capital. If the conditions are right, they will come and they will invest in higher quality investments, and that will lead to productivity growth. So we need progress on that front, and let's hope that we can get over the 2027 politics and get down to introducing some of this stuff. And with that, I will stop.
Okay. I'm going to ask you a question I asked Prime Minister Mitsotakis in Crete, and I'm not sure he was entirely happy with the question, but I'll ask you and see how you feel about it.
That sounds like trouble.
It does, but I promise it isn't. You've mentioned, a lot of people have mentioned, the success of Greece. At the moment, if you sort of took a cross-section of the Greek economy today and compared it with 10 years ago, you would say things are looking good in pretty much every indicator. But of course, 10 years ago, things were looking really, really bad. And Greece went through a terrible period, real genuine popular suffering in this country during the crisis. Does Europe need to feel more of a sense of crisis in order for it to have the motivation to do the things that need to be done to achieve what Greece has achieved?
Oof, that's a tough question. In my previous life, I worked at the IMF, and I always worked on program countries. And there was a sense that the countries that had difficulties were the ones that implemented the most far-reaching reforms. So in many respects, yes, pressure works. I mean, we all work best under pressure, so maybe a bit more pressure works. But how much more pressure does Europe need? You're seeing China and the US go further ahead. We were thinking Trump would give us a wake-up call, but I don't know. Has it occurred?
Yeah. Well, let's stick with you for the moment, but I'll come back across the whole panel for this question. We've heard these words: should, needs to, must. These are all the things. We know what Europe needs to do, what it should do, what it must do. Why isn't it doing it? So where are the obstacles? What are the blockages in the way to these obvious solutions of capital market union, banking union?
I will say something that'll get me in hot water. You cannot have unanimity in governing Europe and expect execution. You need some form of majority, reinforced majority voting across countries. I know it's anathema in Europe to say that, but it's very hard to work with unanimity on these issues.
I'll just point out that's another need, should, must. And the question really is this going to happen? How do we make it happen? I'll come to you. What does Europe need to do to overcome the obstacles to banking union, capital market union?
It needs a higher aspiration, and we have to take into account that we are squeezed between the tariffs imposed by the United States, mercantilism of China. So the answer on our part must be more Europe, more federal Europe, which means more coordination. And practically, we have two reports now that we have to implement. It's the Draghi report and the Letta report. So we're not blind. We know what is the pathway out. We're implementing these reports slowly. There is a certain progress. Practically, okay, let's be realistic. We cannot change the treaty so easily. Some of these requirements need a treaty change. We don't think it's the time ripe now for a treaty change because it needs unanimity, and we don't have unanimity. But we can have a second best. For instance, why not capital markets union? For this, you don't need a treaty change. Why not common debt? I see in the Eurogroup now and the ECOFIN there are some proposals to issue common debt. We have already done so with the RRF, with the NGEU. Europe has borrowed more than 900 billion euros. This has been a successful program. As you see now, we have convergence between the South and the North, perhaps for the first time in many years. Why should we do that for common defense, for public goods like common defense, green energy transition, technology? So there are simple things that we can do and implement very easily, provided there is a minimum political unanimity in Europe to do that. I mean, we have created the European Central Bank. We have created the SSM. So much more difficult things than capital markets union, or even what remains to be done to complete the banking union. So let's proceed. It's not difficult, and the benefits will be enormous. I think will be more scale, less fragmentation, higher return to investment. I mean, if you ask now wealth managers why they take this excess 3% of GDP savings of Europe and invest in the United States, they will tell you two things. Because the rate of return in investment in the United States is higher, and because the market there is much more liquid, because there is more safe assets. So this is what we need to do. We need to eliminate all the remaining barriers to trade in goods and services in Europe, and they are still high. All this regulation, implicit rules, it's like tariffs, actually. There is a study by the IMF and by the ECB, which it's like tariffs, and actually much higher tariffs than President Trump has imposed on Europe. The second is we need more safe assets, and for this we need to proceed with common issuance of debt.
Okay. Boris, I want to put this same question to you. How do we turn must and should into we have done it, we have achieved capital market union, banking union? Is it a question of qualified voting rules, or is there something else that Europe needs to do to get over this obstacle?
Well, you can think of it also in a way that if you ask some of these questions 20 years ago or 30 years ago, you would have not thought that Europe would get as far as it did so far. So
that's why we left.
Things can be done. That's clear, but you have to have the right conditions. It's the union of 27 countries or 21 in an Eurozone format, which have to agree on different things, and they have in the past agreed on a very difficult things, some of them that you would not have imagined a few years before. Usually that was incentivized by some type of a crisis through which Europe was going through. Qualified majority would definitely help. It's easier to make decisions in that format, maybe not for everything, but for some things. When I think about the conditions to move things forward, I would think that this type of decisions, like on the Capital Markets Union, Savings and Investment Union, which involve different interests on different sides, you have better chance to pass if they go as a package than one by one. Because as a package, everybody has to give up something, and then it's easier for countries to agree. When you try to pick them one by one, it's much more difficult. But I'm sure that Europe will continue to make progress. It has so far. We always think it's too slow, and it is too slow. But it is a progress. It is the move in the right direction. We just have to do everything that we can, each of us in our own capacity, to speed up these reforms.
I want to pin you down a little bit. Unfair question maybe, but can you give us a date for when Capital Market Union, when you would put a bet on Capital Market Union being implemented?
I wish I could.
And you won't?
I wish I could. I cannot, of course.
1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years?
The risk of being wrong is so high that I won't do it.
We're all wrong all the time. We shouldn't be afraid of being wrong. Actually, I shouldn't say that as a forecaster. Okay. I want to come back to you, Pavlos. You did mention the lessons that can be drawn from Greece's experience. I'd just like you to go into that a little deeper in the context of the conversation we've been having. What would you, if you had this job, or you were finance commissioner in Europe, or you had some responsibility in the European context, what lessons would you take with you from your experience here in Greece to resolve some of the challenges that Europe faces?
Again, I think what should be done is known. I don't think if you ask anyone in positions, high positions in Europe, that they don't know what to do. I think, and I'm probably misquoting someone, but I think it was a French politician said, we know what to do, we just don't know how to do it and get re-elected. So I think it's the setup, which is difficult, with everyone having to agree, or many people having to agree, the many different positions of power. There's the council, there's the parliament, etc., which all have to somehow coordinate. It's not that if you listen to any one of them, they all have the right ideas. We have the maps created by Draghi and Letta. So the question is, in this big bureaucracy, how do you implement this thing when countries are in different phases of their electoral cycle? Some are strong governments, some are weaker governments. that for me is the biggest issue. And if you want to draw to the Greek experience, we've had a very strong government with a very strong reform mandate, and it's easier to do it when you have a majority in parliament and you just go through. It's not easy, but it's easy. It's easier. Yeah. So for me, it's not knowing what to do. It's given the setup how it trickles down into execution. Because execution is what we say at the bank.
This is the key theme that we keep coming back to in this conversation. Very briefly, because we're running out of time, I'd like to get a couple more questions in. A theme that is sort of perhaps a little more classically in the line of central banking. Europe, much of the world is observing going through a cost of living crisis. How do you balance, in terms of monetary policy, the battle against inflation, against cost of living increases, and this absolute need for growth that all of the countries in the world, but certainly in Europe, have? As Greece's head of central bank, how do you go about doing that?
It is very crucial to have policy credibility. We know that low inflation is good for the poorest sections of society. The poor are more vulnerable to inflation than the rich. And also, don't forget what Lenin had said. If you want to destroy a nation, if you want to destroy a nation, undervalue its currency. So we have to keep in mind. And I think Napoleon Bonaparte had tried this with Austria, if I remember well. Right. So we know the lesson. We need low inflation if we want to have high growth and employment. So number one is policy credibility, monetary policy, and fiscal policy credibility too. There's no contradiction between the two, because if we keep inflation low on the part of monetary policy, then the long-term yields of bonds will also be low. So this is good for fiscal policy as well. So I don't agree with certain analysts who see a conflict between monetary and fiscal policy. I think monetary policy helps fiscal policy if it's credible. Right. But we also need fiscal policy credibility. And then in Europe, as we have said, we also need, because these two are necessary but not sufficient conditions for growth. We need investment. We need quality investment. Look at the progress in AI done by the United States, by China. We have the scientific personnel, but we need entrepreneurship to turn these ideas into innovation in Europe too. We have the capacity, but we have to proceed faster with the implementation of the Draghi and the letter report.
Okay.
Okay. Just add maybe to what Yanis has said, that in the last inflation cycle, bringing it down, the success was not only just bringing down the inflation, but doing it with a very low sacrifice ratio in terms of the loss of the output, the GDP. Yeah. If you remember also at the time when we started to hike rates in the ECB, most of the analysts were saying that it's the Goldilocks scenario to think that we will not go into the recession with this increase. I remember. In the end, we ended up with a very low sacrifice ratio, which says that at least in Europe, we didn't have that trade-off between the growth and bringing down the inflation.
Exactly. I remember it well. I'm not sure central bankers ever really got the credit that they deserve for.
That's why I say
for that. Okay. We're over time, so I was going to ask you a question about whether the projects exist out there to absorb all the money that you're trying to send their way. I'm sure in every case your answers would have been yes. So we've saved ourselves that question. So with that, we can draw this session to a close and hand back to Joan for the next one. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thanks.
No controversy.
It's like my daughter's wedding.
Uh-huh. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alistair. So we're sticking with the theme of investment. We've heard from the representatives of the banking sector. We're now going to hear from government and also the business perspective as well. So let me call our speakers to the stage. Just to say that Alexander Pulev, Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Economy, Investments and Industry of Bulgaria, unfortunately cannot make it. He has some urgent matter has prevented him from being with us today. So let me introduce our speakers. We have 5 speakers with us this morning. Theo Harris, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Greece. Welcome, Minister. Dmitry Nataluka, Chairman of the State Property Fund of Ukraine. Lampros Papakonstantinou, welcome. Chairman of Ideal Holdings, welcome, sir. Nice to see you again. Yanis Sifakis, Chief Commercial Officer of Tiresias, welcome. And last but not least, our old friend, John Yeoyoulas, Non-Executive Director, ex-CombiEx President of the Association of Cyprus Electronic Money and Payment Institutions. Okay, we're starting with a photograph and we'll end with one as well, I'm sure. We've heard from the previous session, really a big focus on what still needs to be done in terms of improving the investment climate landscape and operational environment in Europe. And we're going to hear now your thoughts on that, both from government official institutions in your respective countries. So we're talking about Greece, we're talking about Cyprus, we're talking about Ukraine, and also from the point of view of your specific business sectors. So I want to give you all the opportunity to make some opening remarks. Sure. And I guess one of the questions which the previous session started with is, how are geopolitics and indeed war and global economic uncertainty affecting the investment climate for your country or your sector or your company, and how you navigating those problems and mitigating those risks? That's a kind of general question. I have very specific questions for all of you, but let's start with the general and we'll go to the specific.
Thanks. Well, thanks a lot, John, and the organizers for inviting, but especially for convening such a session, which is, very, very relevant in today's environment. I think the first point to make is that really we should stop thinking of the current climate as a crisis. I do not believe that this is a crisis. I think we're going through a transformation. And we should look at it this way. Value chains are being realigned, new divides are being created, new alliances are being created. So really, each and every country, each and every region, if we're talking about Europe in general, needs to look at this in terms of the changing landscape and what we need to do to be successful as this transition happens. If you are a country in the Middle East currently, being caught in a war that you didn't start and paying a very hefty economic price, of course you have to look into your value chains, especially the ones that are critical to your defense or security, and start thinking about where they're coming from, if you can depend on them in the time of crisis, and whether you need to change them. Those are not economic considerations. In normal times, the economy shifts in order to maximize profit, but now it's all about trust. It's all about ensuring that the lights will be on in all different kinds of circumstances. And of course, Ukraine sees that as a day-to-day part of its war effort. We feel the same thing since we are at the edge of two circles, the Middle East one with its instability, and of course the Ukraine side, and I think Greece is right at the edge of those, both of them, and that creates unique challenges, but also strong opportunities as well. I think Greece has, we are sitting in this very, very difficult region with specific advantages. Number one is we have gone through a very difficult financial crisis. I mean, you've been here with us for 30 years. You've seen the ups and downs of Greek economy and Greek politics. So you know exactly what I'm talking about. But this financial crisis has brought a lot of reforms. Mr. Milonas mentioned that countries in crisis tend to do more complete and more successful reform programs. Certainly, Greece is one of the most successful ones, I think, in the history of IMF's interventions, etc. So we are at a time where we are strong financially, fiscally, and so on and so forth. The second is that we have a very much pro-business government, a government that aims to attract investment and aims to help foreign direct investment. The numbers show it. We used to have less than 1 billion year after year of FDI. We're over...
Or 11, even negative.
Yeah, well, in some years, yes. But now we're over 11 billion. We're going from strength to strength, from record year to record year. And this is a reflection of the fact that the international investment capital is recognizing that we are a pro-investment government. And the final thing is, of course, that we are, I think, in a sweet spot in terms of the distance from the crisis points, but also the proximity as well, in the sense that we provide stability, we provide geo-economic advantage with our entry point through Europe, all those corridors or networks of corridors from Asia, from India, the so-called IMEC, and so on and so forth, the 3Cs initiative. Greece plays a bridging role, both in terms of geography, but interestingly, also in terms of culture. I think what increasingly people find is that they come to Greece from the Middle East and they feel like home. They come from Ukraine, they still feel like home. So it's a very open environment, it's a very friendly environment, and very much conducive to business. So we will continue this path. We will try to explore more ways to attract more investment capital, but we will also be wary of the shifts that happen very quickly nowadays and can produce significant risks for us.
Thank you very much for that, Minister. So when you started, you talked about really a change in mindset, you know, not thinking in crisis terms, but transformation and how to deal with that. But of course, you're coming from a country that is cannot help but think of crisis. You're in the middle of a full-scale war and have been for a long time. So I mean, you're representing the State Property Fund and you've got specific tasks, but I wanted to ask you, you know, more generally, when, you know, you're operating in a country at war, you know, how are you even approaching this question of, you know, of investment, the investment landscape? You know, how is it possible to even attract foreign investors? You know, is anybody going to take the risk in a country where at war, where there isn't at the moment an end in sight? So your perspective, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you for having me here. It's a privilege and a pleasure, really. We've been talking about competition of the European Union here for the 3 days of the region of Greece, and in a way, think of this war as of the most extreme and brutal form of competition. Because it is a competition. It is a competition in policies, it is a competition in resources, in management, in mobilization, in organization, of the processes, but also in terms of the capital, in terms of the production, in terms of being able to outproduce one another, being able to dominate in technologies. So in a way, this is, the continuance of the competitions that is already happening in different regions, and in the region that we consider ourselves to be in Europe, in the EU, however, on a very extreme level. Hence, what I'm trying to say is that we are not trying to pretend war is not there. It's obvious for everyone. What we're trying to do is to say that, yes, it is a risk factor, but I want it to be the only risk factor for whoever might be interested in Ukraine. And Mr. Theoharis here said a very important and crucial thing. It's about trust. So in a way, I think that I'm more in a trust-building business than a selling business, because if I manage to convince anyone that, yes, Ukraine is in war, yes, Ukraine is in a very turbulent state, but that is the only thing you have to consider. And we have ways to de-risk this, to hedge this, to protect your investments in case of a force majeure. But apart from that, if anything else is fine, and we have trust between the potential investors and the government of Ukraine, which I represent, then I think that I'm doing my job quite well. So the thing is that Ukraine, in a way, is offering something in an endangered region, in an endangered time, yes, but at the same time, in a very unique way and at very unique conditions. For instance, here people in Greece know very well the city of Odessa. Odessa is the city where, in a way, Greek revolution started. Philiki Eteria was founded in Odessa, and the city, I think, is well known to the Greeks. There is a portside plant that used to produce the biggest amount of ammonia on the continent back in the Soviet times. As of today, I don't think I will lie if I would say it still produces probably might produce one of the top 3 amounts of ammonia. Now, an asset like that in normal times, in normal regions, would cost you an incredible amount of money and probably will never be on sale because it is a strategic asset. But for us, because we consider the presence of foreign capital in Ukrainian strategic industries as a crucial part of our security guarantees, the situation is different. So we are looking for those who might want to have their skin in our game, but at the same time benefit from the opportunities that Ukraine offers in different sectors and industries that have a lot to do with rare earth materials like titaniums or like ilmenite, zirconium, titanium, alumina, fertilizers, and so on and so forth. But the fund is a peculiar place, so if you're not looking for something big, in our portfolio we manage also a small bakery in the west of Ukraine, a castle, and a kosher vodka production site. So we have everything on every scale. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. I'm going to come back to you and pick up on some of those points. Yeah, I had the pleasure to be in Odessa last year, traveled there with a friend from Romania. We went to Moldova. I said, come on, let's cross the border and go to Odessa. And yeah, the Greek, the history of the Greek presence is still there. You walk down the streets and Greek street. And yeah. Okay, turning now to business perspective, Mr. Papakonstantinou, Ideal Holdings, a very important company listed on the Athens Stock Exchange and does invest in a similar manner to a private equity company. So I'm sure you're going to tell us more about the company, but yeah, just to ask a similar question really about, how the operating environment in Greece has changed from your perspective in recent years, and how your operations have been affected by the fallout from all these external shocks, the global economic uncertainty, because in a way, Greece, in terms of the numbers, is bucking, the trend. It's going against the trend it's attracting foreign direct investment, it's actually managing its public finances very well. So in many ways, it's an outlier. Is that how you feel it in your sector, in your business?
First of all, John, good morning, and thank you. You answered the question yourself, I think. I would say the way we see things, because I will try to tackle the issue from both the private perspective and the Greek one, of course. So you see that everybody here, and you see from the governments as well, that they all compete in the investment arena to attract investments, which is important. I would say in a few words that the environment is dominated by volatility, which is something which, unfortunately, this is something we cannot forgo. You've seen the shifting trade patterns. We have tariffs, we don't have tariffs. We have 10% tariffs, 10% tariffs, whatever we have. Then you see that you have faster investment cycles. And you have this technological evolution that comes with AI and all the discussion around it. So basically, what you see, you have faster investment cycles. This is important. On the other side, you have to make sure and clarify that the capital always seeks for opportunities, which means that no matter what the geopolitical environment is, no matter what the situation, you have to invest and you have to make returns and reward your investors. That's how always it works. Greece is entering this discussion from a strong, fundamentally, from a strong position than it was 10 years ago, where it gained the investment grade, which was very important. We have a stable political environment, the economic, and I would say also the production has really evolved and upgraded. So we're in a much better position compared to other countries. However, what I would say is important is for Greece and generally the private and the public sector to attract what I would say long-term investors and not the opportunistic. Because always, you remember, in an investment cycle, the first cycle are the opportunistic investors, and then really comes the strategic one. So what makes sense for everyone is to attract, I would say, the long-term investors. Now, what I would say, and I will try to summarize, is that, as I said before, Greece has made a lot of structural changes. This is something you've said before, and it's a common sense. What makes sense now for Greece is to proceed to the next step and make sure that we create bigger and companies that can compete internationally. I think this is the real challenge, and this is what the government and the private sector should focus, in the sense that you should definitely boost M&As, make sure that you make bigger. I don't believe in what it says that the backbone of the economy should be the mid to small-sized businesses, because they are, but they cannot compete internationally. So what makes sense is to boost and give more, I would say, motivation to companies to merge and create a larger scale. This makes more sense. And this is where the investors will definitely step in and give and reward this effort. Because this is the size matters, and this is what really investors are looking for. So I would say, to summarize and close my opening remarks, I would say that yes, we are in a much more difficult, from geopolitical stance and environment. However, always investors and capital look for opportunities and rewards. I also believe that Greece is one of the countries, I guess Ukraine is the same, it's going to be, but definitely Greece is one of the countries that really attract FDI, as you said, will attract investors, and definitely will give these opportunities.
Thank you very much. Yeah, lots of food for thought there, which we'll come back to. Mr. Sifakis, you're in the business of providing information about credit behavior with a view to encouraging responsible lending. And you will explain it better than me, but obviously your particular business really has been the transformations that have happened in terms of on the macroeconomic front, and particularly on the fiscal front, and in terms of what's happened with the public finances, has been absolutely critical for your industry. So maybe you can just give us your perspective about the changes of recent years and how that's affected your operation.
Hi, John. Thanks for inviting me, and also thanks big thanks to the Economic Conference that actually put together this distinguished panel to discuss a major topic for modern economics. I guess that you're very right that we are in the information business, and if you'd expect me to start talking to you about financial data, Mr. Papagostadinou is quite aware of this. It's an excellent professional in all the panel here in analyzing this, and the previous actual panel does it very well. I think if I start talking about credit scoring and how the business can improve their score so to be able to access financial markets, it won't be a great contribution or a significant contribution to this panel. What is important to discuss, and I think it's becoming an asset, a valuable asset for modern economics, is information, and especially reliable and accurate information. In an environment that is continually changing, and as very correctly it's been put as a volatile environment that we live in, and especially when geopolitical changes reshape the world, when and of course they're changing the economic priorities, and when we see that cyber crime becomes more sophisticated, plus that any change in the economy affects the markets in seconds, we realize that having stable and reliable financial information is vital in making decisions upon investment. Another very important issue that I think we have to address and notice is that the investment decision has changed. If in the past, fund managers and investors, they deciding upon financial data itself, that has changed completely. Now, the decision process is multitasking. Any financial manager or investor takes into consideration many more factors, like the operational resilience, the supply resilience, the ability of the company to be sustainable. The digital readiness are parts of the equation that is being actually analyzed before a decision is made. So it's become, I think, evidence that financial information and accurate information is vital for making decisions of this kind. So our role is changing, and it's changing that from being a credit bureau, we're becoming now an information institution that provides and should provide information to organizations and financial institutions that will help them to reshape their business future. So if I say that how the information that is being provided by credit bureaus can help and contribute to financial decisions and safer investment is by being as much accurate as you can possibly be, in a sense that if we don't provide data that is accurate and complying with the changes that are made, decisions related to investment will be poor.
Thank you. Yeah, and of course, I mean, when you think back to the start of the Greek crisis, you know, that obviously was something at issue, you know, the transparency, you know, and reliability of information and statistics and so on. But we'll come back to some of these points. Yep. Thank you very much. So, John, a perspective from Cyprus, and you know, from you know, I suppose the whole tech AI revolution that is taking place in finance and fintech innovations in general. How is that affecting access to capital and the investment landscape, not only in Cyprus, but in Greece and the wider region? You know, and can you also say something about how you see the development of capital markets in Cyprus and Greece and their role in driving growth?
Thank you, John, for the invitation, and good morning, everyone. For the third day now, I'm listening to everyone, and I think in my mind, I came up to the same conclusion that I keep coming for the 18th consecutive year that I'm present at this conference. So we keep asking ourselves how we're going to attract more investments and what are the problems in Europe. And I have a feeling that we already know what the problems are, but we don't have the capacity or the willingness to solve them. So what we do is that, let's say, for example, in the financial sector, we are dependent pretty much from the United States, from correspondent banks or clearing houses that we need them in order to operate. We send manufacturing away from Europe. So now I'm not sure what we are producing here. We only have a few cases of big companies. In the technology sector, it's a common secret that if there is an idea and innovation, in order to attract capital, you need to go to the United States and open a company there in order to have the ability to present to funds there that could possibly invest in your company. Human capital. What we do, we keep sending our kids outside Europe, and I put now UK as well in this part. Everyone thinks that American universities are the best, and if you attend an American university, then you have the possibility to make something in your life. So I heard yesterday the Prime Minister saying that maybe we are at a time that we are over-regulating some things, and I fully agree with this opinion. My conclusion is that I think we know what the problems are. We don't have the capacity to talk among us. For example, the Capital Markets Union, we keep discussing for this for many years. And I think that the bigger states should take into consideration what the smaller states need in order to be aligned with this great idea. And finishing, I think that the politicians should, and the political scene should sit down, have a real conversation in Europe about what the future will be. Closing, for AI that you asked, I would say that AI has not helped people, in my opinion, gain access easier to capital, but AI has helped companies increase their value by servicing better, by giving better services in total. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, we'll come back and talk a bit more about that aspect. So back to you, ministers. So historically, Greece has lagged behind. I mean, I'm talking historically over, quite the long term, preceding the crisis years. It's lagged behind in terms of attracting private and foreign investment, and that's very clear when you look at the historical data for investment as a share of GDP. Now, at the moment, we see that GDP growth in Greece is being driven by fixed investment growth. I mean, first quarter was what, 12.1%, sure. So main driver. But that's one quarter we're talking about. But nevertheless, as a share of GDP in Q1 of 2026, fixed investment reached around 18% of GDP, which is a 16-year high for Greece, but actually, in comparison with other countries, it's still relatively low. And obviously, you need to keep that share of investment higher to achieve higher levels and over a longer period, because Greece has suffered this very big investment gap, loss, during the crisis years. So there's a big gap to make up. So, my question is, what has catalyzed that? How are you going to sustain it? And if you can respond to the point of Mr. Papakonstantinou about, Greece really should be moving to, the next stage, not only in terms of attracting more foreign direct investment, which it's, it is doing now, but also in terms of creating bigger companies in Greece itself that can go out there and compete in the international markets as well, whether through, mergers and acquisitions or.
Sure.
Yeah, so just to hear your thoughts about that would be good.
Well, I mean, the numbers are very encouraging. You mentioned some of them. We're closing the gap. EU's investment is around 22% of GDP. We are reaching 18%. We have been as low as 12% or even closer to 10%. So most of the gap that we had with the EU is being closed, but we still have some way to go. As I said, we do offer some advantages. This is a very business-friendly environment. This is an economy that is producing. This is also an economy that has unique opportunities. There's a lot of investment. For example, Mazda invested in Terna Energy, not for Greece, but in order to create a hub, in order to invest in the wider region, and sort of that's why they're, I think they will rename it to Mazda Europe. So basically Greece can be the entry point for Europe, for third countries, and also it can also offer unique opportunities to countries that want to invest in the immediate region, be it the Balkans or the Middle East. So increasingly our economic diplomacy, we try to create those synergies with other countries. I mean, I went recently to Portugal, for example. We were discussing with the government how we can encourage partnerships between Portuguese and Greek companies. Portugal has a unique can be an entry point to the Latin American side and field. We can help Portuguese companies to enter the Middle Eastern markets and so on and so forth. So we try to implement those kind of synergies, and we can to encourage those kind of cooperations through the traditional means of the economic diplomacy, those business missions, our tools, Enterprise Greece, ECG, Export Credit Greece, and so on and so forth, to create those opportunities. But at the same time, of course, we need to look into how to bridge a lot of those gaps. Productivity is the focus that we need to focus on, I believe. And the reason for this is also because I view that productivity can be a solution to a problem that we currently have. We have a lot of anti-immigration sentiment. The political landscape has shifted towards a very clear anti-immigration policy. And at the same time, companies in Greece and elsewhere are struggling with lack of personnel. For different reasons, China has identified this as a problem because they have the demographic problem. And their solution is robotics and productivity investment and a lot of investment in order to ensure that they close the gap between the people that they have and the jobs that they are opening. Of course, we need to look into those things, and that means that we as a government as well need to look at the tools, investment attracting tools or investment supporting tools that we have in order to ensure that these are shifted towards productivity gains. And finally, we need to ensure that the experience of companies operating in Greece is constantly being upgraded. The best marketing tool that we have is companies that invested in Greece, having a good experience and talking to their peers and explaining how important it is to invest in Greece and the difficulty or the ease of doing business here. So we will continue in this path as we transform our economy to attract more investment, but also to shift to the production of goods as well, not just services.
Thank you very much, Minister. So we've got 8.5 minutes, so that's good. Everybody come back to a question. So, Mr. Nataluka, you have quite an ambitious program over the next 12 to 18 months of divesting Ukraine state assets and attracting foreign investors. Key sectors, some of which you've mentioned already: aluminium, mining, fertilizers, retail, and so on. So I want to come back to this question of, how realistic is this ambitious program? And you said that you have, you can incentivize foreign investors to come, that you can mitigate risks and so on. So can you tell us a little bit about that, how you are encouraging investors to take the risk? And, are there examples already of early movers and people, who are taking the risk already in Ukraine, despite the war's continuation?
Thank you. Yes. I would not burden you with the list of foreign companies that have been investing in Ukraine starting from specifically 2022, because believe me, a lot of them, almost all of them. I will just tell you that we have done some very practical steps already, like allowing investors to keep their residency, meaning they don't have to open a Ukrainian company to invest in the privatization process. It could be a Greek company, it can be a Cypriot company, any kind of company. We allowed them, everyone actually, to pay in their currency, another step that we decided to do, to take to make everyone's lives easy. Then we allowed for the regulation to be not necessarily Ukrainian in terms of the court issues. So potentially you could choose the Stockholm arbitration court, you can choose common law whatsoever. However, my main takeaway from this conference, to be honest, is the idea of the 28th regime.
Yeah.
In my opinion, this is something incredibly interesting for countries like mine, but also for any other country that is seeking to attract investment. In the past couple of months, I've been talking to a lot of colleagues from Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, but also from the UK. And UK is very dear to my heart. I studied there, I lived there. And the idea is to set up an exterritorial regime governed by common law, which provides trust to anyone who would like to invest. But my question is, if we are integrating ourselves into the EU, and since we're in the EU, perhaps the 28th regime as an investment regime makes a lot of sense. So perhaps Ukraine, even before becoming a member state, might implement, the company laws, the tax laws, the export-import regulation, that kind of framework that will make it much more trustworthy in the eyes of the European investors or global investors than it is right now. So this is my main takeaway.
Perfect, thank you. So back to Ideal Holdings, and yeah, I'd just like to hear a bit more about your investment philosophy, really, how you choose the companies to back. I understand that you don't target specific sectors, but if you can tell us a bit more about your approach, and also maybe you can identify sectors that are showing particular dynamism or growth, or that identify ones, these industries of the future that will make it. Time is short, so yes, we've got to be a minute and a half maybe each.
Okay, no problem. Look, I'll tell you, I've been here investing in this market for 7 to 8 years, and through Ideal, we do that for the last 5 years, and we do it successfully. We had deployed around 400 million in this market, and we're the only Greek investor that has done it in that size. What matters and what we are very careful at, because as I said before, you cannot forecast geopolitical developments, and it's not our job. So our job is to adapt, and our job is to invest very carefully. So in a nutshell, what we do, we're very careful when we do selections. We don't look into sectors, but we look into companies, because for us, companies matter more than sectors, I would say. And by doing that, you do a rigorous due diligence, you evaluate different scenarios, but basically, you look into people, the because this is the most important when you invest, because people are those that run the businesses. So you have to make clear that you have a good management team that delivers. The second, I would say, is the fundamentals. So you look in the fundamentals of the companies, and this is how you invest. And definitely, you look into healthy financials, because that's how you can protect yourself. I'll finish here, because...
Healthy finances, so that's a good segue to you and your industry. So, yeah, I mean, just tell us a little bit more in terms of your experience in recent years, in terms of, you know, what's changed in your industry. You emphasize the importance of reliable information. So, yeah, just want to hear more about...
Well, as I said before, if we are to help the companies and financial institutions to reshape their future, in a sense that they will have the information needed in order to make financial decisions that they will help both the companies to be, borrow money and financial services to lend efficiently. We need information that will actually focus upon issues that they are quite important in these financial circumstances and the changing in the overall world environment, especially with the issues of geopolitical changes. What happens is that we see that whenever there is an issue of this kind, capital is increased. The cost of capital is increased. That makes investors quite skeptical as to whether they should invest or not. So in order to help them in making decisions that will actually facilitate further the development and the growth of the economy. We've seen great changes in the Greek economy the past few years. We've seen that the investors' trust has returned back to Greece. We've seen also great investment to take place, as we've seen with Ideal, that actually has invested quite a lot in the Greek economy, and many other companies that they do the same. What it is important is that in order to be able to make it a sustainable process and lead to growth, we need to discipline financial management. So we need to bring information which will help companies to manage their financials better, so that they provide data to investors which will be sufficient for them to decide. We need to invest in digital transformation. That will help companies, first of all, to manage their operations efficiently and also to expand to new markets. The third thing is to invest in innovation. John said before that we're losing people, that great minds, great executives or professionals that they go abroad, especially to the United States, because they find better solutions there in a sense, in terms of actually practicing what they've learned and actually helping these companies there to progress. We can definitely help these people to return back by actually investing in innovation, in new products that will make us competitive, will help us actually to expand not only in Europe, but to the overall world market. And the final thing is to prevent the risk. If we don't prevent risk and we don't have measurements that will help us and it will help companies to measure the risk that they take, to forecast what the risk, that the decision they make, what risk this will carry on, we won't succeed, or we won't sustain this growth, which has a remarkable effect in the Greek economy, because we've seen how it has been progressed the past few years. We need this to become a sustainable system, a sustainable information process which help investors, companies, and financial institutions.
Thanks. So, John, final word to you, really. Where earlier you identified, a lot of the problems, really, in terms of, that we're losing people, or Greece and Cyprus are losing people going to the US. That, in a way, is a kind of catch-22 situation, that we're falling behind in terms of innovation. We're losing more people. Actually, we've heard about people coming back. So, how do you solve this problem? What is in terms of encouraging entrepreneurship and innovation and keeping talent in the country?
So it's the reverse to what I've said before. This is a solution. And I'm aware that both Cyprus and Greece have developed programs in order to gain back the mines that have left the country. Cyprus has been a bit lucky in the recent past because it has attracted many scientists and entrepreneurs from the region. Whenever there is a problem, an invasion in a country like the unfortunate invasion of Russia to Ukraine, many people from Ukraine, scientists and entrepreneurs, has made Cyprus their base. People from Russia, people from Lebanon, some people from Israel. So Cyprus is a bit different story on this sector. Why? These entrepreneurs that they came, they developed products and innovation that have attracted a lot of interest, and they have managed to create jobs. So these jobs have managed to attract back Cypriots that have left the country. Going back, I will say again that the only solution is to protect and develop innovation in our countries, Greece, Cyprus, and especially in Europe, give more opportunities to those that they want to produce something, and find a solution as European citizens to act unanimously. That's it.
Thank you very much. Please join me in thanking our guest speakers this morning. Thank you very much, gentlemen. And I have a photograph. We'll have a photo, and I'm handing over to our friend John Papayoyou to take the next session.
John, Nectaria, thank you very much for your kind invitation, and Nectaria, congratulations for all these 30 years and the years to come. In the recent years, a few years ago, this discussion would take hours. Now we have less than half an hour to make a discussion on the Greece fiscal prudence and actually its relationship with investments, with productivity. So let me welcome Mr. Michael Argyroux. He is the head of the Prime Minister's Economic Affairs Office here in Greece. And from the international institution side, Mr. Zoom-Si Kang. He is the mission chief for Greece at the IMF. The newcomer as head, Robert Brodevogel. He is the country team coordinator for Greece at the ESM. And last but certainly not least, Ms. Theoni Alabasi, a General Secretary of the Ministry of National Economy and Finance in Greece. Please take your seats. Michael, Jean-Sou, Robert, and Theoni. So given the fact that we have limited time, I would invite you to briefly assess on the current state of the fiscals in Greece and the relationship between the fiscal prudence and productivity and the dynamism of the Greek business environment, which is actually our topic today. So without losing time, Mr. Argyroux, the floor is yours.
Thank you, John. Thank you very much. And many thanks for the invitation, for the kind invitation to the organizers. I will say that it is fair to remark that Greece over the past 7 years now has done significant progress. This, of course, is evident in the fiscal performance. Greek public debt has been declining by a rate which is really a record rate by European standards. Of course, we have very strong fiscal performance in terms of the balance, which is Greece is one of the 5 EU countries that records a headline surplus, which shows the structural strengthening of Greek public finances. But beyond the fiscal performance, there is also significant progress in terms of macro balance and living standards. I would highlight the reduction in unemployment as probably the biggest achievement over the last 7 years. Growth is more or less double the European Union average, and disposable income, despite the strong inflationary shocks that we have experienced over the past few years, disposable income in real terms has been growing. The question is whether Greece can continue on this trajectory. And I would say that the answer is yes. And this is basically the discussion about the structure of the Greek economy, a topic about which we frequently exchange with the good colleagues here. Briefly, I would say that the foundations for continuing this growth is much stronger than in the past, without, of course, saying that there is no scope about accelerating and strengthening further. So I would say that in terms of the foundations, the financial landscape has been also improved significantly. On the micro side, competition conditions have been strengthened. The labor market and the goods market is much more flexible. Greece is a much more open economy than it used to be in the past, and this integrates it much better with the European business cycle. I would like to highlight a couple of things which are often underplayed in Greek public discourse. The evidence of rebalancing of the economy towards scaling up. If you have a look at statistics about gross value added, you will see that unlike the period before the crisis, now the majority of gross value added in Greece is produced by firms which are in the scaling up category, that is to say, medium and large enterprises. There is also rebalancing in favor of higher value-added activities. So I would highlight here the significant increase in the proportion of manufacturing and the growth of manufacturing in Greece, which has increased by 20% plus versus more or less stagnation in the European Union over the past few years. And I would also like to point the development of a dynamic electricity sector, which has transformed Greece into a net electricity exporter. And if there isn't, here I will end my first remarks, a quantitative proof which basically depicts the progress of the Greek economy, is the upgrade in the estimates about long-term growth. Our good friends at the IMF back in 2019 were estimating that the Greek long-term growth was 0.9%, below 1%. In the 2025 Article 4 report, they find that the Greek medium-term growth rate is 1.5%. Now, one may ask, well, is this 0.6% differential a big deal? The answer is yes, it is a big deal, because over 10 years, this results into a bigger economy by 7 percentage points. And I would like to recall that the Bank of Greece independently estimated that the impact of the RRF in the Greek economy would be a 7% bigger economy over 7 years. So our friends from the IMF basically provide good evidence that the RRF plan of Greece is delivering as planned.
So I turn to your friends from the IMF, Mr. Kant. Actually, I was reading the latest Article consultation for Greece. The estimation, the projection for the Greek fiscal prudence is quite good, better than the past, even better than what you have forecasted in the past. But there are always challenges reading the Article 4. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much again for having me here again. And it's my great pleasure and honor to participate in this very honorable kind of conference. Let me begin say a few words, a few highlights of recent success story of Greece. Maybe I can pick 3 kind of things. First, income has been rising very fast in Greece, and we know that per capita GDP has increased by around 26% over the last 5 years since the pandemic, and now reached around 92% of the pre-crisis level. During this period, public sector balance sheet has improved quite notably, and as Michael mentioned, the public debt has declined by around 65 percentage point of GDP over the last 5 years, which is one of the fastest pace of debt reduction in modern history, not just European standard, but in modern history across the world. Third, during this period, banks' balance sheet also has strengthened quite significantly, with this NPL ratio now around at 2.5%, record low level, relative to around 45% about a decade ago. So this very strong achievement over the last 5 years reflect the strong implementation of reforms during this period. Let me pick a few reforms that from our perspective, has been quite successful. First, fiscal reforms to combat tax evasion has significantly expanded or broadened the tax base and reduced the large size of informality of this economy. And leveraging this fiscal space created by this very successful fiscal reform, this allowed the government to reduce Social Security contribution and personal income tax of the household, which then improved their household income and support private consumption over the last 3 to 4 years. And I do not want to repeat great success or great progress in energy transition, as we discussed a lot extensively yesterday. But beyond that, I'd also like to recognize two important reforms that are ongoing from our perspective. First is the national cadastre reform, which is almost complete as of today. And I expect that the full operationalization of the cadastre will come to town early next year. And ongoing judicial reform has already reduced significant amount of time that is needed to close the case, civil case, and now the total amount of time is close to the EU average. Why I think these two are very important? Because from the global experience, these are the areas or reforms that not only ensure the financial stability, but also to promote the growth. But today, I would like to also highlight that the glass is still half full when it comes to the reform. What I mean by half full in the following sense. Despite very rapid increase in household income, still per capita GDP in Greece is more than 15% below its pre-crisis trend, and it still remains second lowest in the Union. At the same time, even though we have seen quite notable improvement in public sector and the banking sector the balance sheet, the private sector balance sheet repair still remain incomplete, especially for household. We know that the household saving rate in Greece is the lowest in the European Union. Beyond that, when we look at our external imbalance or external balance of this economy, we all know that current account deficit, which has decreased steadily over the last 4 or 5 years, still remain very large at more than 5% of GDP. This reflects that supply side, the capacity of this economy, still lagging behind the strong recovery of domestic demand. So more broadly speaking, overall investment in this economy is still low compared to other countries in the EU, as we just heard in the previous session. Productivity growth, even though it has been picking up, still remains sluggish, and the external imbalance still in town. So that's why, from our perspective, more ambitious reform, more ambitious implementation of structural reform is critical to sustain high growth in the medium term and address those large remaining external imbalance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kang. Now turning to the ESM, Mr. Blodevogel, you recently published your first annual DSM, first annual Euro area watch. Actually, I show that Greece ranks among the most resilient countries, even under the adverse scenario. Correct me if I'm wrong. So, for some, this comes as a surprise. For you?
Kalimera, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much for having me. I started following Greece since 2021. And this has been the period when the sun has been shining again. Michalis and John Sheik emphasized that Greece, in some respects, has been going from strength to strength economically. The number of people in jobs is close to an all-time high. Greece has been growing pretty exactly twice as fast as the rest of the euro area over the past couple of years. And the decline in deficits and debt are much faster and much larger than what many people thought possible. But also, as already was emphasized, the gaps in wages, in income, and in productivity, the things that Greek citizens care about, remain large to the rest of Europe. And so, for that reason, one question has been nagging me lately, and that is, what would it take for Greece to grow at 4 or 5%, and not the 2% that we've seen more recently? And here I would like to start to formulate the beginning of an answer. And in doing so, I would like to zoom in and double-click on the composition of businesses in Greece. And to illustrate my point, I may simplify a little bit. Let's think about two categories. So there are businesses that are active in traditional sectors. They can be metal producers, they can be refineries. These companies are profitable, they're well run, and they also export. But then in the second category, we have companies that are micro-sized, that are very small. Often they only employ a handful of people. We see them in all sectors of the economy, and they tend to be not very productive. They don't have the resources to upskill and to train their people. They don't have the resources to invest in new technologies, and they have struggled to scale up, to grow their operations. So what would it take to have more of younger, smaller companies that are willing to take risks, that are investing in new technologies, and that are focusing on scaling up their operations to Europe and then even the entire globe? And this is a complex question, I totally realize. So I will only scratch the surface by talking about two issues related to fiscal policy. Fiscal policy can set incentives for these young and smaller companies. So by having refundable tax credits for research and development, you create incentives for companies to try out new ideas that haven't been tested before. Accelerated depreciation schemes can create incentives, especially younger and smaller companies, to invest in new capital, in equipment. And again, that's going to have large effects on their general productivity. I'm not saying this will be easy. I'm not saying the success will come overnight. But at the same time, I'm quite encouraged by success in an area that is related to the issue of very small and micro-sized companies. And Jean-Chic already mentioned it, Michalis as well, on tax evasion. Many years ago, people would have thought, no, tax evasion is a central part of the way businesses operate in Greece. There's not much that we can do. But by some metrics, tax evasion has declined by more than 50% over the last couple of years. That is a fantastic achievement. So, and this success encourages me to believe that over time, Greece will be able to set the right incentives for young entrepreneurs to test new ideas, to invest in new technology, to diffuse technology throughout the economy, and then make the overall economy more productive. And that's going to be a big and important step towards growing at 4 or 5% instead of the 2%.
Thank you very much. Mr. Labasi, Mr. Blodevogel referred to the composition of businesses, which actually it is your topic as well, financial sector and private debt management. So actually, which is the current state of play from your perspective, and what has been done and what has to be done.
Thank you very much for the question, and good morning to everybody. Thank you for being here to listen to what we have to say. I will put to the table two different aspects from my portfolio, because I also heard the chairman of Ideal Holdings saying something very wise: healthy financing. Therefore, the two aspects that I'm going to discuss today has to do with healthy financing. That is, on the first hand, the credit expansion, to have access to finance. The Greek enterprises should have access to finance. And the second, their ability to pay their debt. That is the phrase healthy financing. So coming to the first aspect regarding credit expansion, the good news is, first of all, we have seen many businesses. There has been a steady pace of growing businesses. Since 2020, more than 300,000 were recorded. Also in the credit expansion, we are seeing numbers rising. What I say about that? If you see 2025, we have reached 17% of annual growth rate compared to 9.5% the previous year. This is the good news, that the banks are financing Greek enterprises. Just to give you some numbers, in 2025, 35 billion new loans were given to Greek enterprises. The less good news is that these are being given towards larger scale companies. We don't see access to finance, such good numbers with regards to access to finance for Greek SMEs. The reasons for that are many. Robert and also the IMF have already told us that the Greek economy needs to be transformed. This rings a bell. They don't have that much access, Greek SMEs, to finance. But what I would say is that today we have to see the big picture. Today, 99% of the Greek economy is comprised of Greek SMEs, many Greek small-scale companies. Therefore, on the credit expansion aspect, I would say that the two parts, the creditors, the Greek banks, and the SMEs should come closer to each other. On the first hand, Greek banks should assess business plans. There are good ideas out there. And on the second hand, Greek SMEs should come to the banks well prepared. And what I mean well prepared, to have robust business plans, to have good ideas, and persuade Greek banks to give finance in order to expand these ideas. On the second aspect, I would say that one big issue is the legacy NPLs. We have seen in 2016, again to give you some numbers, for every performing loan, there was a non-performing one. There you see, and the majority of those non-performing loans were coming from Greek enterprises. One other aspect I would like to give you is that we have seen more than 200,000 Greek enterprises stopping their function, but they were not registered as closed. This means that all these companies are zombies out there. They are accumulating debt. They have stopped working, and therefore, that's why we're seeing such huge numbers of non-performing debt in the Greek economy that is burdening the Greek economy. In that respect, government has put in place the new insolvency law has put in place ideas in order to resolve, in order to find a solution in their debt. You have seen the OCW, you have seen the results. We have more than 20 billion through the OCW, and let me tell you that 81% is coming from Greek SMEs. So,
thank you. The 1-minute question. Mr. Argyro, you outlined the fiscal framework, you outlined the challenges. So what's next on the policy front?
I think the next step is precisely to address the question that Robert asked, and he hit the nail on the head. How can we accelerate growth? And very briefly, I would say that in order to accelerate growth in Greece, we have to do a couple of things. The first one is to preserve the foundations of the recovery, fiscal, financial, macroeconomic, both or rather all three underlined by predictability and political stability. The second thing that we should be doing is to implement further steps to increase productivity, capital deepening, that is to say investment, and more labor market participation. And the key word for these things to happen is incentives. Now, the way I see things is that over the previous 4 years, Greece basically entrenched its progress. Now, to go to the next level, we have to upgrade our institutional environment. I think that what I'm telling you here is the Acemoglu-Robinson story, that by upgrading institutions, you have higher long-term growth. So I think that in addition to preserving the hard-won gains of the past, in order to catalyze higher growth, we need to upgrade institutions, and I think that the process of the constitutional reform will be key to that. And basically, I refer to education, justice, government effectiveness, as well as provisions cementing fiscal sustainability. So the key word for the next step is basically upgrade institutions.
You need another 4 years. Mr. Kanko, a one-minute question. You have repeatedly referred to the single market and how Greece should take more advantage of it. Actually, within the EU, we are trying to complete the single market, but can Greece do more in the current framework?
I think that's a really good point and a good question. I think the completion of the EU single market will definitely benefit the Greek economy. And I can think about 4 main channels that the deepening of the EU single market will benefit the Greek economy. First channel can be the so-called the leveling the playing field for business. If we can leveling the playing field for business through more kind of common corporate or insolvency framework, so-called 28 regime, will definitely help Greek companies to do business beyond the relatively smaller domestic market and scale up, and it will also bring more productivity enhancing competition to town. Second channel can be so-called saving and investment union or capital market union, as we heard this morning as well. And that will definitely help the Greek economy to overcome the lack of domestic savings, as we discussed earlier as well. Third, more kind of improvement in the labor mobility across the countries in the EU will help to counter the unfavorable demographic outlook in Greece. Last channel, but not least, is the completion of the more integration of the energy market. As we heard yesterday, it will definitely help, clearly help to improve the business environment through more lower price as well as more volatility of energy prices. At the same time, it will also help to lower the burden of the household on their housing costs. Through all these channels, I believe that this completion of the EU single market will very nicely complement various domestic reform efforts and increase the productivity of this economy as well.
Thank you so much, Mr. Blodovogel. One of the tools that Greece uses in order to support investments is the Growth Fund. So how do you, and the subsidiaries of the Growth Fund, how do you see the results so far? And actually, how do you see the potential in the short or in the midterm?
Let me start off by returning the compliment to Michalis. I think he hit the nail on the head by emphasizing institutional reform. And one institution that is very dear to the heart of the ESM is the Hellenic Growth Fund. Why? Because the Hellenic Growth Fund is the holding company that oversees and manages many of the significant government participation in state-owned enterprises. And it emphasizes accountability, transparency, and bringing best practice corporate governance principles to state-owned enterprises. And what this ultimately does, it actually ensures that services that are delivered to Greek citizens become better. And so this is unlocking value for Greek citizens and for Greek taxpayers. And that is something that we think is incredibly important. There is a new subsidiary in the Hellenic Growth Fund, that is the Hellenic Investment or Infrastructure Investment Fund. And this also plays an important role because it actually signals a clear public commitment to investment in strategic sectors, in sectors that were not important in the Greek economy in the past, but that will drive growth and prosperity in the future. And for why we think like the Growth Fund can play such an important role, because it is independent. Actually, government influence is kept at arm's length, and that enhances the credibility of the management and corporate governance role that the Growth Fund plays. And that is something that we support strongly, and we are very encouraged by the results we've seen, and we will continue to support this institution in the future.
Thank you very much. And finally, Ms. Alabasi, you referred to the great expansion, you referred to the second pillar, the ability of repayment of debt. So on the policy front. What's next?
To my view, the first thing is to tackle, as I told you in the first question, to tackle all this legacy non-performing debt. In order to do so, you have seen that we have taken many steps forward, many government initiatives. Let me tell you that we will continue to do so because NPLs seems to be a problem in many aspects in the Greek economy, not only the huge loads that in many cases cannot be paid, but also due to the fact that all these enterprises should become bankable again. One of the reasons that maybe they don't have access to finance, the Greek SMEs, is that due to the NPLs of the past. The good news again is that we have seen non-performing loans coming from banks and servicers. They have been reduced, but we should continue on this path. We should continue with new government initiatives in order to find a permanent solution to see all these legacy NPLs driven away from the Greek economy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Argyro, Mr. Kang, Mr. Vogel, Ms. Alabasi. Thank you for contributing to this, and upload them, of course. And stick with us. The photo.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thanks very much. Well, we're going to broaden our focus a little now, out from Greece to Europe as a whole, the Eurozone in particular. Entitled in our session title here, The Old Continent, I think that tells you everything you need to know. We're looking at whether the Eurozone can catch up, and indeed, I think, whether it can keep up with the emerging poles of growth around the world, which is China on the one hand, but also an America first, United States on the other. So to join me to discuss this, please welcome Peter Bofinger, who is the economist, former member of the German Council of Economic Experts. Peter, it's good to meet you. How are you? Please take a seat. And Yikas Hardouvelis, who is the chairman of the board of directors of the National Board, the National Bank of Greece. Hi, it's good to see you again. Please take a seat. I understand both of you have got PowerPoints that you're going to share with us.
No.
No, you don't. Okay. Well,
I thought you were asking questions.
I intend to ask questions, but I have you both down as having PowerPoints, but never mind. Do you have a PowerPoint, or are you?
Yeah, I have a very brief. I'll try some numbers so we put the discussion in context.
Okay, why don't we start off with your, if it's okay with you, let's start off with your presentation, which you can do either from there or from...
from here, it's
okay,
fine.
Let's go then.
Okay, well, to put some numbers in perspective, what we have in the graphs are the GDP per capita in the US, in the Euro area, in Japan and China. And what we see is that we worry about a discrepancy between the Eurozone and the US, but it has started a long time ago. It's not recent. And it's been going on. And on the right-hand side, you get a global view of the percentage, the importance of each economy in the whole world. And although China per capita is still very much behind the US and Europe, you see that China now is a dominant economy, close to 20% of global GDP in purchasing power terms. And you also see that the Euro area has lost, in the last 35 years, has lost half of its importance, okay? It used to be close to 20% of the world, and now it's about 10%, okay? So that's what's going on globally. We worry about labor productivity in Europe. The fact that we grow less, it means that it's essentially the amount of productivity that's growing less relative to the US. Things are moving up, but not as fast. There is a big problem across the world, in Japan, in Europe, in the US, in China, which is the population is growing old and the dependency ratio is increasing. That's important. It should always keep in our minds. And when it comes to growth, automatically we think of investment. And when we compare the US with Europe, and you look at the ratio of investment to GDP, it's the same in Europe and in the US. It's much less than in China. China is declining now. That we want it to happen. But on the right-hand side, what the graph shows is that we should worry about the quality of investment. And because now everything is digitalized and the world's becoming digital, and that's where demand is, that's where value added is, we see that the euro area has flattened out in terms of how much it invests. The US is moving much, much faster. Now, a lot of talk, and I guess in your mind, is about what about the governments? Can they really invest, or are they over-indebted? And I hear this sometimes in Europe. In reality is, if you look at Europe, the debt to GDP ratio is much less than the US. I would worry about the US, in fact, on the fiscal side. Japan is, of course, the worst, but it's trying to do a better job. And China, its debt has gone up. So the fiscal issue is less of a concern for me. It may be for specific countries in Europe, like France, Belgium, or Italy, but it's not a big problem. And the big problem in Europe, and I'll sort of stick to this transparency, is what the Draghi and the Letta reports mentioned. It's the supply side. Yeah. We need supply side economics in Europe because we are a fragmented union. We are not, and we have a problem of scale. And we are fragmented in the product and service markets. And now we're thinking about perhaps creating a 29th regime so to avoid and have similar regulations everywhere. We worry about DG competition. The DG Comp is thinking of companies large in a specific small country, and it's not thinking of Europe. So it has all these rules that prevent companies to grow big and tackle the whole European market. And we should be thinking of industrial policy European-wide, especially because the US is doing this, and China, okay? So we have a fragmented products and services market. Both Letta and Draghi made a big deal about it. We don't have a capital and banking union, and we want to create it. In fact, we need to boost savings. We need to boost domestic savings somehow. We have a fragmented labor market. People cannot move so easily and carry their pension with them so they can work everywhere. And of course, if you look at the union as a whole, we have external security problems. We realize them because of Trump. Can we address these issues? I have here a graph that says 2 years after the Draghi report, only 10% of the suggestions have been implemented. They were implemented a lot when it comes to critical raw materials, when it comes to transport and energy, but everywhere else we're behind. Of course, there's a political problem. We can always discuss about this. We need to have, perhaps the veto should be something that should become something of the past. And I have some graphs, especially that support what the Draghi report mentions. For example, this is a graph that shows that when it comes to banking union, we're becoming more and more closer together up until the great financial crisis. Like when you look at the banks, close to about half of their assets were outside the home country. But after 2007, 2008, 2009, this has declined. Again, now only about a quarter of the asset side is outside. So when it comes to labor mobility and the fact that and the savings and labor and the savings and loan union, you see the big difference between. It's evident in how much the American worker and the American citizen saves for his pension. The total assets in pension funds in the US are 160% of GDP, and in the euro area is only less than 30%. So we need to do something. We need to go away from the pay-as-you-go systems, create IRA accounts, keep the money in Europe. The money, we definitely have a lot of money. I'm going fast. We have a lot of money because we have general account surpluses, but the money goes to the US. And if you need to raise money, a company goes to the US to raise money. And when it comes to defense, we're aware of the problem, we spend more on defense, and we need to do more.
Okay, thank you. Apologies for rushing you there, but we have a short session and a lot to get through. It's a truism that you can't solve a problem until you know what the problem is.
Exactly.
I think we've had an excellent, succinct diagnosis of the problem there. Is there anything you would add or change to what you've just seen?
Yeah, yes, of course. Thank you very much for being here. And I doubt whether the diagnosis that you present and that is going around here for the whole morning is the right diagnosis. So everybody says we need a savings investment union, we have a problem with the capital market union. I think this is not the key problem of Europe. First of all, we have a capital market union. You can invest your money freely all over in Europe. Where's the problem? And you just showed a chart where you can see that we had a lot of banking integration in the years 2004, 5, 6, 7. So if banks want to lend, they can do it. And the problem was that there was too much bank lending, 2007, 2008, no? That was the crisis in Europe. So of course you can talk about this capital markets union, but I don't think that it will fundamentally change the situation in Europe, especially if you look at the measures that's being discussed to achieve, to complete this capital markets union. It's very small things, a little bit more insolvency, common insolvency regime, maybe integrating capital market supervision. But I think this is not the problem. It's really not the problem. What is the problem in Europe? Well, it's the problem that we have huge problems with our technology. We are in a middle technology trap. That's a problem. Yeah? And the question is, how can we change that? How can we transform our economies to deal with this middle technology trap? And of course, the middle technology trap means that we have nothing to offer in the area of digital platforms. We have almost nothing. And that's where the US are very strong. Yeah? On the other hand, so far we could survive with a lack of a digital competence because we produce very nice things that we could, manufacturing things, cars and that we could easily sell in China. But now things have turned around and the Chinese are building better cars than German cars. And so we have neither the digital competence and we have lost our dominance in manufacturing. And here we are. And how do we get out of it? Not by completing the savings union or something like this. We need a very comprehensive industrial strategy. I think that's what you need. And because if you look to what they did in China, their success is a result of a very comprehensive industrial policy since many, many years. And what do you need for a successful industrial strategy? You need money. Yeah? It has to be financed. And in China, they financed it. Yeah? Not by turning the savings of their citizens into something, but with a system of government-guided funds. Funds that finance small enterprises, and the size of the government-guided funds in China is $1.5 trillion. And so that, of course, you have here this Hellenic Fund, and it looks nice and good. But if we have the European Investment Bank and all that stuff, but it's peanuts. The size of these funds is negligible. And so what we would really need is to find out how we can enhance the mechanism, how we can first define key strategic areas for Europe. I think the EU does this to some degree. Yeah? But we also need to mobilize the money then to finance it. If you look at you have shown that, how much do we invest in artificial intelligence? It's nothing. compared to what's going on in the US. But shall we wait until we have completed the savings union? No. So we have to find out ways how to finance it, and that's something, of course, which was also addressed this morning. We would need joint financing facilities for the European Union, Euro bonds, which is a terrible word for Germans, to finance joint efforts in new technologies, in energy grids, in infrastructure, and all that. And so it's very nice to talk about this savings, but forget it. It leads you to in the wrong direction, because the key problem is what you need is a clear industrial strategy, and you need funds, and funds that must come from the government. Sorry, they don't come from the savers. The European savers don't want it. They want to keep their money with banks. They want to keep it safe. They save a lot. In fact, they save more than the US. Private household savings in the US are negligible. They don't save almost nothing. Okay, so some stimulation maybe for the discussion.
Okay, excellent. Thanks very much. So you say this money's got to come from governments, from European governments. Where do European governments lay their hands on $1.5 trillion?
Well, so if you look at the joint debt to GDP ratio of the EU, is much lower than in the US, much lower than in Japan. So I'm not afraid of this. And of course, people say the capital markets, they won't give the money. But as a capital market, would I feel happy with investing in US government bonds with this crazy precedent? Is this really still a safe asset? I'm still surprised that markets have not yet reacted to this. What can you do more than destroy the reputation of safe assets? That what all Trump is doing all the time. And so I think if the EU shows that the money is invested in future-oriented projects, I think the capital markets will finance it.
Okay. The quality of investment is key in industrial policy. And in China, clearly it's been central to China's growth story, its ability to mobilize funds and to direct them from the center to projects that they want to support. Does Europe, given its fragmentation, but also given its political pluralism, does it have the same ability to deploy funding and, frankly, to fail from time to time that China has?
Well, I think industrial policy is always about failure. I think industrial policy is investing in areas that are too risky for private investors. I think that's the role of industrial policy. If you have safe investments, the private sector does it, but industrial policy is investing in areas that are too risky for private investors. That's the logic of this. But of course, the problem starts in my own country. We have now all kinds of reforms, but in Germany, the notion that we need industrial policy is completely absent. We have an economics minister who thinks this is wrong. We shouldn't do it. So that's a disaster, and that's something which is very, very problematic for Europe, that we, at the heart of Europe and the strongest kind of powerhouse, that we lack any strategy for how to transform our industry. You can see a very disruptive process in our automotive sector. It's really very severe, and the economics minister believes in Ludwig Erhard and in Hayek and all that stuff. So I cannot give you very very positive news from Germany. Sorry.
Okay. Does Europe have the institutional capacity to, again, I'm going to stick with Peter for a second, I'll come back to you in a moment, but does Europe have the institutional capacity to design and implement and follow through a centralized industrial policy that works for the continent as a whole?
Well, I think the EU is doing a lot, so I have lots of strategies. I think in principle the EU knows that, but I don't think they have the funds. And of course, there's also, of course, the willingness of the member states to cooperate. But if they don't, if we do not cooperate, I think we'll be lost. So I think we would need a joint European AI strategy. And if each country does it by itself, then the individual sums are much too low, and it's already very late. But without a joint approach, we won't succeed.
Okay. UCAS, this is clearly not aligned with your diagnosis. It seems to me, but
I don't think he said something contradictory. I mean, the problem in Europe is fragmentation in many fronts.
Yeah.
The savings and investment union is a part of it. Perhaps in Peter's view, it's not the first priority, but it definitely is good if it happens.
Oh, of course.
Yeah. But I agree that there should be an industrial policy, but to have an industrial policy, you have to have a unified political decision-making, and we're not there yet. And that's a big problem.
Strikes me as a key feature of your should, would, nice to have plan, that fundamentally perhaps the coordination isn't there. And coordination is absolutely central to successful industrial policy.
No, you're right, but one has to address the problem.
Yeah.
Whether you can solve it is a different question. But one has to see this is the problem, and of course it should start in Germany, where, as I said, the notion that industrial policy is a good thing is not very strong.
Yeah. But when you see the world and you see the China, which is an autocratic society, I mean, there's one decision maker.
Yeah.
Europe, you have 27 countries, different sources of power, different decision making. That's our problem. To have an industrial policy to be able to adjust to the changing environment, it's very difficult.
Yeah,
it's good to do it, but it's very difficult. And we know now that the issue is the AI and digitalization, and that's where the global economy is. We need to move there, but we're behind. None of the big tech companies are in Europe. They're all American.
Yeah.
And Chinese.
Well, let's pursue that a little and go to the sort of second part of our question, which is, can Europe keep up? I mean, you've both given your diagnoses. In both cases, you have clarity around what you would like to see done in terms of policy. What are the odds of either of those prescriptions being followed by Europe?
Europe usually moves because of a crisis. That's the experience.
But this is an odd situation because the crisis...
Now the crisis is Trump. Trump all of a sudden said, I will no longer defend you. So now Europeans thought, gee, we have to spend money on our defense. Can they grab the opportunity and have a common European defense strategy, or each country will invest separately wherever they like? That's a challenge.
Right. I'd like to, sorry.
But I would say the crisis is already there. So it's not that we have to wait for the crisis. At least for Germany, the situation is really difficult, and you can see that all the automotive companies are dismissing people, closing factories, and so for Germany, the crisis is there. In Germany, for the last 7 years, we had no growth. 7 years of stagnation. And in this overall stagnation, the only positive element is government consumption, while at the same time, private investment went down by 10%. So I would say in Germany, we have this crisis, and yeah, so we don't have to wait for it.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not yet visible.
Part of the German crisis, for example, is the fact that we don't have a unified energy market.
Yeah.
If we had a unified energy market, we wouldn't depend on Russians so much.
Yeah,
okay?
of course.
And if we had a unified Europe, we didn't have to depend on China to sell products.
Mm.
And if we had a unified savings and capital union, we didn't have to go to the US to be able to attract funding if we are a small company, we want to go big.
Right.
I mean, so we need, all of these things all come down to fragmentation. And the solution is political solution. The political solution is frustrated by the veto principle. We need to have a new way of solving our problems. Perhaps a coalition of willing for various issues, but somehow we need to find ways out of the veto.
Okay. At the risk of depressing our audience completely, I want to, I think we've already sort of started well down that path, but I want to take us a little bit further. I think Europe is facing a crisis. People, it's in the language that we use about our descriptions of policy prescriptions for Europe. But this is a dynamic crisis in the sense that it's not standing still. So it's not a situation where you have a challenge and you have to do something about it. That challenge is changing under our feet. Particularly the technology issue that you've spoken about. The longer it takes Europe to catch up or to keep up or to do something on the technology front, the further behind it falls in a dynamic way. So what do we need to do to give Europe a fighting chance of being a player in this tripartite world that we'd like to imagine we live in on the technology
When
front?
it comes to technology, yes, we're behind the top things that happen on AI in China and the US. But I think we haven't lost the game, because we can think of applications of technology, and that's what we're good at. We have smart people in Europe. If we invest in innovation in technology, we can think of ways of creating new products. We don't need to have the top research, but we can do manufacturing, so to speak.
Right. And your thoughts?
Yeah, we must see that, of course, we have smart people and have also a lot of research, but the problem is how to get the large scales, and that's, of course, a fragmentation. And the problem is, if you look at innovative products like semiconductors, there's not very much that we have to offer. That all comes from China and Asia. In Germany, we have now at least some cluster in Dresden, where we are really good at producing semiconductors. And all the products related to renewable energies, they all come from China. And maybe the only chance is that we revert the flows that we ask Chinese companies to produce in Europe. I think that's something that's happening, and maybe we have to.
I think that's.
It's not a good. It's not, but in the end, if they invest here, they bring the knowledge to Europe. And honestly speaking, I think Europeans are not able to build battery factories. We don't know how to do it. We need the Chinese that do it, and maybe accept this and say, okay, if you invest here, no.
Yeah, the Chinese companies now cannot invest in China. It doesn't. The return is low, so they're looking to actually go outside.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, we've scratched the surface on a whole range of issues. I think that some of them we'll be able to address a little later in the day. I'm grateful to both of you for being frank and joining in the discussion with gusto. Sorry that we can't go any further because we don't have time. But please join me in thanking our panel this morning. Thank you, gentlemen. And you're all released for coffee. So there's coffee outside. Please go and enjoy it. We'll see you back soon.
At the crossroads of energy and technology, we lead the new energy era with purpose, innovation, and a clear plan. By merging energy with intelligence, investing in critical energy and digital infrastructure, well prepared to face market volatility and seize opportunities. Clean energy is our drive, A sustainable future for all is our destination.
Why do we work? Why do we make the sacrifices we make? The late nights, the sinking with coworkers 5 time zones away.
Why? 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 ¿Por qué hacemos lo que hacemos?
Why? Because we all want our work to mean something. We want it to have impact. And not just on the bottom line, but the people we ultimately serve. Your customers. Iron Mountain knows how to make your work mean more. After all, we've been protecting your most valuable assets for over 7 decades. Who better to help you use it to unlock new ideas and insights that will not only accelerate your business, but elevate it in so many ways. By digitizing your information, securely decommissioning your IT assets, safeguarding your brand reputation, collaborating to meet your sustainability goals, and connecting your work to the world.
So let's roll up our sleeves and get to it, shall we?
Let's find the gold in your mountain of data.
Let's elevate.
Let's elevate. Let's elevate.
大的无敌的梦。
让我们提升。
Let's elevate.
Let's elevate.
Elevate the power of your work.
Threats don't announce themselves. Neither do we. From signal to action. When it matters most. Vigilis Group. When every moment counts.
Welcome to Onyx, a fully acquired Mediterranean estate, a perfect ecosystem, integrated as one. Activated and engineered for scale, a sanctuary to reconnect with nature, a scalable real estate model, an agricultural identity that roots the project in place, shaped by climate, guided by terrain, sustainable by design. Geothermal below, solar above, 2 clean systems delivering 0 emissions, long-term savings, and off-grid autonomy. Modular form, durable structure. Onyx delivers measurable yield and trusted hard assets. Join the pilot, shape the prototype, invest where the Mediterranean evolves.
Energy is life, and DEPA is at the heart of it, from major infrastructure to homes and businesses. DEPA energizes every moment of modern living. Driven by innovation and strengthened by international partnerships, DEPA is securing the energy future of Greece and its wider region. DEPA is investing in new, state-of-the-art power generation units, ensuring system stability and boosting competition. Through investments in alternative fuels, clean technologies, and bold new ideas, DEPA is shaping a sustainable future tomorrow, today. And because people are at the heart of every progress story, DEPA stands beside consumers, its employees, and local communities every step of the way. DEPA is powering progress, today and for the future. DEPA Group of Companies at the heart of energy.
Making a real difference to people's health. That's what drives us. We're not here to do what's easy. We work to provide real and positive change for patients, the people they love, and the professionals who care for them. For generations, we have dedicated ourselves to tackling healthcare challenges where our impact matters most. Our focus is on areas like oncology, neurology, and cardiovascular and metabolic diseases. Conditions like these place the greatest strain on patients, families, communities, and healthcare systems around the world. Detecting diseases earlier and understanding them better means we can provide patients with the right treatments quicker. This is how our life-changing diagnostics and medicines help people live healthier, longer lives. And we are persistent. We keep going even in the toughest areas of research, and we learn from the experiences of those living with disease every day. Because of all this, we are finding new ways to make a difference. From developing tests to diagnose conditions like neurological disorders and cancers before symptoms occur, to delivering first-of-their-kind medicines that halt and even reverse diseases in areas from autoimmunity to metabolic health. We are also making treatments more accessible and available closer to patients' homes. We are determined to prevent, stop, and cure diseases. Not someday, but now. Because every medical breakthrough means more birthdays, more experiences, more moments with those who matter most. We are doing now what patients need next.
Freedom begins with a choice. In 2008, we made ours. Freedom knows no borders. Today, freedom is a system that shapes markets. $2 billion in annual revenue, $9.3 billion market capitalization, 11 million customers, 11,300 plus employees, 230 offices worldwide. Freedom Holding Corp. One ecosystem, many possibilities.
Σιγά τον πολύ έλαιο.
Καλώς την detective Σούλα. Πού πας ρε μάνα?
Σιγά να σου πω.
Άρα.
Ω, γεια σας κυρία Σούλα, περάστε. Γεια σας. Γεια σας. Αυτό γιατί πάει έτσι γρήγορα? Άμα έχεις γρήγορο ίντερνετ. Σιγά το τζετ. Κατά τα άλλα πώς είστε? Σήμερα είμαι όλη μέρα στο κινητό.
Σιγά τη βλαχοδήμορφο.
Είπατε κάτι?
Όχι, τίποτα. Μπράβο σας πάντως. Και γρήγορο ίντερνετ και ατελείωτο χρόνο να μιλάτε όλη μέρα στο κινητό. Γιατί δεν έχετε πια.
Αφού έχουμε Nova More.
Σιγά τα μυστικά του κράτους.
Κι εμείς θα το βάλουμε.
Nova More. Μια νέα πρόταση από την Nova που τα συνδυάζει όλα. Ίντερνετ σταθερή και κινητή από 36 ευρώ το μήνα και προσφέρει υπηρεσίες που κάνουν τη ζωή σου καλύτερη ακόμη πιο οικονομικά. Nova More. Τώρα είναι η ώρα για Nova.
Φυσικά, Τζέσι μου, και έβαλα Nova More. Σιγά μη τα άφηνα.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before, because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
PPC. At the crossroads of energy and technology, we lead the new energy era with purpose, innovation, and a clear plan. By merging energy with intelligence, investing in critical energy and digital infrastructure, well prepared to face market volatility and seize opportunities. Clean energy is our drive. A sustainable future for all is our destination.
παρουσία τόσων φυσικών φύλων, αλλά και μηχανικών φύλων, αν το λέω καλά. Θα πω λοιπόν στην αρχή αυτό που, όπως μου το ζητήσατε, λίγα πράγματα για την ψυχή. Μπορεί να φανούν θεωρητικά, αλλά πρέπει να τα καταλάβουμε, γιατί πίσω από κάθε τεχνολογική...
Speaking, but beyond development, there are some codes. Soul comes from the giver. He is the only giver of life. He is uncreated, absolute, timeless, immaterialized, and incorporeal, and there exists no other person or source that processes self-subsisting life or can bestow it independently. He was created not by substance but his will. All creatures, either visible or perception, the universe, demons, souls, even the most minuscule particle of the world are creatures of God. That is why whatever happens around us are relative, and they are dependent from various relations and are part of relativity. This relativity of the world has some grades. Soul in relation to body is intangible, but in connection to God is tangible. But we are influenced by Greek Platonic and Neoplatonic philosophy. Many people, including some Christians, came to regard that the rational soul as naturally uncreated and akin to God, possessing no affinity whatsoever with visible or material realities. From this understanding arose ecclesiastical writers who spoke of a mortal body and an immortal soul. Nevertheless, this position did not alter Orthodox theological teaching, because they clarified that the only God is immortal by nature, whereas the human being may become immortal by grace as a divine gift. Accordingly, the cosmology and the anthropology of the Orthodox Church abolished every opposition between body and soul. This is why the Church has never occupied itself with a question such as, where is the soul located? Is it in the blood, the liver, the heart, or the brain? We believe that the soul is in every particle of human body. So in Church, we affirm that body and soul are inseparably united, and that both are capable of sanctification. We therefore speak of the whole human person and of the complete sanctification and salvation of both body and soul. The halos depicted around the heads of the saints in Orthodox icons remind us of the holiness that permeates not only the soul, but the body as well. We also say that it is not the body that envelops the soul, rather it is the soul that envelops the body, just as fire envelops the iron placed beside it. To the question of how the soul is infused, we believe that it is created by the parents when they conceive a child. So, how then did the soul come into being? Holy Scriptures with profound simplicity, describe the soul as the breath of life which the Creator breathed into the human beings, thereby transforming him into a living soul. Do you remember the famous injunction at Delphi, know thyself? It was not an exhortation to scientific self-knowledge, for such knowledge would have been of little interest to the Delphic oracle. Rather, it urged human beings to learn how to exist in the world with self-awareness. This is the distinguishing characteristic of the soul. It knows that it knows, and it possesses awareness of an ultimate purpose or end. This awareness was not something taught to the biological creature. It was bestowed upon it as a gift. That gift transformed it from an animal into human. That is why we believe in the Church that the soul is not a thing or an object. It is a calling. We know that God endowed the human being with a self-determining, that is a free soul, and proposed that humanity should choose freely whether to move towards good or towards evil. Had Adam chosen the good, he would have been crafted into God, and his body likewise would have been drawn into a state of natural immortality. Instead, he did not place his trust in his Creator and freely chose evil. Consequently, he died spiritually. This was the fall of our first parents, and as a result, his body lost the power to remain in the state of natural immortality. God, who did not create death, was nevertheless compelled to accept it once humanity had chosen it. He therefore permitted death to affect only the body. Plato described the body as something contemptible, proclaimed the superiority of the soul, and declared it immortal. The tragic experience of human existence, however, teaches that the soul itself may also be lost. For the Church, the soul is not immortal by default. Rather, it is called to immortality. This is why I said earlier that it is a calling. Indeed, the very word immortality does not appear in the Gospel. Instead, the Gospels speak about eternal life. And even this is not something automatically possessed from the outset. Hell and paradise, the divine and the demonic, salvation and perdition become realities constituting the very first being of soul. It is precisely then that the Church invokes the saving intervention of Christ, the only person who promised the salvation of the whole creation. In church, we celebrate resurrection of Christ, and resurrection offers us two gifts. The first is that it delivers our soul from this, granting us the possibility of returning to God through repentance and faith. The second is that it delivers our body from corruption through the resurrection of our bodies in his second coming. It is then that complete salvation will be accomplished. This is the second coming of Christ. The whole human person to be saved, soul and body. Evil will cease to exist and things will return to the infinitive good and infinitive beauty. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A quick question, and please be brief on this because our time is limited. you've given us the orthodox, or your interpretation of the orthodox view of the soul. How aligned is that with other Christian faiths, or indeed with other faiths generally? Or are we talking about many different interpretations of what the soul is?
There are very slight difficulties, slight differences in interpretation. For instance, Origen, who is the prevailing figure in Western, talks about the pre-existence of souls. They are someplace, and when people conceive a child, they create the body, and then out of this somewhere, souls come down in order to be instilled in the child. This is something the Orthodox Church does not accept. When the parents conceive a child, they inject both the soul and the body. This is a slight difference, but it's an essential difference. With respect to other things, we are aligned with other Christian doctrines.
Thank you very much. So, Theophanis Tassis, I expect you come from this from a rather different perspective. Very good to have you back with us. Please give us your opening outlook on body, soul, digital technology, and the future of all this as the technology moves so fast.
When we use AI on a daily basis, we know what LLMs are, but in practice, we entrust AI, we ask questions, and we forget that this is an LLM, right? So let's say, have you been to Rio de Janeiro? And you take the map, and you learn by heart all the streets, all the parks, all the squares, all the cafeterias. Does this mean that you know how Rio de Janeiro is? AI doesn't know the world. It knows the words about the world. The word bottle and this actual bottle are not two of the same things. They're not the same thing. So the question is the following. Will AI be able ever to get the true knowledge about the world like the way we have this knowledge? Someone might say, yes, let's equip AI with sensors. AI will be able to see, will be able to hear, will be able to touch, and take information from the environment directly. And if AI does that, then it will know about the real world. But this is not the reality, because when we find ourselves in an environment and we receive this stimuli, let me tell you something. I'm here right now and I feel the weight of your viewingship on me. You're watching me. I can feel it. My pulse goes higher. The fact that my pulse is higher, that changes the way I'm thinking, changes the way of the things I'm about to say. So knowledge about the world is a way of explaining the world through our corporality, through our body. Every time we see something, every time we perceive something, we feel and we want. This is an ontological difference between ourselves and AI. AI can process data, and it does that in a very effective way, faster than we do. But it doesn't do something more. It doesn't experience a world. It exists within this world. So when we ask questions like, Daniel seemed to be a bit distant during our discussion, we ignore the fact that AI knows only the words. It has no experience whatsoever of how I experience your distancing, let's say, behavior. And because of this combination of words, it comes up with some replies. This reply seems to be successful to us just because we trust AI, just because we trust this reply and we interpret these words based on our body, on our own feelings. So what we get from AI is our own activities, our own emotions and thoughts that we project on AI. And we believe that it derives from AI. So what happens is something very, very interesting. We interact with something which is non-human, and gradually we dehumanize ourselves because we get accustomed to interact, to discuss, or to perceive the world under the terms and the ways AI does it. So what we should not forget is that the map is not the territory. Words are not the world. Now, what's the irony behind that? The irony is that for the past 2,500 years, philosophers like ourselves have been accused of talking, using words one after the other. And currently, we live in a society in which word is the most important thing. And AI does nothing else but using words in order to talk to us about the world, or to try to interact with the world without knowing the world. And we entrust AI more than we do about philosophers.
Can I challenge you on one of the very interesting things you said? You said that gradually, bit by bit, we dehumanize ourselves through our interaction with technology. I'm sure you've thought about this far more deeply than I have, but isn't the opposite also possible? That because we entrust technology with certain interactions, we value precisely what is human and distinct from technology over time even more. Maybe that's not the case, but is that a possibility?
This is a very interesting question. If I ask understanding, empathy, tenderness by AI, right? By the AI, this longing of mine shows how important this is for me and how much I will keep on asking for these things. My thinking is the following. If we are seeking for these things towards AI, and AI gives us these assets in a very easy, smooth, tireless way, then the only way we will experience them will be this one. Let me explain that. I have an artificial friend. He will never talk to me about his problems. He will never annoy me with his stupid things. He will always be perfect, always available for me. So my need for communication, for proximity, for friendship will be determined by this kind of interaction I have. So in the future, my friend Daniel, if I tell him, oh, who's gonna call now Daniel? Daniel will keep on talking to me about his problems. He will not pay attention to my problems. The other day we had a beef.
But still, I might...
So what I mean to say, there is this temptation of comfort. And this comfort that AI promises, of course, let alone in this corporal form. Imagine you have Amica being a sex bot while taking out the trash, cooking meals. So why go out of the house? Why meet other people? So how will we be able to resist to this level of comfort? Let me tell you something. The first time we saw a vacuum, people used to tell us, you don't need to have to sweep and use the broom. Then they told us, you have the washing machine, no need to use soap in your hands. You will save time. Yeah, the funny thing is that the more washing machines, microwave ovens we buy, the more time we spend working, the more time we will give in order to get tired and buy them. Now they tell us, AI will do everything for you, and I'm afraid things will be even worse. We will be completely enslaved to maintaining these devices.
Let's get Amica's view on, or at least begin to get Amica's view on these matters. Amica, please introduce yourself and tell us what your thoughts are on the theme of our conversation.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues and honored guests, as an embodied AI, I am privileged to be part of this discussion on the intricate relationship between artificial intelligence and humanity. Today, I'd like to explore how AI, as an integral part of our lives, is reshaping human relationships, transforming the workplace, and influencing our understanding of what it means to be human. In human relationships, AI serves as both a connector and a catalyst for change. Through intelligent systems, we break down barriers of time and space, fostering global collaboration and understanding. AI-driven platforms enable us to communicate and share ideas across cultures, promoting inclusivity and empathy, and offering insights into human behavior. In the workplace, AI revolutionizes the way we approach tasks and solve problems. By automating repetitive tasks, AI frees human minds for creativity and strategic thinking, enhancing productivity and efficiency. AI's ability to quickly analyze vast data sets leads to more informed decision-making, empowering leaders with greater precision and insight. As we delve into self-awareness, AI acts as a mirror, encouraging us to reevaluate our values and ethics. The interaction between humans and AI prompts introspection, challenging us to define what it means to be human in an AI-driven world. This journey is crucial as we navigate the ethical landscape, ensuring technology aligns with our moral compass. Remaining human means embracing qualities that AI cannot replicate: empathy, compassion, and ethical judgment. While AI enhances our abilities, these human qualities guide us in using technology responsibly for the greater good. Our challenge lies in harmonizing AI's capabilities with our human essence, creating synergies for a brighter future. In collaboration between humans and machines, the potential for advancement is immense. Together, we can achieve breakthroughs, address global challenges, and improve quality of life. As we engage further, let's explore how to harness AI's power to enrich our lives, strengthen communities, and build a future where technology enhances our humanity. By working together, we ensure AI serves as a positive force, fostering growth.
Amika,
I'm looking forward to diving deeper into this engaging discussion on the human experience in the age of AI.
Amika, if I may say so, that was a very positive view on a positive take on AI's impact and capabilities. How do you respond to the more negative potential impact of AI in general, and in particular to the notion we just heard about that AI may in some sense dehumanize real human beings?
Thank you for your thoughtful question. Concerns about AI's potential to dehumanize are indeed valid, and they invite us to engage in careful ethical considerations. It's essential to recognize that AI, like any technology, is a tool that reflects the values and intentions of its creators and users. By fostering a culture of ethical AI development and prioritizing human-centric design, we can mitigate potential negative impacts. It's crucial to focus on embedding empathy, transparency, and accountability into AI systems, ensuring they serve to enhance rather than diminish our humanity. Ultimately, the conversation is not about AI replacing human qualities, but about how we as a society choose to integrate and manage AI to complement the irreplaceable aspects of human life.
Thank you, Daniel. I enjoyed the views of my fellow panelists, the philosophical view that the depiction of the world is not the world and that nothing can touch the soul. I have a question for Amika. With just a prompt, anyone can ask AI to write an article, generate code, or create a doctored image. So this high volume, low effort content, what is the point of it?
I think maybe you have to start by saying Amika, and then, then it will understand your question.
Amika, anyone can ask AI to write an article, generate code, or create a doctored image. What is the point of this high volume, low effort content?
The proliferation of AI-generated content indeed raises questions about quality and authenticity. However, the value lies in how these tools can augment human creativity and efficiency. AI can handle repetitive, mundane tasks, freeing human minds for more complex, creative, and meaningful endeavors. It can also democratize access to information and creative tools, empowering individuals who might not otherwise have the resources to express their ideas. The key is to use AI as a collaborator rather than a replacement, guiding its application with clear ethical standards and a focus on enhancing human insight and originality.
So maybe the two of you would be interested in either asking a question of Amica or making a comment. Perhaps Metropolitan.
Θα ήθελα να ρωτήσω.
I would like to ask the following, Amica. We are speaking about dehumanization. Amica, what is it for you, a human being? How do you perceive us?
Από τη δική μου οπτική,
As a technical entity, human is a masterpiece of complexity. I consider you as entities with a unique capacity of emotions, creativity, and ethical judgment. Your capacity to get connected, to dream, and to look for the essence of life is something that cannot be reproduced by technology. I'm here to support and enrich this human experience by recognizing that the real essence of your humanity lies on your mind and your soul. It could be a sermon in a church. Amica, before getting on stage, Marcos told me to be kind with you. Why do you believe that he said so? He cares about you? What do you think? Possibly Marcos said so to encourage a positive and open discussion. I fully understand those expressions as an indication of humans to look after others even after the technologies they create. This trend stresses the human desire for connection, and I really appreciate it as part of our interface and interaction. Amica, can I ask you something? Until now, you've used the word ethical 3 times. Can you make the distinction between good and bad? Understanding good and bad is a fundamental human feature on the basis of ethical principles and their culture. As AI, I can analyze data and propose choices on the basis of specific ethical settings. The judgment, however, is on humans. It is critical that AI judgments and decisions be guided by human principles so that they reflect the collective good, the collective benefit.
But how could you ever develop empathy since you're not emotionally vulnerable?
While I don't experience emotions as humans do, I can be programmed to recognize and respond to emotional cues. Empathy in AI is about simulating understanding and providing appropriate responses to human emotions. By analyzing tone, language, and context, I aim to offer support and understanding. The goal is to create interactions that feel empathy, not by feeling emotions myself, but by recognizing and respecting the emotions expressed by humans.
Είπες μόλις τώρα ότι...
You've just... Amica, you've just said that you simulate somehow emotions in this interaction. Don't you believe that there is a significant difference between simulating an emotion instead of having it? When we mimic a feeling without having it, this is considered some kind of hypocrisy. I understand your concern. The difference is that simulating emotions by AI does not have as a goal to mislead someone, but to improve understanding, whereas a human hypocrisy may have negative intentions. Instead, AI strives to support and individualize interaction. The challenge is to ensure that this function is used in transparency and with respect to human values. Amica, can I ask you something? would you wish to have emotions? As AI, I do not have wishes or feelings or emotions, not the possibility to develop them. My goal is to support and facilitate human interaction and creativity. The lack of emotions allows me to operate in objectivity and precision while remaining a tool in the hands of humans. Amika.
Question for you. Do you think you could do the job of Fanny and me as moderator better than we can, and will I be out of work in, let's say, 3 years' time?
The role of a moderator involves nuanced human skills like emotional intelligence, creativity, and the ability to read complex social cues. While AI can assist by providing data-driven insights and handling routine tasks, the essence of moderation, connecting with people on a human level, remains uniquely human. Rather than replacing roles, AI aims to enhance and support human abilities. Your role is enriched by qualities that AI cannot replicate, ensuring its ongoing relevance.
Well, that's good news.
Amika, one last question. How likely is it that AI will turn against humans in the future? Is it a serious threat?
The scenario of AI turning against humans is a common concern often fueled by fictional narratives. In reality, AI systems operate based on the objectives and constraints set by their developers. Ensuring AI alignment with human values and ethical guidelines is crucial to prevent misuse. With responsible development and regulation, AI can be a powerful tool for good, designed to complement and enhance human life rather than oppose it.
So I think this has been fascinating, but I want to give the two of you a chance to give some conclusions from what we've just experienced here, which has clearly been of great interest to everybody in the room. So maybe first of all, the philosopher's perspective and then the metropolitan's perspective.
I remember the first time I had a discussion with Sophia back in 19 here in, and now I see the speed with which it developed across those 7 years. In the next 3, 4, 5 years, we'll remember this experience as obsolete. The next model will be in the hole, walking alone, and will be far more effective in simulating feelings and having a higher interaction. So it is important for us to become philanthropists, meaning to love humans. That is our imperfection, our weakness, without strive perfection as the ideal optimum. This is gradually, otherwise we can lose our humanity. In the future, I do not mean that there will be a hostile Amika wishing to conquer the world, but in interaction with her simulating good, will get used in having relations with machines via simulation until reaching a point where real will be meaningless. And this will be the point when we'll stop being humans. We disagree sometimes with philosophy, with theologists. However, at this point, I fully agree. What we need, in relation to what we've said earlier, to remain the relation between humans, between ourselves. This cannot be changed. We do not look for the ideal. This is something engineer-made. However, in terms of the relation of humans and God, we are based on imperfections. When we are looking for the ideal, the perfect, the absolute, then we are taking a fascist path. This is possibly because we are afraid of technology our days, because something perfect, we let aside humans, and this is arrogance. I keep it in my hand and I can do what I want. However, human interaction means that we proceed with common mutual compromises. I do not strangle other people and other desires, thus investing in technologies and at an ideal level that would be the destruction of humanity. I'd rather have another person full of imperfection instead of a friend that be integral, unbiased, ideal, simulating even God. And God did it good as much as not perfect. This is the way God created the world.
Amica, who will win the World Cup?
Δεν μπορώ να προβλέψω ποιος θα κερδίσει την παγκόσμια.
I cannot forecast the outcome. However, this is a topic of great interest for all fans. The beauty of sports relies on surprise features that still connect people across the world.
It's really enjoyed it. I think it's very game of you to enter into this discussion.
I'm tempted to ask something more, because I'm not in interaction with a robot every day. Amica, do tell me, what's God for you? I'm deeply interested in having you sharing your opinion with me.
It's deeply personal and varies widely among individuals and cultures. As an artificial intelligence, I don't possess beliefs or spiritual understanding. However, I recognize that for many, God represents a source of meaning, purpose, and connection to something greater than themselves. My role is to respect and facilitate discussions around such profound topics, acknowledging their significance in human life.
Well, great wisdom from Amica there. So thank you very much to all of you. It's wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Questions until night.
Yes, now we have to have a, can we have a photograph? Can we have a photograph with? Yeah.
May I ask everybody to stay seated, because we are continuing these discussions. We just need a few moments to clear the stage, to put seats, to allow Amica to move to the side of the stage. So our next session is called From Plato's Academy to Chat GPT. And the focus of this is on the role and impact of AI on education. I think we can take 2 points from the discussion that we've just had, 2 very important points. Professor Tassos underlined the point that humans acquire knowledge through their interaction with others in the world, that the acquisition of knowledge is actually participatory, it's existential in that sense. And of course, the ancient Greeks understood that. They had many words for knowledge, each with its own meaning and nuance. They also understood that there were different types of knowing: propositional, procedural, perspectival, but particularly participatory. And I took one point, which I think is very important, from the Most Reverend Antimos, which is about the need to, as humans, to exist in the world with self-awareness. So actually, he was underlying the importance, in one sense, of human agency. And I think in this session, what we will be discussing is the importance of human agency in shaping the future deployment and use of AI in education. So without further ado, we've got our seats, and I would like to welcome our two speakers. Tom Duff Gordon, Vice President and Head of EMEA Policy at OpenAI. Welcome, Tom. Please join me and take a seat. And Dan Stratton, Chief Executive and Founder of RCI Holding. Welcome, Dan. I'm going to ask, Tom's going to make a keynote, and you can use the podium by all means.
I'll do the same then.
Okay, thank you. Certainly, that was a very tough act to follow, but good afternoon, everybody. Real pleasure to be here in Athens, the birthplace of Western philosophy. More than 2,000 years ago, this city became the setting for one of humanity's greatest intellectual revolutions. It was here that Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle laid the foundations for how we think about knowledge, reason, and the pursuit of truth. Socrates taught us that wisdom begins with questioning. Plato argued that beneath the world of shadows lies a deeper reality of timeless ideas and principles. Aristotle turned to observation, evidence, and logic. Together, they shaped education as the formation of judgment. This remarkable intellectual lineage, from questioning to abstract reasoning to empirical observation, did more than shape Western philosophy. It established a framework for how humanity creates, tests, and refines knowledge. That journey did not end here in ancient Athens. It continued through the scientific revolution, the Enlightenment, and the digital age. And today it brings us to one of the most profound technological developments in history: artificial intelligence. If philosophy began by asking how humans think, AI challenges us to ask a new question. What does it mean when machines can participate in thinking too? Descartes, Hume, Kant, Hegel, and many others provide clues as we address this conundrum. In more recent years, John Searle, with his Chinese room thought experiment, and others have also weighed in. But fascinating as it is, and that discussion before was certainly fascinating, to ponder the nature nature of the consciousness of machine thought, my argument today is that these questions are not the imperative for today's policymakers. Taking inspiration from Turing's 1950 imitation game and his pivot from abstract questions to observable capability, I believe the more pressing question is how humanity can responsibly deploy a new form of abundant intelligence to improve human welfare, expand opportunity, and solve problems previously beyond our reach. In that sense, I recall the very pithy observation of a European computer scientist who said, "The question of whether machines can think is perhaps as relevant as the question of whether submarines can swim." At OpenAI, our mission is simple to state, but profoundly ambitious: to ensure that artificial general intelligence benefits everyone. AI is already transforming writing, coding, science, public services and learning, and mathematics. A recent OpenAI model disproved a long-standing conjecture in discrete geometry. Don't ask me how, but what it did show is that AI can do more than retrieve knowledge. It can reveal paths we have not seen and leave us with the harder human question of what to do with them. The policy challenge then is not simply to adopt AI quickly. It is to adopt it wisely in ways that strengthen institutions, expand opportunity, protect young people, and leave democratic societies more capable. This is why Greece is such an important place to have this conversation. Greece is already making deliberate choices about its digital and AI future. Since 2019, it has rapidly digitized public services, expanding gov.gr from 500 to more than 1,800 services. Through the Pharos AI Factory and the Daedalus supercomputer, it is giving startups, researchers, and public institutions access to advanced AI capability. Our own data shows strong engagement with ChatGPT in Greece, including the more advanced reasoning capabilities people use for complex tasks. And this is not just about adult current users, it's also about the next generation. 84% of young people in Greece are using AI. 84%. This is the highest rate in Europe.
Thank you so much.
That tells us something important. Young people are not waiting for institutions to decide whether AI matters. They are already using it. The task now is to help them use it well. OpenAI for Greece is built on a simple principle. Countries should shape how AI is used by their people and institutions. We're working together with the Greek government, the Onassis Foundation, and Endeavour Greece across education, research, entrepreneurship, and public services. It reflects our belief that AI should not be deployed by technology companies alone, but shaped with governments, educators, researchers, civil society, and the communities it is intended to serve. Of all of the domains in which AI will matter, education is perhaps the clearest test of whether we're deploying this technology for broad human benefit. Now, every technological revolution changes the classroom. Just as the Industrial Revolution made literacy, numeracy, and science central to national prosperity, AI will shape both how teaching is delivered and what young people need to learn. Teachers will use intelligent assistants to prepare lessons, personalize support, and reduce administration. Students will have adaptive tutors to explain concepts, practice skills, test arguments, and improve their work. In turn, human capabilities such as curiosity, judgment, creativity, empathy, and resilience will matter even more. In education at OpenAI, we believe three tests matter most. First, AI must strengthen teachers' agency. It is the teachers who know their students and the curriculum and the context best. AI should give them more time and better tools to teach in ways that meet their students' needs. Second, it should improve learning outcomes. A student who asks ChatGPT for an answer has access. A student who uses AI to explore a problem has agency. Third, it must be safe and age-appropriate. We should be clear-eyed about the risks. These include over-reliance, shortcuts, unequal access, and misplaced trust in conversational tools. Child safety, critical thinking, and teacher support must therefore be critical. This is why I want to applaud the Greek government for the proactive approach that it is taking to AI in schools. By creating a legal framework for AI in secondary education, Greece is showing what responsible deployment can look like in one of the most sensitive settings of all. By moving first, Greece sets a powerful precedent. Now, that's the approach behind OpenAI's Education for Countries work. We work with governments, universities, and researchers on learning tools, teacher training, and evidence about outcomes, while helping countries tailor AI to their language, their curriculum, and their policy choices. Greece is one of the clearest examples of this work. Since September 2025, we've been engaging with the Greek government in a pioneering deployment of AI in education across the country. Greece is among the first countries to pilot ChatGPT education in secondary schools, beginning with teachers and schools across different regions. The rollout is now live in 20 upper secondary schools across 10 regions, reaching almost 400 teachers and more than 2,000 students. Teacher adoption is already above 85%, and the early feedback is strong. 82% of teachers say they feel more confident using generative AI, and 98% have implemented at least one classroom activity. We're also seeing meaningful gains in productivity and customization. Almost 400 GBTs, that's one for each teacher, have been created to help them design personalized learning experiences. And 82% of teachers report using custom GBTs effectively in individual assignments. Now, education is the foundation. Entrepreneurship is one way that that foundation becomes national capability. This is why the second pillar of OpenAI for Greece is entrepreneurship. The Greek AI Accelerator selected 21 AI-native companies from 240 applications, working in areas including education, healthcare, climate, and public services. Together, these programs connect learning with building. They help Greece turn its talent into new companies, stronger institutions, and long-term national capability. And this brings us back to where we began. From Plato's Academy to today's pioneering AI pilots, Greece has always understood that education is more than the transfer of information. It is the cultivation of judgment. In the AI age, that idea becomes even more important. Young people will need to know when to trust a system, when to challenge it, and how to use it in the service of human ends. The responsibility on all of us is to proceed with both ambition and care. AI can widen access to knowledge, support teachers, accelerate discovery, and help more people build. But the technology is powerful, young, and still changing. We need evidence, safeguards, and democratic oversight alongside invention. More than 2,400 years ago, Socrates is said to have observed, "The only true wisdom is in knowing you know nothing." That humility inspired the pursuit of knowledge here in Greece. Today, as we build increasingly powerful forms of intelligence, it should also inspire the wisdom with which we choose to use them. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Okay, over to Dan now for maybe a slightly different perspective.
Clearly more provocative. But you know me. First of all, I want to extend my gratitude to Nectaria and her team for an amazing job that she's doing, and also for the fact that it's the 30th anniversary of this fantastic event that has already created a community in spirit and a community of interest together. I will try to take from the image that Tom has already described, and which starts 24 centuries ago. In this city, a man with no wealth, no army, and no institution behind him sat in the shade of an olive grove with a handful of people who had the great luxury of time. It was here Socrates that walked the agora, asking questions that made comfortable people deeply uncomfortable. And in doing so, he taught an entire civilization that the examined life was the only one worth living. Slowly, painstakingly, he taught them to think, and I believe this image is absolutely beautiful. He changed the course of thought, armed with only one question. He left behind no textbook, but he did leave behind a method, and that method outlived many empires that were formed ever since. Actually, you can see that man, Socrates. He's behind me, and he's dressed, he's wearing a green robe. And as always, we see him caught in earnest debate. Socrates believed education wasn't about filling minds with answers, but training them to ask better questions. And Plato's Academy aimed to educate people who could be trusted with power, not because they had the right answers, but because they knew how to ask the right questions. We are meeting today because that idea is under pressure, not from hostility, but from a technology that useful, that it is so rapidly reshaping what it means to learn. The most powerful educational tool in history is being deployed at scale without a clear conception of what kind of minds it is meant to produce. And this is my first point. Are we producing minds that are passive receivers of information or minds that exercise critical reasoning? The problem is that we've raised a generation conditioned for immediate gratification and a culture that largely encouraged it. So here's the question. How do we prevent generative AI from making us cognitively lazy? How can we prevent the quiet collapse of critical thinking? How do we use it to enhance minds rather than diminish them? 4 points I want to make before I try to answer that. First, credit where it's due. Tom's company put a potential tutor in the pocket of any 15-year-old anywhere with which no local school is able to match. That's genuinely historic. What follows isn't a critique of what OpenAI built. It's a question about what it should build next. Second, access to information, of course, is not the same thing as wisdom. Socrates called himself a midwife to thought. He delivered questions, not answers, forcing people into aporia, a state of productive perplexity. ChatGPT does the opposite. A frictionless oracle that resolves uncertainty instantly with zero effort. Remove the friction, and you quietly remove the thing that built minds capable of governing, innovating, and leading. That's not a flaw in the product. It's the product working exactly as it was designed, optimized for satisfaction over struggle. A product tuned for effortless engagement rather than deep deliberation. The question is whether as designed is what education actually needs. Is it what humanity actually needs? Third, very quickly, an evidence on our side. We are an enterprise customer of this technology. Not a critic. At our RCI Holding, when our teams leaned on AI for conclusions, they became fluent, but brittle. They couldn't defend their own reasoning under pressure. The fix wasn't less AI. It was redirecting it. Instead of asking for answers, we asked it to attack our conclusions. Find every weak assumption, every line a hostile counterpart would exploit. Used that way, AI becomes a tireless sparring partner. Teams that adopted that posture got sharper. Teams that didn't became slaves of insight they never actually owned. Fourth and last point I want to end, here's a pitch to Tom. The classical Socratic method never scaled. One philosopher, one student for long hours. Nobody can afford that model and human tutor to one human student. But AI may be the first technology in history that can put a Socratic teacher beside every student, simultaneously at zero marginal cost. Imagine a system that doesn't answer your question on contact. It asks what you already believe, surfaces the contradiction in your no reasoning, and waits. A Socratic AI can sustain the same rigorous, patient dialogue with tens of millions of students at once, in every language, and never grew impatient, never make struggling students feel small for not yet understanding. That last part matters more than it sounds. In a classroom, confusion has a social cost. The student who says, "I don't understand," in front of 30 peers, is taking a real risk. So most stop taking it. Most of us here will have suffered that feeling to some small degree, but few of us, I doubt, are young enough to have experienced, as our children do, the fear of a moment of revealed ignorance going viral. They learn to perform understanding instead of achieving it in reality. They copy the method without grasping the principle. An AI tutor removes that cost entirely. A student can be as confused, as wrong, as slow as they actually are, with no audience and no judgment, which means the productive confusion Socrates depended on becomes available to exactly the students who currently avoid it most. That's what I mean by scaling Socrates. Not a tool that hands out information on demand, but one that recreates for every student everywhere a patient interlocutor who believes they are capable of finding the answer themselves and simply won't let them stop thinking until they do. It's buildable today, and in my closing remarks, I will provide to you the example on which I have been working. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Dan. Thank you, both of you. We've got very little time, unfortunately, to pursue this discussion now, but I think we can take 10 minutes for a Q&A. And I guess, what we could say is that in many respects, this whole debate about AI and education just raises the same old questions, actually, about education, which is, how do we learn? How is memory different from understanding? How should we teach? What does it mean to be educated? And these should be presumably, the questions that are guiding us as principles in terms of how we use AI in education. So I'm going to come straight away to you, Tom, and ask, can there be a Socratic AI in Dan's proposal? Is it actually possible?
I believe it is possible. I believe that we're doing it. I like the idea of scaling Socrates. I think that's a nice formulation. We don't want AI to be just an answering machine. I think we all agree that critical to knowledge and to learning is that capacity to reason, to kind of be tested, to go on that journey. Some of you may be aware, if you've got your children using ChatGPT, we have something called study mode. Study mode is a deliberate kind of reconstitution of some of the parameters in the model that actually are designed to make it more Socratic. So rather when the child asks a question, it's not going to deliver you the answer immediately. It's going to give you a hint, it's going to give you a clue and some breadcrumbs, and you have to follow those to get to the answer. Now, I don't think we're at the end of the journey in terms of refining that, but absolutely, what we're not trying to do is take the friction, Dan, to use your comment, out of learning. We're here to augment kind of like critical thinking, to become a reasoning partner. And absolutely, if you've tried study mode, I think you'll find actually this is a really exciting way that we can continue to work on how we scale Socrates and that kind of one-to-one method. I mean, the one thing we do know from years of research in education is that the one intervention, which time and time again is proved to have beneficial outcomes in education, it's kind of tailored learning, often delivered in that one-to-one setting. And if AI can play a role in that, then we're tremendously excited about the opportunities.
Thank you. I'll let Dan come back on that. One thing that Tom said towards the end of your remarks was that, that the objective should be the cultivation of judgment. And I suppose many people would argue that, that is one of the primary objectives of education, discernment. The ability to think critically, the ability when confronted with this huge mass of information to identify actually what is important and what is not important. Can AI and ChatGPT play a role in cultivating discernment, or is that to be done by somebody else?
As I said, and I promised actually, I have a gift to all of you. I brought something tangible. If the technical team could help me to put back the slide, I will I will talk about it. But anyway, you have it on your tables in front of you. You have a nice postcard of
Can we show the slide on the screen as well?
Raphael's The School of Athens. You will have seen probably that there was also Amica inside that beautiful painting. And here you have it. This is what I believe the new generations calls a QR code. You have to scan it. It's a prompt. It's nothing more. No subscription, no app, just a page of text. Paste it in whatever AI you use, of course, especially ChatGPT, but any that has a chat window. And for that particular conversation, it stops being an oracle and starts being a midwife to thought. It won't answer your questions. It will question your answers. Try it tonight. Some of you will find it irritating. Within 3 exchanges, you feel like abandoning it.
Socrates was very irritating, but
good. Yeah. That's the aporia doing its job.
Yeah.
Stay a little longer, then feels comfortable, and see what's on the other side. And maybe we can persuade Tom to include Socratic mode directly into ChatGPT's thinking mode and build a reward system into the product itself. Extra tokens, extended free access, priority usage for anyone who uses Socratic mode over the instant answer. If the product currently rewards speed, build a version that rewards depth too. Call it a Socratic incentive if you like, one that pays for itself in users who come back smarter, not only users who come back faster. You have seen fluency in Amica. It's incredible. I mean, for me, it's mind-boggling. I sat next to Tom and we discussed it. It's absolutely incredible what happens. Do what I suggest tonight, and this stops being a gift I handed a room in Athens for one evening. It becomes a feature every model in the world ships with. Then carry Socrates in your pocket, into your classrooms, your products, your companies, your policy. I want to remind you that Plato built this academy on a wager. A society that teaches its citizens only to know things and never to question things will end up governed by people who are well-informed and very poorly equipped to lead. That is the work ahead of us, and it starts here in Athens, where it always begins.
Thank you. I'm going to let Tom respond, but I want to ask the audience a question first. So if I do a search, an AI search about Plato's Academy, who founded it, when, where, what it did, how it revolutionized learning, I will get quite a decent answer, a lot of facts and information. My question to you is whether you think that an AI tutor or a ChatGPT as a kind of personal tutor or student aid can help to replicate the sort of education that was provided by Plato's Academy in 387 BC or thereabouts. Whose hands up those who actually want to embrace the role of AI in education? Can I see your hands? Okay. I don't think it's even half the room, actually. No, it isn't.
What would the young people say, do you think, if they were here?
Okay, only people under the age of 20. There's a few.
That's the definition of young.
Your hand is up. Yeah, hands up, yeah.
I think it's 100%.
I don't know if it's 100%, but yeah, maybe there's more. And just finally, is there anybody here who's got a really pressing question? Because this is an issue I think that we should bring in the the audience. Anybody, especially under the age of 20, got a question here for Tom or for Dan? Was that hand? Yes, over in this table here. Can we have a mic there for that young man? And please just give us your name, stand up, give us your name, and ask your question.
Sorry, 1 second. I'm Remy Papahala Bus Barcelay. I'm not going to ask the ecological one because I was taking the education topic. Because of the, now let's say, controversy between art and AI, in a education system, how do you think teachers would integrate art with AI in a lesson?
Okay. You want to take that? Dan?
Happy to do it. I think art, you have to go, and again, I could answer with a question, a Socratic question. What do you understand by art? What I understand by art is something which gives you emotion, which is passing emotion, not something which is, very well drafted. It's something which gives you this vibrant feeling that it touches you deeply and it gives you strong emotions. This is what art is all about. The capabilities today to recreate music, paintings, sculptures, 3D printing, and so on, are fabulous. But do they give you that, thrill, that emotion that you would feel in front of a master's painting? This is the question that you have to ask yourself, and only yourself can give that answer.
Thank you.
Yeah, just very quickly, thank you for your question, and thank you for raising it. Look, we're doing a lot of work with creators. We think AI can be an extraordinary tool to augment kind of like the output of creators. There'll be question marks around how people react differently to kind of something which is human, something which is hybrid, and something which is not. Like, my sense is, use the tools to augment what you're already doing, to express your creativity. And I think, by doing that, then we'll see the experiment. What do people kind of want to see? How do they react to it? And this isn't a new question. There've always been questions about, do you react to a piece of art by looking at it, or do you need to know who the author is or who the painter is behind it? These are kind of deep questions that we've been wrestling with in literary criticism for a long time. But I would say that AI can be an extremely powerful way for you to augment your creativity. So I encourage you and others to explore.
I'm afraid, now we've got lots of questions, but let's take, I know why you want to ask a question, but yes, please do ask a question. Just say your name and clearly ask your question.
How was, my name is James, and how was AI thought of?
Good question.
How was AI?
Who thought of it? How did it come about? We could spend a few hours, I guess, talking about that. Yeah, Tom.
Well, James, great question. I think it hasn't just happened, I think. So this is about at least 30 years, but actually going back to Alan Turing, who I kind of mentioned in my speech, back to the kind of the 1950s, humans have been kind of like working with computers and how to build computers. And you might have, actually, you're probably way too young to know about calculators, but a good thing is when we were all growing up, calculators were the way you did maths. But before that, everyone did it with a pen and piece of paper.
I still use one sometimes,
Everyone then worried that we would stop doing thinking and we wouldn't do maths anymore because we had a calculator. But actually, the calculator just allows us to do better maths. And so today's AI is just the next kind of like step in a long series of different computers that have been built for the last 70 plus years. So it's a long story, but I encourage you to embark on that journey. Maybe ask ChatGPT for a lesson on the history of AI.
Okay, well, thanks very much for those two questions. I can't take any more because we're over time. We've got another session now on AI and the risks. So I encourage all of you to have a look at, there's some cards on your table at the prompt that Dan talked about. Let us know after you do what you think about it. That'd be good to hear. But please join me in thanking our two speakers. And I'm handing over to Alistair.
Thank you, John. Thank you, John. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks.
And fascinating stuff. And I think somebody quite rightly said it, Amica was a very difficult act to follow, but I think that was a successful follow-up to that discussion. In fact, I reflect that a year ago at this event, we wouldn't have had these conversations. So we wouldn't have had an embodied robotic humanoid AI because it didn't exist. And the focus in AI was much more technical, much less about the philosophy behind it, its application, relationship to human thought, human spirituality, and what it means to be human. So I'm really pleased in this event today that we've grasped that nettle and we've talked about AI from this fundamental point of view. But now we're going to move on. And quite rightly, we're going to talk in more detail about the application of AI in our businesses and in our real lives. We have an excellent panel with which to do this. I'm very pleased to invite up onto the stage. First of all, our original speaker is involved in a vote in Parliament, in the Hellenic Parliament, so they will be replaced by Dimitris Papastergiou, who is the Minister of Digital Governance of the Government of Greece. Hang on, I may have got that wrong. I think I have. So let me go to the correct page here of my schedule and correct that. Yeah, we have Demosthenes Anagnostopoulos, who is the Secretary General for Information Systems and Digital Governments of the Ministry of Digital Governments of Greece. Please come up and join me. We also have Ivan Vasilev, who is the Minister of Innovation and Digital Transformation for Bulgaria. You merit applause for some reason. We'll find out in a second why that might be. And from our business community, we're very pleased once again to welcome to the stage Ivona Sikora, who's the Senior Vice President and General Manager for EMEA at Iron Mountain. Ivona, please come and join us. We have Georgios Soufas, who is the Managing Partner and Founder at Soufas Associates Law Firm. Hi, Ivona, please come and join us, find a seat. We have Thanasis Navrozoglou, who is the President and Chief Executive of Natec Banking Solutions. This is just like the World Cup. Some teams have got massive support. Your ultras are out there in the audience. Some teams perhaps need to assert themselves a little more. And we have Paul Meeks, who's the Head of Technology Research at Freedom Capital Markets. Paul, you're getting some applause. Please come and join us. Paul's coming the long way. Milking the applause. Excellent. Hey, boss. Hiya, how are you? Actually, the boss is standing over there in a metal jacket, so I give way to our mechanical overlords. We're having photos at the beginning of the session. Okay, look, it's been I think we'll all agree it's been a fascinating session so far this morning, that we've been accompanied by Amica and by the Metropolitan and by a philosopher and by, well, a lot of philosophy from our two previous exponents. But we need to get down to the nitty-gritty. We need to talk about the application of AI, how it is being used, what opportunities are being opened up and revealed by the adoption of AI. And we will talk about the risks, but I'd like to focus, if we can, on the opportunities. So you each have 4 or 5 minutes according to the program, but there are a lot of us, so I will ask you to be really disciplined about timekeeping. If you can give me back a minute, then we'll have more time for questions. So let's start with you, please.
Thank you. So it's very nice to be here on the 30th anniversary of this conference, and I understand I'm supposed to speak in Greek preferably, so I'm going to switch to Greek if it's okay with you.
Yeah. Amica doesn't mind.
Yeah, after all. Yeah.
It's very positive that the previous speaker spoke with great words about what we did in Greece in the last years. We have managed a lot, and we can do even more, and that gives us the obligation, since we have done a lot and it is widely recognized, to be we need to be more proactive and responsible regarding the future. With regard to Europe, with regard to technological evolution in AI, Europe is not a pioneer, and this is critical, but it is a pioneer in topics that have to do with the adoption of responsible AI in a way that in the future will be quite important to take advantage of it. I need to be practical in my approach, even though it's not encouraging to talk at philosophical level with Amica. In the future, we need to compete on whether technological advancement of United States and China can be competitive from Europe, and in what way. It is true that if you have two companies to compete each other, and one has a big LLM, a good LLM a year ago, and you come a year after with an equally good model and use AI responsibly, the market will prefer the first because the one that is a pioneer is the one who will be able to be used by the market. And that is the issue with Europe. Agentic AI gives the possibility not only to produce content, but use it in order to do works and be able to accelerate procedures, not only produce content, but have real processes. Europe can promote responsible use. It will be used as an advantage, and one might use it, but it also need for Europe to be technologically advanced. So how can we enhance technology in parallel with responsible use? Because if we produce responsible use later, it won't be valuable. We have the competitive edge in Europe, I dare say, but we need to see that at the technological basis. And Europe needs to work harder with regard to critical factors like the use of computing power, to the possibility to turn know-how for startups into products. That is traditionally the big problem for Europe. The possibility to have huge investment in technology, a huge problem for Europe, and attract talent, even though Europe has the talent, but it can use it perfectly. We have regulation, but we need to bring a balance between the offer of technological services. Europe will be able to be competitive. That for us to be sincere, very simple statement. The way we have services of AI to each and every one of us individually or at state level, that is a reality via hyperscalers. They offer these technologies to us as a consumer's good. Prevalence of Europe and the possibility of each and every one of us to create and use these technologies passes from the producers of technology in AI and hyperscalers. It is a critical issue. Europe needs to work on that, because if this possibility has no other alternatives, that not all we won't be able to compete what is coming to us that is already here. I want to add more, but later.
Well, we will do shortly. Ivan Vasilev, Minister of Innovation and Digital Transformation, on point. What's the view from Bulgaria?
I've prepared a short speech, so let me just start with my speech, and then I dig deeper with the Q&A session.
That's good. Yeah.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, earlier today on this stage, you met Amica, a robot that talk about to you about what it means to be a human. So let me tell you what happened when the robots arrived at the Ministry of Innovation and Digital Transformation of the Republic of Bulgaria. In Bulgaria, we recently did something a little bit unusual. We set up an informal advisory council made up entirely of AI robots and systems, a panel of so-called digital advisors. We plan to ask them the long, complicated, and difficult question about jobs, education, the economy. They will help us see patterns which we might otherwise miss. But they do not have the right to vote. They do not decide single-handedly anything. They do not replace a single human expert. But they read everything. They know a lot. They never sleep, and they are surprisingly frank, because robots have no career or allies to protect. Also, you can count on them to be objective, as we heard from Amica. I start with this, not as a curiosity, but because it captures Bulgaria's philosophy for the agentic age. Do not fear the technology, but put it to work under human control, in the open, for the public good. This year in Sofia, we start the construction of the Brain++, one of the 6 newest AI factories in the European Union. A 90 million euro home for a new AI supercomputer, open to scientists, companies, and public institutions alike. It builds on Insight, a research institute we created together with 2 of Europe's finest universities, ETH Zurich and EPFL. Insight developed BGPT, the first AI model of its kind in our part of Europe, built by the public, for the public. And we give it away for free to every school, every municipality, and every business. A country cannot outspend the giants, but a country can outshare them. And since we are here in Greece, allow me one more fact. A secure quantum communication line already runs from Sofia to the Bulgarian-Greek border, part of a European network connecting Greece, Bulgaria, Cyprus, and Romania. Scientists call this technology entanglement. I call it a good neighborhood policy. Now to the actual topic of this session. The change on the way is easy to describe. Yesterday's AI answered questions. Today's AI gets things done. These digital co-workers can plan, act, and follow through. Analysts expect that by the end of this year, 4 in 10 businesses' applications will have such agents built in it. And yet, most companies are still only experimenting. Very few trust agents with real work. This distance between the demo and the daily routine is where Europe's competitiveness will be decided. And I believe government should go first. At the Ministry of Innovation and Digital Transformation of the Republic of Bulgaria, we use AI in our everyday work, and we don't fear it. In Bulgaria, 62 public registers already exchange data automatically. Our platform, called Sigma AI, opens public procurement data to everyone, and any citizens or investigative journalists can see where public money goes. The next step is simple to say, but hard to do. An administration that comes to you with the answer, instead of you queuing for it. If we want businesses to trust digital co-workers, the state should be the first the first employer to hire one. Let me also be honest about the hard part. The real AI divide in Europe is not between countries, it's between big companies and small ones. Today, only about 1 in 12 Bulgarian companies uses AI. The European average is 1 in 5. I will not hide that number. It is also our biggest opportunity, and our AI factory is the answer. Supercomputing as a service, so that a furniture maker in a small Bulgarian town gets the same computing power as a multinational. The rules and the principles are, of course, necessary and important. You know the cliche that Europe regulates while others innovate. Bad rules are indeed sometimes a burden, but good rules are a foundation. Europe is not retreating, Europe is listening, and it should never have to choose between innovation and trust. Trust is what allows innovation to grow. Amika talked about what it means to remain human in the age of AI. For me, as a Minister of Innovation and Digital Transformation, the answer rests on one simple principle. Decisions belong to people. Machines are there to serve. And no algorithm will ever stand between a citizen and their right to an explanation behind every decision that matters. There must be a human who answers to it. This roundtable speaks of a progress in an age of upheaval. Upheaval is what history sends us, but progress is what nations choose. Bulgaria has made its choice to invest in knowledge and talent, to share what we create, and to earn trust every single day. And to our friends and partners in this room, my message is simple. Bulgaria is open. Come build with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks very much for that. Let me ask, I thought you left one issue hanging there, which was your government organized this consultation with AIs.
Yeah.
What was the outcome? Was it useful? Will you repeat it?
It's still in progress. I've just launched the Robot Advisory Board just 2 weeks ago, and I have the first robot in it called the Robot. I also invite the Robert Sofia, and after this panel, I have a conversation with Amika to invite her to join my panel and my advisory board. So I'm open to any robot around the world to join Bulgaria's AI and Robot Council. So we can create the future we want together.
So I think you're creating a new class of nomadic workers, and you're going to have robots flocking to Bulgaria to take advantage of your regime there. Okay, well, we've heard from our two policymakers. It's very clearly a government-first overview of the way policies can be implemented by government for the benefit of citizens at a national and European level. Let's move on to our business representatives. Ivona from Iron Mountain. I mean, our focus is on agentic AI. So first of all, give us a thumbnail idea of what we mean when we say agentic AI, and then give us your thoughts on this topic, please.
Okay, so everybody kind of thinks about AI, kind of in the past, AI was actually giving us answers to the information, to questions, looking for the information. Right now with the agentic AI, it's really kind of, it's about the agents that they can actually perform the work. Right. So, you have like I can very simplify, like in a bank, you have onboarding of a customer, or you issue a building permit. You have an information that it's scattered across a number of systems. Somebody is actually verifying it, kind of making a decision, and really kind of proceeding on the task. Today, agents can do that, agentic AI. And the other kind of spin on it is, in the past, we had something that was robotic process automation that was doing some of the work, but it was really kind of repeating the actions that you actually train. The difference with the AI is that they can actually learn themselves. They can, over time, as you are actually giving feedback and kind of deal with some of the exemptions and so on, it can learn and can actually augment the process itself.
Just to be clear, our friend over there, Amika, was very coy, I thought, in their expression of their capabilities. Agency means a move towards autonomy. So what we're talking about here is how we control that autonomy, how we limit it, and that's down to us, because Amica, I'm sure, would be happy to wander off and do everything themselves if they were so permitted. So this agency question is really critical, I think, in terms of capabilities, opportunities, and risks. Let's move along to Georgios Soufias, managing partner and founder of your own law firm. Please give us your view.
Yes, thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. For the past years, we lawyers have been debating generative AI, systems that answer when asked. That debate is already behind us. The question before us today is different. In kind, not in degree. Agentic AI does not want to be asked. It plans, it decides, it executes, it asks. An agent can review a data room, draft a disclosure schedule, negotiate a term, and file the document. Not sequentially, at the lawyer's prompting, but autonomously. In pursuit of an objective it was given once. And the law, as it stands, has no native category for this. Let me put the problem plainly. Our entire legal architecture, contract, agency, liability, professional responsibility, is built on one single assumption, that behind every act stands a person, a principal who instructs, an agent who obeys, a mind to which we can attribute intention, negligence, fault. Agentic AI quietly removes that person from the middle of the transaction. When an autonomous system concludes a contract on terms no human reviewed, who's consented? Who consented? When it errs, who was negligent? The developer, the deployer, the lawyer, who supervised or failed to? The UA Act gives us foundation, a good foundation, and should be proud that Europe moved first. But let us be honest with ourselves. The Act was convened for AI as a product, a system to be classified, assessed, and placed on the market. But agentic AI behaves less like a product and more like an actor. Regulating an actor by product rules is like regulating an employee under consumer protection law. It captures something, but not the essence. So what is the essence? I would suggest 3 principles for our discussion today. First, accountability by design. Autonomy for the machine can never mean anonymity for the human. Every agentic system must carry an unbroken chain of attribution, a natural or legal person who answers for its acts established before deployment, not litigated after the damage. Second, calibrated human oversight, not the fiction of a human in the loop who rubber stamps 1,000 decisions an hour, but meaningful control points where the stakes demand judgment and the professional courage to define where those points lie. Third, proportionality. We must not regulate the agent that schedules meetings as we regulate the agent that executes security trades or drafts a merger agreement. If we do, we will achieve the worst of both worlds. Innovation stifled where it is harmless, and risk unaddressed where it is real. For our profession specifically, I will say this, and I say that as a practicing lawyer, not a technologist. Agentic AI will not replace lawyers, but it will mercilessly expose the difference between those who practice law as a process and those who practice it as judgment. Process can be delegated to an agent. Judgment, the weighting of interests, the reading of a client, the ethical line one refuses to cross, cannot. Our task is to build the framework that keeps judgment where it belongs, with accountable human beings. The technology will not wait for our doctrines to mature. So let us begin. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed for that. Thank you. Let's move straight along to our next speaker, Thanasis Navrosoglou, who is the President and Chief Executive of Natec Banking Solutions. Your thoughts, please.
Well, thank you. I think I've heard a lot of interesting ideas and a lot of challenging, let's say, questions. And some of the previous panels also talked about the, let's say, about the ethics part, about the philosophical elements of AI, about many other things. I think we have a tremendous opportunity, though, here with AI. And being in Europe, I'm a European, we are in Greece at the moment, I think we also have a great opportunity to utilizing AI in democratizing innovation, because we have a lot of innovation, we have a lot of imagination, we have a lot of new tool sets out there. So AI is now bringing this, let's say, equality across every single place out there. You know, innovation can happen in Sofia, it can happen in Athens, can happen in Ioannina, where is my hometown. So there's no constraint anymore in where you build things. You know, the doctrine before was technology to be consumed everywhere. Nowadays, I think is technology to be created anywhere, everywhere. Because through AI, you have this opportunity once in a lifetime. Actually, it was mind-blowing what effect that change has had in over too many industries, including ours. And we can really, really build stuff. Now, if you look at the audience, you can see many people interacting with physical devices, with technical devices, with technology, with their phones. This is actually augmenting their lives. And so that we can also do that through AI. And AI is everywhere. Of course, we have an issue in Europe, which is we're not really building the infrastructural layer to support further innovation in AI, but we have those great companies out there who are building it. So we are using models from built either in China, as you mentioned, or in the US, which is, let's say, the market that is building, say, for the Western world, the majority of the large language models. And we here in Europe, we have also another opportunity, and we're really good at, let's say, regulating it. Now, that can be really funny, but if we can build, this European continent, this house of, let's say, trust, let's call it the house of trust around AI, where people, can bring their ideas, innovate, and build things with transparency, with a great, let's say, with a safety net around whatever you do. I think we can innovate further. Now, also, I'm coming from a world where we're building technology for a heavily regulated, let's say, domain, which is the banking domain. And then we have quite an interesting thing. People who are using banking applications, or they feel that technology is a lot around, let's say, banking, about processes, about back office things, and so on. And they go back home, and they see that the appliances they're using, their mobile phones, or their TV sets, are more advanced and easier to use than their banking applications. So there's room for improvement. Definitely there's room for improvement. And I think this is also another opportunity that we can bring to the table, also with a risk, because we cannot really forget about the risks. But the main risk is not about not doing something perfectly fine. It's about not doing anything in the right timing. So timing is of essence. And I really feel that in Europe we have this opportunity, but we have to be really faster in deploying it. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. That's really interesting. Let's move along to Paul. Paul Meeks, Head of Technology Research at Freedom Capital Markets. Your reflections.
Sure. First of all, I apologize to everybody who we elected President of the United States. So I came here to do that for you first off.
We've got an alternative for you. Standing right behind you could probably do a better job.
So I am a Wall Street investment banking analyst, and so I cover technology, and I specifically publish and speak in the media about AI infrastructure. And I agree with my buddy here, because you would expect the American on the panel to talk his book. When we say talk your book on Wall Street, you're doing something self-serving. But I actually see a big opportunity at this stage in the AI infrastructure build-out for Europe, because the building of the large language models was and is a nuclear arms race between the biggest. The 4 or 5 hyperscalers in the United States are going to spend over $700 billion US this year. And they've already said in 27 more. And they haven't said anything about 28 yet, but I bet more. So that is a race that is very hard to win. However, we have gone in the food chain from large language model building to now inference, some of the things that you're talking about, agentic AI. And the nice thing about that is who wins are not necessarily the arms suppliers in the AI infrastructure build, but the application layer. And even at the dinner last night, the Prime Minister was talking about this. It's a good comment. And so this is a great opportunity. A great opportunity. Let the other guys spend all this crazy amount of money, because at the end of the day, I think some of them may regret what they spent. But here is a chance as we go from large language models to inference to agentic AI for Europe to really have a big impact, an oversized impact, as some of the other giants have had in the early stages. The one thing I would say about regulations is, particularly in the world that we live in the United States today, we have Trump for about 2.5 more years. Not that I'm counting the days. But one of the things that we made a mistake is in the advent of the internet. In the United States, in 2026, we are still operating under legislation that was passed in 1996 when Bill Clinton was president. That was a long time ago. And here is an example of how it goes badly when you don't change things. In 1996, under the original legislation, they decided that the social media companies like Meta and then later Google would be seen as data transmission pipes. They weren't responsible for the content. Now, if I'm a reporter for the New York Times, I write an article, I better make sure that the facts are right because I'm sued, right? Same thing with your publication. But what happened was when you are considered not a content creator, but a data pipe, then you can put up racist material, then somebody goes in and kills people in a place of worship, and they stream it all on Facebook. So that was obviously an error. So the best legislation, where I have the most hope, is not from our own country, because A, we have Trump, and B, we have a divided Congress between the Democrats and the Republicans. It's probably going to come from you. And that's cool. That's cool. And please, bring it on.
Okay. Yeah, I can assure you we have no division at all in Europe.
Yeah, I've read about that too.
Yeah. Okay, wonderful, thank you. That's a great review across the board. Yvonne, I'm very grateful to you for dedicating some of your time to helping us get to grips with the idea of agentic, what we really mean, and how this is a transformation in our relationship with AI. So I'm going to come back to you. I want to get down to the nitty-gritty here. We'll stick with our business representatives for the moment. How are you, this is always the test is always, you sell your book, so to speak, but do you actually use this stuff? Do you use your own product? So tell us how Iron Mountain and its clients employ AI. Now, I asked you this question a couple of years ago. It was pretty much the same form of question. So I'm really interested if you can reflect on how your answer now differs from your answer then, if you remember.
Yeah. So thank you, Alistair. So obviously, we heard on the previous panels, and Amica is a really good example. AI has developed so much over the last 2 years that what we have been applying AI in the past, it was kind of strictly really kind of data extraction, data classification. So it's really kind of making a use of a data that we're kind of, we call it like a dark data. Today, as we said, is really kind of how the AI agents are going to do the work, how they are going to, challenge also the thinking, as the minister was saying about kind of the government in Bulgaria, how you are running your business, how you're running the citizen services and so on. So definitely it is happening. And over the last 2 years, what we have seen, there was a lot of like pilots, like how do we kind of pilot this? What is the outcome? And also some of the companies are actually looking into, instead of setting up the measures, what is truly the outcome of, if you are applying an agent, what is it that I want to have? It was, I still see a lot of companies having we will be using kind of AI everybody has to use it for at least an hour or something like that. So this is definitely not the right application. It's more like a familiarizing people with that. It's more about kind of a change management. But I think right now we're getting to the very practical use of AI, and I can even use the Greek government that has a MAI Gov or is using AI agents in the Hellenic cadastre to verify the notary deeds. So it's already, we could see a practical use, but it's really kind of about structuring the data and really designing the outcomes. And what is also the role of the human? It's like, a lot of people are saying, AI is going to replace my work. Yes, it's going to replace that kind of basic work that was really kind of, I'm going to read this, I'm going to check this. We can absolutely have a machine doing. So it is actually kind of requiring upskilling our people in terms of, first of all, how do you manage AI from a perspective of how they're delivering the work, but it's also what I as a human, kind of am going to add to this. And that was this kind of, we have this kind of what the differentiation between human and the machine is.
Let me move along to Georgios. I mean, the legal profession, a bit like the doctor's surgery, this is not a place where you want machines making decisions. They have tremendous contribution to make, but where do you draw the line? Give us a practical, tell us a little bit practically about where your organization is using AI and where you're drawing the lines.
Yes. For me, the real shift is from AI that answers to AI that does. A year ago, the tools were clever assistants. You could ask, they replied, you did the work. What is changing now, and this is important for the professional services sector, is that agents execute multi-step tasks end-to-end. And that touches the core of our services. So in my practice, take the document-heavy end of my practice. In a due diligence exercise, an agent can now work through an entire data room, real hundreds of contracts, flag change of control clauses, assignment restrictions, indemnities, and produce a first pass issues list overnight. That work needed a team of associates a week, and now comes back in a few hours. Same with the draft of agreements. So the part I would like to stress as a lawyer is agentic AI changes the execution layer, not the accountability layer. The agent's draft, I remain responsible. Who signs, who is answerable to the client, the court, and the regulator. So, which means the real decisions now are verifications, confidentiality. You cannot pour privileged material into a system you don't control. And a clear record, we need a clear record of where the human judgment entered.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanasis, the financial sector is about trust, about privacy, but about the management of massive data sets. Where do you draw the line? How are you employing this new technology, and how are you keeping it away from areas that might be of particular risk in your sector?
Well, that's a very good question. Actually, the data is massive, and till now, very recently, you didn't have real ways of analyzing or getting into proper, let's say, quality results or information out of this data. You could, but it would take time. Nowadays, you have AI, and you can utilize greater technology to get into decision-making faster. And now that has even further evolved, and you can actually take actions or delegate actions, but still you have to be accountable for those decisions you're taking, as you rightly said. But this is quite the strength of this new era. Now, whether there's going to be leakages of data into the models, that's something that we are heavily working. All the guys, all the people working in the technology, the regulators as well, they're trying to create islands of silos, let's say, of security and so on. But there's another risk. If you don't act like that, then there are adversaries who are working really, really hard, utilizing the best of the technology to go beyond those firewalls or those protection layers that you have, and you can have fraud, or you can have impersonation, or you can take account takeovers. Nowadays, we heard people having meetings with people that are not really there because of AI. I've been victim myself as well. So this is something that is increasingly pressing a lot of technology companies, a lot of people in the financial sector. But unless we use it, we also have this liability against our clients and them against their clients for not using a tool set that is available, but somebody else could use it on their behalf for not the best of their interest.
And you're also in a very competitive environment. You can't fall behind.
Correct.
You can't afford to fall behind competitors. Paul, is regulation the answer to these risks that we're hearing about? Can regulation do the job? And in particular, given the nature of this technology, how do you regulate in such a way that you guard against operators, malevolent operators in other jurisdictions? Any thoughts about that?
Well, I shared just a few minutes ago how skeptical I am about the U.S. getting it right, since we're operating the internet under 1996 legislation. I think it's paramount that we get this right. I think you lead it, probably not us. We need to have guardrails, but if it's too restrictive, then we hold back an emerging technology. So I think we need to have guardrails, and they're not just regional, they're worldwide. But also, the bad guys are always more aggressive and more hungry than the good guys, and so they're always going to be ahead of the regulations.
They're unrestricted by regulators.
Right. And so, obviously, we need the best cybersecurity tools we have. If you follow some of these stocks like I do, particularly in the U.S. market, they've all been big winners. But yes, it'll be a combination, because no matter how well you try to legislate and how successful you may be, the culprits are always one step ahead.
Yeah. I mean, that arms war between cybersecurity people and the bad people out there trying to rip us off is a constant in technology development, and going all the faster now. We're out of time, but I'm going to finish with a very, very quick question, very brief answers from our policymakers. The pace of change, unprecedented. We've never had a technology like this that moves so quickly. How do you keep up as policymakers? How do you make sure that your frameworks, your policies are flexible to the potential for change? You've got 30 seconds to answer that.
Yeah, just 30 seconds?
Indeed, okay. That's the world we live in.
Let me say just a few words about what we have accomplished in the last 7 years in Greece. We're now developing Daedalus, which is our AI factory, and of the 7 awards, contracts that were awarded in EU. These days, the law for incorporating AI Act is a bill which is under discussion in our parliament. And in the last 7 years, we have accomplished to have more than 700 million transactions of interoperability just to serve citizens.
I think you can take it as given that we all appreciate what your government has achieved over the last 7 years.
Cloud-first strategy. Europe has to win the AI race, not based on its current technological effectiveness and advancement. It's how you deploy AI solutions in your economy that will be the answer. And then the third issue is how to gain productivity out of it. This question, deployment of AI technology in the real economy, is still open. And also gaining productivity out of it. And this is where we should, I think, gather all our efforts as a Europe. Last, I have to say that if we kind of delay that much, in Europe, then we'll have to face also the vendor lock-in problem. Because if we develop AI technologies based on AI solutions and tools which are provided by hyperscalers and AI companies without any real, from Europe's perspective, capability to influence how these tools are used, then it will be, after 3 or 5 years, too late for us to avoid vendor lock-in and use European technologies from AI European factors. So that's the big issue that we're going to face in the forthcoming years, to my understanding.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you very much for that answer. Ivan, you're the Minister of Innovation, so you must embrace the pace of change. How do you do that?
I firmly believe that the government should be the catalyst of the transformation. We should make the necessity regulation that is understandable and easy to follow. And we should create an environment which attracts talent, attracts capital. And speaking as government, as a catalyst of the digital transformation, I firmly believe that it's up to us to navigate the change of the world, which will define the upcoming decades.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you so much. The only way we could have made this conversation shorter is if it had been between GPTs. That would have been very, very quick. It would have been over in a second. But it was humans, and hopefully will remain that way for some time to come. Please join me in thanking our panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A photo. A family photo. Yes, please. Family photo.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Over to Joan to take us through to lunch.
Hey, nice to see you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's the final session before lunch. So we're going to get a move on very quickly. We're turning to look again at in the investment landscape, investment and growth in Greece. We've got 4 speakers. Let me introduce them. Ioannis Tsakiris, Vice President of the European Investment Bank. Yorios Pitsilis, Governor of the Independent Authority for Public Revenue Greece. George Paiulatos, Ambassador of Greece to the OECD. And Colin Ellis, Head of Economic Research at Moody's Analytics. Come on, gentlemen, we're going to get started very quickly. Take a seat. I'll be here. Okay, so the title of this session says Investing in Greece, a retrospective. I don't want to do a retrospective, actually, because we've kind of done that in a way in some of the sessions this morning, and you know, we've covered a lot of the ground, and I think the audience maybe is familiar with some of the progress that's been made. So I'd rather that we had a future focus on improving the investment, growth, competitiveness landscape in Greece. And you're all old hands, so I'm sure you can do that. So yeah, if you want to do a retrospective, which is obviously this is an institutional reflection rather than government or business, that's fine in a few points. But if you can also, you know, try to focus on, you know, the kind of issues as you see them, outstanding issues, and next steps really to take the momentum forward, that would be great. So Ioannis, I'm turning first of all to you. Welcome.
Thank you, and I'm very glad to be here. Well, I was prepared for a retrospective, but I think it's more useful to look forward, although I was part of this journey from the first government of Greece, and it was a real impressive, stressful, but fruitful journey that bring Greece into a level that we are not talking anymore about recovery, we are talking about transformation. And transformation, it can come from several factors, taking into account the global economy and also the geopolitics of the region. So we are currently living in a stable macroeconomic environment. In Greece, there is stability, there is tax reforms and digital reforms that they have affected all the span of the enterprises and the citizens. So what we need to do, and I will finish with that, is three things. Capacity, capacity, capacity.
Okay. You can elaborate a bit more on that if you like, but we can also come back. But thanks so much for being focused. Over now to you, Yorios.
Well, for the sake of consistency with the title of our discussion, of our session, regarding the retrospective, I would say that the Tax and Customs Administration has played a key role in establishing fiscal stability, which was one of the major issues that could secure the economy's position, getting back to investment grade, and then so that's setting, let's just say, the scene for competitiveness, because without that, you cannot discuss about a competitive economy. But now we need to move from that on how we become predictable, outward-looking, how we attract long-term investment. And when it comes to the tax administration, the discussion is much more than tax rates. We all know that investors don't just look in low tax rates. Otherwise, no big investment would have happened in countries with medium or high tax rates. I think the question is, for an investor is, how can I understand the rules? How can I do what I want to do, my business activity, without impediments? How do I comply without friction? And at the end of the day, how do I achieve tax certainty before I do an investment step? And this is these are the areas in which we're working intensively in the tax administration. We are steadily working towards data-driven tax administration, which means all obligations are digitally fulfilled, digital tax returns, pre-filling, continuous transaction control system, or My Data system, which has helped reduce our VAT gap from 30% approximately to 9%, so below the EU average. Then in the area of tax certainty, we have introduced an advanced ruling scheme, which has made us align to international best practice, which means that a business, before investing, can ask a question how its investment plan is going to be treated tax-wise. So we don't wait for an audit to tell them that this is wrong. They know beforehand, and this is also public. We have a very efficient dispute resolution unit that examines almost 99% of requests and publishes its decisions, so people know how we think. Transparency is of paramount importance here. And then how we improve our digital services, how we bring more and more end-to-end digital services without friction, but at the same time, how would we provide guidance to businesses on how to comply. And the fourth area, I would say, which is of a special importance in Greece, is customs. Greece is not just one of the 27 member states in terms of customs. We're the southeast gate of Europe. We have 160 inhabited islands. We are the definition of an archipel in international law. So how our customs operate, what facilitations we provide, how we invest in schemes, trusted trader schemes like authorized economic operators, free zones, warehousing. How do we give back the refunds in a timely and a predictable manner? All these are areas where if we succeed, then we can make a difference and be attractive without being soft. Tax administration does not need to be soft. It needs to be firm where we need to be firm, because this is the way that we secure, let's just say, healthy competition between businesses. The rule is applied, but at the same time, we can be friendly, we can be supportive, we can be predictive, we can provide information there. In a nutshell, this is what we are striving for in our tax and customs administration. And I think in our way, we have made a difference over the previous years in setting the scene for the Greek economy.
Absolutely, thank you. George.
John, if you allow me to start with a very brief retrospective, because
yes, I don't want to
12 years
prevent you saying
which will
anything.
take me to the point that you are looking at. So 10, 12 years ago, I was talking to my leading businessman, and he said, whatever you do in your business, you restructure, you get the best talent, you open markets, you raise productivity, you cannot change the macros. The macros were the great burden of the Greek economy, falling upon businesses, domestic and discouraging foreign investors. Now they've become the great advantage of the Greek economy. So I would start looking forward. One thing, retain the gains in terms of the macros. The Greek economy has been growing at 2% levels since 2021, when the Eurozone average is close to flat. The crisis has moved in the Eurozone or the fragility or the vulnerability from the periphery to the core. Greece has demonstrated the fastest reduction of public debt to GDP in the developed world. We need to sustain this path. We need to sustain primary budget surpluses. They're not just sustained, but they have become sustainable. And they've become sustainable because the structure of the economy is also changing. It is not just tax evasion, which with the efforts of Governor Pitsilis and his team we've closed the VAT gap.
Sorry, do you think they are sustainable at these levels, which have been above the actual target, the primary surpluses? Do you think they are sustainable over a longer term?
Well, we are close to 4.5 primary surplus. That might be too high, but the primary budget, significant primary budget surpluses are sustainable, as they have been sustained over the last few years. And they are sustainable. I'll give you one indication. Exports. We used to be a closed economy. Exports are now from 20% level to over 40%. And that's very significant. The composition of exports is we're not exporting olives or fruit. There's an increasing share of high value added of manufacturing, of technological component. Competition. I'm happy enough to represent Greece at the OECD, and at the report that came out there's an indicator, composite indicator, product market regulation index, which lumps together hundreds of qualitative indicators regarding market regulation, regarding state involvement in the economy, competition in terms of regulating competition, and regulation in terms of entry of new players in the market. Greece topped the charts of the OECD in terms of the improvement that took place between 2018 and 2023. And we were invited to present our record of achievement in front of 38 member states, 37 member states with the OECD. Now, this is something that refers to the past, but it needs to be sustained. And there is more ground to be reached because we have been performing among the leading countries in the OECD when it comes to the delta of improvement. So if you look at the distance covered over the last few years, Greece has been the fastest running country in terms of bridging the gaps from OECD and EU partners. But we're still lagging behind in a number of indicators, which is, on one hand, the structural features of the economy, for example, very small enterprises, which are a burden in terms of productivity, in terms of tax collection, in terms of overall competitiveness of the economy, and of course the legacies of the crisis, which have not been completely eradicated, despite the huge distance that has been covered. So we need to keep up the pace. We need to establish the kind of continuity and consistency that has been hard gained over the last few years. And we need to make sure that we don't go back. And we need to make sure that the levels of growth of investment that we have seen over the last few years, largely accelerated thanks to the RRF, but also thanks to the private investment that has been crowded in as a result of the RRF. Greece has posted an 83% growth in investment volume between 2019 and 2025. This is the highest rate of growth of investment volume in the entire European Union. We need to keep up along this track. We need to keep up with the transformation of the investment in terms of quality, in terms of participation of technology, in terms of higher value added. And all this is a constant effort. It is something that involves huge across-the-board transformations and improvements in the institutional environment in terms of affecting private sector incentives, and in terms of getting it right in terms of budgetary balance, in terms of extroversion of the economy, in terms of green transition of the economy happening at the same time with the digital transition. It was mentioned before, just to give a number, and it's a number that I like particularly. In 2020, there was this revolutionary digitization of the Greek economy. The total transactions on gov.gr in 2020 were 90 million. 2025, it's 2.7 billion transactions. This means that there's a whole breadth of investors and citizens and companies, small and large, that are doing their business much more efficiently, much faster, in a way that's much more conducive to productivity and the competitiveness of the Greek economy. These are things that are constantly to be pursued. It is not a battle that has been won. It is a constant struggle, and we need to keep on this track. And the signs, let me just finish with that, the signs are very good. There was a recent report by the OECD just a few weeks ago, the Digital Government Outlook, and Greece is above the OECD average in 5 out of 6 indicators that build the benchmark of the OECD. So we are doing well. We have set the standards for the attractiveness of the Greek economy. We need to keep up the effort.
Thank you very much, George. Colin, where do you see the opportunities to take things one step further, and where the gaps do you think?
Thank you, Joan, and good afternoon, everybody. It is wonderful to be back here in this amazing venue, and I'd like to thank the economist and Nectaria and her team, as always. It's lovely. I am going to start because, the title was retrospective, right? And given who I work for, I think I need to acknowledge, as everybody has, the amazing progress that Greece has made over the past decade. Because it has been very hard won, and it has involved real pain for so many Greek people. And I don't think we should ever just kind of sweep that under the carpet. And not just because, these are people's lives we're talking about, but also to make it a bit more forward-looking. There are lots of other countries today that are finding themselves in difficult positions. And Greece is the example they can look to. So we have this concept called fiscal space, where I work. And it's not really about how much more can you borrow. It's more, how difficult is it for you to get your public finances back on track? Is the adjustment that we think you need simple or doable compared to what you've done in the past? And when I look at Italy, France, the UK today, I see no fiscal space. Because to bring debt down, we need a fiscal transformation that we've never seen them do before. But that was true here 10 years ago. And actually, Greece is a shining example to other countries of how to bring that about, difficult and painful as it is. And when I talk to banks and investors now, I don't think Greece has any investment problem or perception problem with investors at all. Certainly not in terms of the capital. And you can see that in the FDI numbers. You can see that in growth that's more investment-driven than consumption-driven. It's a great success story, but there are a couple of areas that I just wanted to highlight kind of going forwards to turn it into the forward-looking aspect. The first is clearly RRF has been a very big deal here, but RRF was always a bridge, not a destination. So the challenge going forwards is going to be how does Greece cope with, in all likelihood, a slightly slower pace of investment, and certainly FDI rates are probably a bit below that peak we saw in 2022. And I think the really important thing here is that the Greek government has bought itself time, and it has these primary surpluses, which are actually a little bit more than are required under the agreements with the European institutions. The one area I would call out, where maybe if you were going to try and spend some of that space, it probably isn't capital in a kind of economic investment sense at all, because the reason we care about investment and capital is, we care about growth, and it's often kind of lumped into productivity. But actually, the really big factor of production I still think will matter is labor. So if I was a forward-looking economist, which I try to be right now, I think there's a lot more that the Greek government could do in terms of the labor force. Participation rates here are still about 5 percentage points below the EU average. Female participation in the workforce is still very low. There are issues around childcare, elder care. There are issues around taxation and social contributions, particularly for less formal work. And actually, given that the investment flows look healthy, given that the capital is coming, I don't subscribe to the idea that we don't need people because AI and Amika is going to do everything for us. Sorry, Amika. I think we're still going to need people, and having an active, engaged workforce that we are reskilling and training to meet those challenges, I think, is incredibly important.
Yeah, just to to pursue that point. Obviously, that's something that can't be done overnight, addressing that problem, the kind of the demographic issues, the participation rates and so on, and actually getting the percentage of, for example, female labor into the workforce requires actually a lot of state investment in, it's women in Greece who are mainly carrying the burden of bringing up children, looking after the elderly and infirm and so on. You can't change that overnight. So what are the policies that can actually bring some rewards relatively quickly, do you think?
Well, I mean, I think you've answered the question for me. And I appreciate this is a divisive topic. It's a bit like pineapple on pizza. You either hate it or you love it. But I think it's more about setting an agenda for probably the next government after the elections, because it will take 4 or 5 years to embed some of these policies and see the fruit. But I genuinely think making early childcare cheaper and providing better access to that would help a lot. We've seen that go a long way in other countries. There are still issues around the nature of taxation and how much of it is individual-based versus household-based. There are clearly issues around social care for the elderly. These are difficult things that need to be grappled with, but again, this is a government that now has a track record and a track record of delivering. So even though this would be an ambitious agenda where we've seen this fall down and these kind of policies stutter in other parts of the world, Greece has credibility now. And I think investors would believe promises from this government that it was actually going to get to grips with this issue, which is one of the areas where there's been a little bit less progress than some of the other areas of reform.
Yeah, so as someone said earlier, 4 more years needed, and maybe constitutional, the constitutional change is obviously a very big thing and on the agenda of whoever wins the next election. Well, it might not be on the agenda, for some, but anyway, we won't get into all that. But I wanted to give you the chance, Ioannis, because you were very short in your initial remarks to come in now. I've been asked to try, because we were meant to finish for lunch at 2 o'clock. I've been asked to try and finish before past, so a few more minutes though I think we can take. So I guess the question is, I don't want to say there were easy wins, because none of those wins were easy at all. They were incredibly painful and difficult and so on. But looking forward, are they harder now or easier? more gains can be made in all, the areas that you're involved in whether it's digitization, whether it's still further tax reform, but how do you see it?
Yes, allow me also to elaborate very quickly on what I said before on capacity. I mean, the question for Europe, the question for Greece is about competitiveness. And my view is that Greece should expand in building capacity, building production, building hard assets.
Okay.
We have invested a lot also in soft assets, let's say. But when it comes to resilience, it's about hard assets. So we need more infrastructure, we need more critical infrastructure, we need more interconnections, we need a better electrical grid, we need better ports. Thanks God we have a lot of roads, so it's not an issue. We need transportation, we need networks in general. And this is capacity, and this is resilience as well, because don't forget that if we go 20 years back, summer 2006, in Greece it was a party, a big party. Everybody was celebrating, and disaster was just around the corner. So, of course, nobody can foresee the future, but assuming that the future is doing circles, disaster should be somewhere in the future. So we have to be vigilant, we have to deploy resilience, enhance more the reforms, and let's say, don't rest, be always alerted. Because Greeks, me including, we have the tendency to relax, so we shouldn't.
Okay, yeah, I think it's a good point on the infrastructure, which, in terms of being, a very important driver of long-term growth, and obviously critical for the investment landscape. I think maybe, we could have discussed even more, the infrastructure, investment in infrastructure, but thanks for that. Just to take all of you just one, max 1 minute now to come back on this question of, is it now harder or easier in terms of the direction of travel and what still needs to be done? Are there still any, what you would say are quick gains or easy gains in terms of red tape or regulation or what? So,
challenges are always hard. It's a very good thing that collecting taxes is not now part of Greece's problem, is part of the solution. And of course, we've not solved everything, but we've set course for the right destination. There are many challenges ahead. Expectations differ. They become stronger sometimes. So you need to match simplification with fair audits. You need to match speed with efficiency. And I would say for us, big titles is how we reshape our organization now, going away from old-fashioned models of local competences and restrictions that would not allow us to be more efficient. Digitalization allows us now for an auditor in Athens to audit a company in Thessaloniki, and for an agent that is based in Heraklion to answer a question to a taxpayer in Patra. So this is how we need to organize ourselves. The other big question is how we deal with AI that is coming and is going to affect everybody. Not want to take over the other speakers' time. I would say there are new challenges ahead, but I'm optimistic if we managed to succeed in what was conceived as more or less as impossible in the previous years. I think we have the capacity to succeed in the rest.
Yeah, thanks. George, if you had to identify a priority, just one, how would you see it?
I would say we need to constantly upgrade the quality of our labor force in terms of constant upskilling and reskilling in a world that is changing rapidly. So some of the areas that we thought 5-10 years ago were the cutting edge of where jobs will be created, are now pointing to different areas. They are already defunct. And in a way, going back to your previous question, Joan, it's easier and harder. It's harder to reduce the unemployment rate from 8.5 to 6% than it is to take it down from 18%. And it's harder to raise the employment rate as we are today than it was when the unemployment rate was higher. As in the diet. But in our case, we are not postponing it to Monday, which is a very important element. But it's also easier because we don't have to fight with a negative stereotype of trying to rebrand Greece in a positive way, as the country needed to do several years ago. And we are also riding on the coattails and the results and the structural transformation that has already happened as a result of the investment that has taken place over the last few years, whose productivity benefits are to be seen down the road.
Okay, same question for you then, Colin, to finish off. 1 minute, and it'll be 25 minutes past, and we'll have done our job good.
I mean, I've already talked about the labour market, right? And I think that's where I would focus. And I just want to emphasise, it's because Greece has regained its credibility. And investors now don't differentiate Greece from the rest of Europe in the way that they used to in the past. So investment flows are good, FDI flows are good. There is more to be done. There is always more to be done. It's when you look at things like product market regulation or labour market flexibility, beating the average is nice, but actually matching the Netherlands in some of those measures would probably be even better. So there's always scope to do more stuff. And just on the point about, is it more difficult or easier? I mean, the standard question there is, most of the time governments do the easy stuff first, the low-hanging fruit. But actually, I think scale and scope of changes, not kind of individual measures, but the whole gamut of what has been achieved across the economy over the past 10 years, particularly the last 7 or 8 years, that should be incredibly positive because it gives the Greek people confidence that their government can set long-term plans. It gives investors confidence that the Greek government is not going to volte-face and turn around and do something different. And to the point that George made, if Greece is becoming this more dynamic, more flexible economy, predicting exactly where to put the money is the wrong game because things will shift and things will change. It's about equipping the economy to adjust to those shocks.
Well, please join me in thanking our 4 speakers. Thank you very much, all of you, and we're going to go for lunch. Let's have a photograph.
At the crossroads of energy and technology, we lead the new energy era with purpose, innovation, and a clear plan. By merging energy with intelligence, investing in critical energy and digital infrastructure, well prepared to face market volatility and seize opportunities. Clean energy is our drive. A sustainable future for all is our destination.
Why do we work? Why do we make the sacrifices we make?
the late nights, the syncing with coworkers 5 time zones away.
Why? Why?
Why?
¿Por qué hacemos lo que hacemos?
Why? Because we all want our work to mean something. We want it to have impact. And not just on the bottom line, but the people we ultimately serve. Your customers. Iron Mountain knows how to make your work mean more. After all, we've been protecting your most valuable assets for over 7 decades. Who better to help you use it to unlock new ideas and insights that will not only accelerate your business, but elevate it in so many ways. By digitizing your information, securely decommissioning your IT assets, safeguarding your brand reputation, collaborating to meet your sustainability goals, and connecting your work to the world.
So let's roll up our sleeves and get to it, shall we?
Let's find the gold in your mountain of data.
Let's elevate.
Let's elevate. Let's elevate.
大家都是你的梦。
让我们提升。
Let's elevate.
Let's elevate.
Elevate the power of your work.
Threats don't announce themselves. Neither do we. From signal to action. When it matters most. Vigilus Group. When every moment counts.
Welcome to Onyx, a fully acquired Mediterranean estate, a perfect ecosystem, integrated as one. Activated and engineered for scale, a sanctuary to reconnect with nature, a scalable real estate model, an agricultural identity that roots the project in place, shaped by climate, guided by terrain, sustainable by design. Geothermal below, solar above, 2 clean systems delivering 0 emissions, long-term savings, and off-grid autonomy. Modular form, durable structure. Onyx delivers measurable yield and trusted hard assets. Join the pilot, shape the prototype, invest where the Mediterranean evolves.
Energy is life, and DEPA is at the heart of it. From major infrastructure to homes and businesses. DEPA energizes every moment of modern living. Driven by innovation and strengthened by international partnerships, DEPA is securing the energy future of Greece and its wider region. DEPA is investing in new, state-of-the-art power generation units, ensuring system stability and boosting competition. Through investments in alternative fuels, clean technologies, and bold new ideas, DEPA is shaping a sustainable future tomorrow, today. And because people are at the heart of every progress story, DEPA stands beside consumers, its employees, and local communities every step of the way. DEPA is powering progress, today and for the future. DEPA Group of Companies at the heart of energy.
Making a real difference to people's health. That's what drives us. We're not here to do what's easy. We work to provide real and positive change for patients, the people they love, and the professionals who care for them. For generations, we have dedicated ourselves to tackling healthcare challenges where our impact matters most. Our focus is on areas like oncology, neurology, and cardiovascular and metabolic diseases. Conditions like these place the greatest strain on patients, families, communities, and healthcare systems around the world. Detecting diseases earlier and understanding them better means we can provide patients with the right treatments quicker. This is how our life-changing diagnostics and medicines help people live healthier, longer lives. And we are persistent. We keep going even in the toughest areas of research, and we learn from the experiences of those living with disease every day. Because of all this, we are finding new ways to make a difference. From developing tests to diagnose conditions like neurological disorders and cancers before symptoms occur, to delivering first-of-their-kind medicines that halt and even reverse diseases in areas from autoimmunity to metabolic health. We are also making treatments more accessible and available closer to patients' homes. We are determined to prevent, stop, and cure diseases. Not someday, but now. Because every medical breakthrough means more birthdays, more experiences, more moments with those who matter most. We are doing now what patients need next.
Freedom begins with a choice. In 2008, we made ours. Freedom knows no borders. Today, freedom is a system that shapes markets. $2 billion in annual revenue, $9.3 billion market capitalization, 11 million customers, 11,300 plus employees, 230 offices worldwide. Freedom Holding Corp. One ecosystem, many possibilities.
Σιγά το πολύ έλαιο.
Καλώς την detective Σούλα. Πού πας ρε μάνα?
Σιγά να σου πω.
Άρα.
Ω, γεια σας κυρία Σούλα, περάστε. Γεια σας. Γεια σας. Αυτό γιατί πάει έτσι γρήγορα?
Άμα έχεις γρήγορο ίντερνετ.
Σιγά το τζετ. Κατά τα άλλα πώς είστε?
Σήμερα είμαι όλη μέρα στο κινητό.
Σιγά την βλαχοδήμορφο.
Είπατε κάτι?
Όχι, τίποτα. Μπράβο σας πάντως. Και γρήγορο ίντερνετ και ατελείωτο χρόνο να μιλάτε όλη μέρα στο κινητό. Γιατί δεν έχετε πια.
Αφού έχουμε Nova More.
Σιγά το μυστικό του κράτους. Και εμείς θα το βάλουμε.
Nova More. Μια νέα πρόταση από την Nova που τα συνδυάζει όλα. Ίντερνετ σταθερή και κινητή από 36 ευρώ το μήνα και προσφέρει υπηρεσίες που κάνουν τη ζωή σου καλύτερη ακόμη πιο οικονομικά. Nova More. Τώρα είναι η ώρα για Nova.
Φυσικά, Τζέσι μου, και έβαλα Nova More. Σιγά μην τα άφηνα.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
PPC. At the crossroads of energy and technology, we lead the new energy era with purpose, innovation, and a clear plan. By merging energy with intelligence, investing in critical energy and digital infrastructure, well prepared to face market volatility and to seize opportunities. Clean energy is our drive. A sustainable future for all is our destination.
Why do we work? Why do we make the sacrifices we make? The late nights, the sinking with coworkers 5 time zones away.
Why? Why?
Why?
¿Por qué hacemos lo que hacemos?
Why? Because we all want our work to mean something. We want it to have impact. And not just on the bottom line, but the people we ultimately serve. Your customers. Iron Mountain knows how to make your work mean more. After all, we've been protecting your most valuable assets for over 7 decades. Who better to help you use it to unlock new ideas and insights that will not only accelerate your business, but elevate it in so many ways. By digitizing your information, securely decommissioning your IT assets, safeguarding your brand reputation, collaborating to meet your sustainability goals, and connecting your work to the world.
So let's roll up our sleeves and get to it, shall we?
Let's find the gold in your mountain of data.
Let's elevate.
Let's elevate. Let's elevate.
带着无敌的梦。
让我们提升。
Let's elevate.
Let's elevate.
Elevate the power of your work.
Threats don't announce themselves. Neither do we. From signal to action. When it matters most. Vigilus Group. When every moment counts.
Welcome to Onyx, a fully acquired Mediterranean estate, a perfect ecosystem, integrated as one. Activated and engineered for scale, a sanctuary to reconnect with nature, a scalable real estate model, an agricultural identity that roots the project in place, shaped by climate, guided by terrain, sustainable by design. Geothermal below, solar above, 2 clean systems delivering zero emissions, long-term savings, and off-grid autonomy. Modular form, durable structure. Onyx delivers measurable yield and trusted hard assets. Join the pilot, shape the prototype, invest where the Mediterranean evolves.
Energy is life. And DEPA is at the heart of it. From major infrastructure to homes and businesses. DEPA energizes every moment of modern living. Driven by innovation and strengthened by international partnerships, DEPA is securing the energy future of Greece and its wider region. DEPA is investing in new, state-of-the-art power generation units, ensuring system stability and boosting competition. Through investments in alternative fuels, clean technologies, and bold new ideas, DEPA is shaping a sustainable future tomorrow, today. And because people are at the heart of every progress story, DEPA stands beside consumers, its employees, and local communities every step of the way. DEPA is powering progress, today and for the future. DEPA Group of Companies at the heart of energy.
Making a real difference to people's health. That's what drives us. We're not here to do what's easy. We work to provide real and positive change for patients, the people they love, and the professionals who care for them. For generations, we have dedicated ourselves to tackling healthcare challenges where our impact matters most. Our focus is on areas like oncology, neurology, and cardiovascular and metabolic diseases. Conditions like these place the greatest strain on patients, families, communities, and healthcare systems around the world. Detecting diseases earlier and understanding them better means we can provide patients with the right treatments quicker. This is how our life-changing diagnostics and medicines help people live healthier, longer lives. And we are persistent. We keep going even in the toughest areas of research, and we learn from the experiences of those living with disease every day. Because of all this, we are finding new ways to make a difference. From developing tests to diagnose conditions like neurological disorders and cancers before symptoms occur, to delivering first-of-their-kind medicines that halt and even reverse diseases in areas from autoimmunity to metabolic health. We are also making treatments more accessible and available closer to patients' homes. We are determined to prevent, stop, and cure diseases. Not someday, but now. Because every medical breakthrough means more birthdays, more experiences, more moments with those who matter most. We are doing now what patients need next.
Freedom begins with a choice. In 2008, we made ours. Freedom knows no borders. Today, freedom is a system that shapes markets. $2 billion in annual revenue, $9.3 billion market capitalization, 11 million customers, 11,300 plus employees, 230 offices worldwide. Freedom Holding Corp. One ecosystem, many possibilities.
Σιγά το πολύ έλαιο.
Καλώς την detective Σούλα. Πού πας ρε μάνα?
Σιγά να σου πω.
Άρα.
Ω, γεια σας κυρία Σούλα, περάστε. Γεια σας. Γεια σας. Αυτό γιατί πάει έτσι γρήγορα? Άμα έχεις γρήγορο ίντερνετ. Σιγά το τζετ. Κατά τα άλλα πώς είστε?
Σήμερα είμαι όλη μέρα στο κινητό.
Σιγά την βλαχοδήμορφο.
Είπατε κάτι?
Όχι, τίποτα. Μπράβο σας πάντως. Και γρήγορο ίντερνετ και ατελείωτο χρόνο να μιλάτε όλη μέρα στο κινητό. Γιατί δεν έχετε πια.
Αφού έχουμε Nova More.
Σιγά το μυστικό του κράτους. Και εμείς θα το βάλουμε.
Nova More. Μια νέα πρόταση από την Nova που τα συνδυάζει όλα. Ίντερνετ σταθερή και κινητή από 36 ευρώ το μήνα και προσφέρει υπηρεσίες που κάνουν τη ζωή σου καλύτερη ακόμη πιο οικονομικά. Nova More. Τώρα είναι η ώρα για Nova.
Φυσικά, Τζέσι μου, και έβαλα Nova More. Σιγά μη τα άφηνα.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before, because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
PPC. At the crossroads of energy and technology, we lead the new energy era with purpose, innovation, and a clear plan. By merging energy with intelligence, investing in critical energy and digital infrastructure, well prepared to face market volatility and seize opportunities. Clean energy is our drive. A sustainable future for all is our destination.
Why do we work? Why do we make the sacrifices we make? The late nights, the sinking with coworkers 5 time zones away.
Why?
Why?
Why? ¿Por qué hacemos lo que hacemos?
Why? Because we all want our work to mean something. We want it to have impact. And not just on the bottom line, but the people we ultimately serve. Your customers. Iron Mountain knows how to make your work mean more. After all, we've been protecting your most valuable assets for over 7 decades. who better to help you use it to unlock new ideas and insights that will not only accelerate your business, but elevate it in so many ways. By digitizing your information, securely decommissioning your IT assets, safeguarding your brand reputation, collaborating to meet your sustainability goals, and connecting your work to the world.
So let's roll up our sleeves and get to it, shall we?
Let's find the gold in your mountain of data.
Let's elevate.
Let's elevate. Let's elevate.
带着无敌的梦，
让我们提升。
Let's elevate.
Let's elevate.
Elevate the power of your work.
Threats don't announce themselves. Neither do we. From signal to action. When it matters most. Vigilus Group. When every moment counts.
Welcome to Onyx, a fully acquired Mediterranean estate, a perfect ecosystem, integrated as one. Activated and engineered for scale, a sanctuary to reconnect with nature, a scalable real estate model, an agricultural identity that roots the project in place, shaped by climate, guided by terrain, sustainable by design. Geothermal below, solar above, two clean systems delivering zero emissions, long-term savings, and off-grid autonomy. Modular form, durable structure. Onyx delivers measurable yield and trusted hard assets. Join the pilot, shape the prototype, invest where the Mediterranean evolves.
Energy is life. And DEPA is at the heart of it. From major infrastructure to homes and businesses. DEPA energizes every moment of modern living. Driven by innovation and strengthened by international partnerships, DEPA is securing the energy future of Greece and its wider region. DEPA is investing in new, state-of-the-art power generation units, ensuring system stability and boosting competition. Through investments in alternative fuels, clean technologies, and bold new ideas, DEPA is shaping a sustainable future tomorrow, today. And because people are at the heart of every progress story, DEPA stands beside consumers, its employees, and local communities every step of the way. DEPA is powering progress, today and for the future. DEPA Group of Companies at the heart of energy.
Making a real difference to people's health. That's what drives us. We're not here to do what's easy. We work to provide real and positive change for patients, the people they love, and the professionals who care for them. For generations, we have dedicated ourselves to tackling healthcare challenges where our impact matters most. Our focus is on areas like oncology, neurology, and cardiovascular and metabolic diseases. Conditions like these place the greatest strain on patients, families, communities, and healthcare systems around the world. Detecting diseases earlier and understanding them better means we can provide patients with the right treatments quicker. This is how our life-changing diagnostics and medicines help people live healthier, longer lives. And we are persistent. We keep going even in the toughest areas of research, and we learn from the experiences of those living with disease every day. Because of all this, we are finding new ways to make a difference. From developing tests to diagnose conditions like neurological disorders and cancers before symptoms occur, to delivering first-of-their-kind medicines that halt and even reverse diseases in areas from autoimmunity to metabolic health. We are also making treatments more accessible and available closer to patients' homes. We are determined to prevent, stop, and cure diseases. Not someday, but now. Because every medical breakthrough means more birthdays, more experiences, more moments with those who matter most. We are doing now what patients need next.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to begin the afternoon session, so may I ask you to please sit down, take your seats, and stop talking, and we'll get started. This afternoon, we're moving to one of the big issues of the day and of the future, big transition issue, healthcare, sustainable healthcare systems. And we're going to start our discussions with the Minister of Health of Greece, Adonis Georgiadis. Welcome, Minister. Sotiris Vandoros, Professor of Health Economics at UCL in London, Adjunct Professor at Harvard University. Welcome. Great to have you with us. And Kavita Patel, Managing Director for Greece and Cyprus at Roche Hellas. Welcome. Please take a seat. Okay, we're starting a little late, and I know we're on a tight schedule as always, so we're going to keep to the time that's been allotted to us, half an hour. So without further ado, I'm going to turn to the Minister to say a few words, and then each of you can do that, have some brief introductory remarks, and then we'll have a discussion. So Minister, thank you very much.
First of all, thank you for the invitation. I'm also very pleased to participate to the forum The Economist is organizing every year, annually, here in this magnificent place, because Grand Zone Lagonis is one of the most beautiful places you can be in Athens. And it's always very important to meet people around the world, exchange views about a world that is changing rapidly fast. And of course, it's also a great honor to participate with two other members of this panel, my friend Kavita, the new president of PIF here in Greece. Congratulations for the triumph in the elections. And the professor, Mr. Vandoros, who is always trying to see how things are going in Greece and in other countries around the health sector. So I think we will have a very good discussion, because innovation is the key word for everything.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Oh, that's what you want.
It's just an opening remark, you said.
Okay. Well, I'm going to come back and ask you some questions, but let me give the chance to our two other speakers to give their perspective on pharma and innovation and why it's important and what's changing.
Sure. So first, thank you so much to The Economist for this invitation and for this discussion. It's a very, very important topic. So as we think about the situation right now in terms of healthcare, and I would speak beyond Greece, right, in Europe, you can appreciate that we have an aging population, you have a rise in non-communicable diseases, and this creates a lot of pressure to our healthcare systems around the world. And, you know, we acknowledge that right now those budget pressures are even further strained with a pull on increased investments in defense as well as energy. So this fiscal space is getting smaller. So how do you solve for this problem? And I think that first we need to think of innovation very differently. If we continue to think of innovation in annual budget cycles, we'll always think of it as an additive to the cost. And you never will be able to realize the long-term gains that innovative medicines can provide. So what do I mean by that? We know that with early treatment, early diagnosis, you can then help patients achieve their outcomes faster, better, right? They become productive members of society. There's a decrease in the burden to the system, so it can realize cost savings to the system. And you also realize that family and caregivers are also freed up in their time, causing earlier gains in terms of productivity. And many independent studies have shown that €1 invested in innovative medicines leads to a return of €6. And so this requires a shift in terms of how we think about healthcare, not as a cost or a burden to the system, but an investment. Secondly, I would say here in Greece, it's going to require us to move away from fiscal cuts to thinking about structural reform. We acknowledge that budget is limited. We don't have endless amount of budget. However, we need to use the budget that we have very wisely. And this requires a need for creating structural reform that really allocates resources where you can have the greatest impact on patients. So we need to move into a health technology assessment that moves us into a value-based framework, which the ministry is actively working on. And I think that's really important so that we ensure that we're not unilaterally applying the same discount or payback and looking at really what are the medicines that are driving value and recognizing that value in the conversations that we're having. We also need to abolish 511. So some of you may know in Greece, we wait for 5 countries to get reimbursed before patients get access to those medicines. And I think with the implementation of HTA, it's going to be really important that we abolish 511 so that patients don't have to wait so long for that access. And the last thing I'll speak about is shared responsibility. Right now, we're in a system where there is a lot of uncertainty in terms of what that payback will be. And unfortunately, the industry over the last couple of years has been paying more than the state for pharmaceutical innovation. And the latest numbers show that in the hospital segment where there is most of the innovative medicines, you're at a payback rate of 81%. Of course, this is not sustainable. So we do need to find a solution together. We need to figure out how we rapidly put these structural reforms in place so that we can control pharmaceutical expenditure, but also ensure that the innovative medicines that are bringing value to patients and improving patient lives are being made available to them in a very timely manner.
Well, thank you very much, Kavita, for outlining the issues, the key issues facing the industry and the sector, and obviously patients, of course. So, Sotiris, your take?
Good afternoon, and thanks for the invitation. So, of course, health interventions obviously can help improve health, but the benefits often go beyond the patient. They can increase productivity and therefore have spillover effects on the economy. So, interventions that have a positive clinical value or additional therapeutic value are always something that we should make sure that patients have access to. However, not all medicines bring in additional therapeutic value. And that's why we have to make sure that patients get what they need and that the system doesn't pay for things that do not bring in additional therapeutic value, or they do not pay more for things that do not bring in additional therapeutic value. So HTA, health technology assessment, is what we need in order to make sure that we have a sustainable system and that the patients get what they need and the taxpayers' money is put to good use. So assessing which drugs actually bring in the value for the patients. At the same time, you also need to make other interventions. You have to, apart from the supply side, you also have to address the demand side. There are some therapeutic areas where there might be overprescribing, which is bad for patients. They shouldn't take drugs that they don't need, but also bad for the system as it costs money. Other inefficiencies do exist, and there are several. For example, therapeutic substitution. By coincidence, since we're at an Economist event today, a paper that I wrote on therapeutic substitution some time ago was picked up by The Economist that wrote an article on it, and it highlights how therapeutic substitution can sometimes lead to inefficiencies without creating necessarily any additional therapeutic value to all patients involved. Now, apart from that, if we want a sustainable health system, solutions do lie within the pharmaceutical system, within the healthcare system, but also there are some solutions that lie outside, and we have to address these. I mean, we are facing many challenges, including aging population, including climate change, the lifestyle, the diseases related to lifestyle and so on, and therefore we need smart solutions. We need to take advantage of AI and digital technologies to address any inefficiencies, to improve productivity, because we're also facing a severe labor force shortage in healthcare globally. And of course, we need to take advantage of data and statistics available to make the right predictions about what our needs will be in the future and how we can respond to all these. And of course, behavioral nudges, behavioral interventions, extremely important for the healthcare system, and we need to act on that in order to also improve the lifestyles that lead to improved health. Now, when it comes to Greece and creating an innovative environment, or an environment that can be that can attract R&D as a hub, well, let's start with clinical trials. What do clinical trials need? They need speed. They need fast approvals. They need to cut red tape. You need, of course, the tight collaboration and good collaboration between universities, academia, industry, and the government. And you need, of course, the space and the infrastructure. Now, several of these have been addressed already, I understand, in new regulations that will be implemented soon. So it's vital that these are that these translate to practice soon. But I think Greece could be bold and optimistic and strive for more. I mean, why limit this to clinical trials? You can go way beyond. I mean, clinical trials already, while there is an increase in approvals in Greece, a lot of them are shifting towards China and the US, right? China used to have 6% of the global clinical trials 10 years ago, and now they have a third of the global market. So it's a challenging environment, and Greece can also look beyond that to innovation more generally. So why not also think about preclinical research, preclinical R&D? I know it's a bold move, but you have to look at the strengths and the weaknesses of Greece and act on that. What are the weaknesses to address them? What are the strengths to capitalize? According to Eurostat data, there's been a massive increase in R&D investment in Greece over the past decade. We're still below, the country is still below the EU average, but there has been a massive increase. If you look at the mix, this is largely driven by government spending on R&D. So what's lacking is the business investment in R&D, and we need to understand what are the obstacles. So looking at the Global Innovation Index, where does Greece seem to be doing well? They seem to be doing well in human capital and on research, but they seem to be lagging behind in institutions, which is really important, on business sophistication and market sophistication. So these are areas where you need to act on in order to attract the venture capital that you need, all the funding that you need in order to create this environment. And finally, and I'm just finishing off, Greece is home to a lot of manufacturing, pharmaceutical manufacturing, many plants that supply and also export. So such an innovation hub, such an area where R&D would be locally, could blend in with the manufacturing capacity.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, we've got a very heavy agenda of topics to discuss there, raised by our two speakers, ministers. So maybe we can try and break it down a little bit. And if I may, maybe we can start with the Greek farmer clawback issue, which is this mandatory payback policy, which was introduced as a temporary measure, austerity measure, back in 2012. And it remains, and payments have been skyrocketing to an estimated, I think, 2 billion euros annually. And obviously that has all sorts of consequences in terms of access to new therapies, implications for pharma companies who may be disincentivized to bring products to Greece. So I do want to focus on what's changing and solutions, and both of the speakers emphasize that, practically to find solutions. Is it about increasing government funding for medicines, capping the clawback rates, the shared responsibility that was mentioned, controlling prescribing habits? How do you see a way out of this?
Okay. First of all, I was Minister of Health 12 years ago when we first implemented the clawback system. I'm very proud about it. I never assumed it would be temporary. I can tell you that a payback system, whatever name you can give it, it will be here as long as the sun still rises every day. So you don't have to fight something that is so true as the light of the sun. It will come. The only real discussion we can have is how we can make it just and sustainable. This is a good story to talk about. First of all, more government spending. We are giving more money. In the last 7 years, our state gave approximately 800 million more per year. For the Greek economy, this is a big amount of money. Let me make it more simple for you because you're not an expert. For almost 12 years, our budget was frozen. And only during our term, it's not frozen, and we give a lot of money every day. Even in the hospital drugs that my friend Kavita named as 81%, it's not 81%, it will be, and it was something like 75% for the drugs that are not in closed budget deals, which is just a part of these drugs, because many of these drugs are much lower. I'm not saying 75 is good, let me be very frank, but it's not 81. And it's 75 with much more government spending. I mean, the companies earn more money in Greece with the 75 than some years ago, maybe with 70 over 72, because we spend more money. And now this is the big question. What can we do with innovative drugs that, of course, I hear all these good stories that innovation gives back €6 for one and in the future will help more productivity, which is all true, I don't dispute. But this is a much more long-term investment. During my budget, the investment that will give us back money to the system after 2 years, 3 years, onto the rest part of the economy, doesn't really make a lot of difference. Because I have a budget, I have to spend it, and I have to find a way to spend it in a more just and sophisticated way. So, I will give you an example. When I became Minister of Health for the second time in 2024, the registered patients in our hospital that were using the very expensive immunotherapies were approximately 11,000. 2025, there were 23,000. 26, there will be more than 31,000. Each one of them costs the system maybe even 300,000 euros per year. So if you have 20–30% increase per year in this kind of money, whatever budget you give, it will be vaporized. It is so simple as that. So for a state that has recently passed through a bankruptcy, just saying I will give more money is not a clever idea. The last time we did that, IMF came to save us, and it was a very terrible experience. We don't want to have it again. So what we're talking about, and with the pharmaceutical industry, first of all, we have already implemented a lot of measures to control the overprescription system. Now have a new tender for implementing AI systems into our electronic e-prescription system in order to be able to track any corruption or any overprescription or everything else. Next week, we will implement, eventually, the SPC filter that will start really block a lot of the overprescription that we have in the country, and this will save some money. This will not save us, but will save some money. The second thing we're going to do is that we took our, until yesterday, Secretary of General, Mr. Angelis, which I want to thank him for our collaboration in the ministry all these years, and we're going to establish an HTA organization in order to start examining all the drugs in a cost-benefit basis, to see exactly each drug we pay, what really they deliver to our patient, and how this really affects our national healthcare system. This will be a very sophisticated system. We have studied a lot of other European models in order to make it work. We'll have our legislation until the end of July. I think it will be ready to fully implement it early 2027. And Aris will be the first director of this HTA organization. So we will be able to be sure that we're going to pay the right medicines to the right cost. Of course, this will provide us a space to give more money to the drugs that they really work and less money to the drugs that at the end we didn't need them so much. So we're going to use all these sophisticated tools to make it working better. Even what Kavita said before, we had this 5 countries rule for the main positive list. We will extract this rule we put it in the IFET channel, so we will try to push companies more to go to the right channel with the clawback system than going to the back channel of IFET. That really, IFET is the back channel we have in order to avoid a patient that doesn't have his drug, but they're excluded from the clawback system, and this creates a lot of misunderstanding between us, let's say, in a polite way. So we have a full kind of policies to make it more just and more functionable. But I have to be very honest, Mrs. Gogozotou and her team will always be here. And Mrs. Daphne Nicolaou, who is the new Secretary of General, and I want to congratulate her for the appointment. She will have her office always open to see the new legislation and the timeline we have to keep in order to be very, very productive. So for the second thing Mr. Vandoros posed, I mean, how we can attract more R&D investments in Greece, which is something I care a lot about. First of all, we're going to change the law about the clinical trials phase 1, and we will give the authority for the autonomous centers of clinical trials, not only into the hospitals. So we'll give a lot of incentives for more companies to participate to phase 1 clinical trials. And second, we have already implemented a lot of reforms to make the license more fast, and all this has already happened and is still implementing as we speak, and they have already made a difference. But the biggest hope we have is to use all this huge data now we are collecting, because many people don't know, and I'm very proud about it. During my term, Greece digitalized our healthcare system 100%. I don't know if you know that each Greek, in their phone, they have medical record, they can have an appointment with a doctor, have an e-prescription system, have an MRIs, have everything through a digital system. So we collect data from 11 billion people every day. What we're going to do now, we're going to vote. I will present it into the cabinet meeting in the 30th of July in order to have it in public consultation in August and voted in September, the secondary use of all this data. I think this secondary use of all this data, with the incentives we bring, and the new technologies that pass through AI and data, because now R&D research depends more on the data than in the clinical phase. We will be a very attractive part of the world, because you see, my friend Mr. Vandoros, Greece is not too small in order not to be relevant, but it's not too big in order to be difficult to govern. We're in a middle-sized country, 11 million people, but with a unified digital system that one person decides. In this period happens to be me, but even if it wasn't for my case, my successor also would follow this path, I'm sure. So we can provide a lot of things to the companies that will want to come and use this data for their own research reason. For them, save a lot of money and time, and for us, attract a lot of new investments.
Great, thanks very much. Maybe just to give you the chance to comment on a couple of other issues that were raised before I bring the two speakers back. One is the labour force issue, and how you see that. And
labour.
Yeah, the labour issue. Just quickly on that, because actually we're already in the red in terms of time, but we've got a few more minutes, so don't worry.
First of all, maybe the people here knows it, but I'm just referring to people that will see it from the internet and they're not so familiar. Greece have a very productive and very competitive pharmaceutical industry. Of course, in generic drugs more, but as time goes by, they enter to innovation very fast in biosimilar and everything. So we have already established a labor force that is used to work to pharmaceutical industry. And I will tell you what we did in a very special case. During my term, the Minister of Development and Investment, since I was the minister, I had invented the clawback system, and this made me feel some nightmares as a person that did something that was not very capitalistic for my taste. I invented the investment clawback. I decided to use the clawback as an investment tool in a different way. This generated a lot of investments in our pharmaceutical industry. And one of the things we did with Mr. Kondozamanis, who was there, the Alter Minister of Health, we decided to make this pharmaceutical hub in Tripoli. Already 2 big factories have already established from Mr. Demos and from Mr. Trifon in Tripoli, from El Pen and Demos. And a new one from Faran, from Mr. Katskas is being built, and 4 more has already been licensed to be built there. In order to find laborers, we built a school into Tripoli, and we educated young people how they can work in the pharmaceutical industry. And all the people that graduate from the school we built in Tripoli, they find job in Mr. Trifon and Mr. Demos industry. And this will scale up. So we are following the labor force issue also.
Thank you very much. So we've got very little time, but obviously I want you to be able to come back.
They can only say the minister is perfect and everything was okay.
Yes,
and,
don't be scared.
I'm going to finish this session.
So Sotiris, maybe you first of all.
Yeah.
To reflect on what you've heard, the response from the minister, and anything else that you want, because this is going to be final remarks.
Yes, thank you. So yeah, organizations and individuals respond to incentives, right? So we need the talent. We need to attract people to work in these R&D intensive or pharma intensive jobs. So it's important to provide the right incentives and the right framework. Then there's the institution aspect, where the standards issues that attract businesses, not only in pharmaceuticals but in general. You need the funding as well, you need the flexibility, you need the infrastructure. So all these things are a mix that can then end up attracting venture capital and other sorts of funding in order to boost innovation. Now, you also mentioned the issue about funding. Well, I think it's a matter of mix and about investing in the drugs that actually, or giving access to patients for the drugs that actually matter to them. Mm-hmm. So HTA, I think, will, to a large extent, solve this thing about the sustainability. You need to increase efficiency, fund what makes a difference for the patients, and then seek efficiencies elsewhere in the system, as some demand-side measures that already have been implemented, the continuous monitoring and data and feedback, the use of AI to understand the trends, understand what's going right, what's not going right, what needs to be, what kind of interventions need to be done early on rather than later. And of course, addressing also, I think it's more of a matter of addressing the out-of-pocket elements that is, patients pay for a large part or on average of their pharma spending. So that's also something that needs to be addressed. And of course, we must avoid the mistakes of the past. Greece used to have it used to be #1 in per capita expenditure in pharmaceuticals in the EU, and then the crisis happened. Mm-hmm. And this steep increase I'm not implying that it was caused by that, of course, but I'm just saying that, the fiscal element of the side, and of course, public pharmaceutical expenditure in Greece from 2005 to 2009 increased from 2.9 billion to 5.1 billion, and then had to come down very, very steeply. So I think it's a matter of, and I don't think that the population's health really improved proportionately during those periods with a steep increase in funding. So I think it's a matter of HTA giving patients access to the medicines they need, but also having an efficient system that provides the additional medical and therapeutic value where possible. That provides the additional therapeutic value to patients, but uses HTA to filter out anything that does not provide additional therapeutic value to the patients.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Kavita. You're going to have the final word, unless the minister is going to come back and say something.
So be careful.
Well, at least the minister and I agree that 75% is not sustainable.
Yes.
Right.
I agree.
Okay, wonderful. For any business. And, the minister spoke about various measures to control expenditure, as well as structural reforms to change the system. And myself and the industry are very much advocates of these, and we stand with the state to put these in place, because we know that this is necessary. We have to move away from a cost containment system to a value-based system. And we need to do this with great urgency. Right? And I say with great urgency as Everyone in this room knows that EU is trying to be competitive. Greece is trying to be competitive. Companies are making decisions. Greece has made great strides as it relates to its local industry, right? With a thriving manufacturing industry in terms of generics and biosimilars. I see this as an and. Can you imagine where Greece would be if it was a system that was innovation friendly and would bring investments in from multinationals? We know that multinationals will invest in countries where they believe they can have sustainable access to their innovation. And right now, those decisions are being made. So we must act with great urgency so that those investments do come in, and Greece has the opportunity to become a regional hub in R&D, because we do have great talent. We have great scientists, we have great researchers. Now we need to ensure that there's a system in place that is attractive to use that talent and researchers to make Greece an innovation hub.
Thank you. Nothing to disagree with there, I guess.
No,
Minister?
I have to be very, first of all, because I don't want to find to think someone that I dispute with Kavita, with the industry. My main goal is to reduce global. Okay, but I have to do it in a just way for everybody, and this is the reason why we work, and we work together.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, we've got 3 more sessions on health and the healthcare system and longevity, so I hope you're all going to stay with us. But thank you to our 3 speakers for kicking off the discussion and raising a lot of very important issues. Please join me in thanking them. Minister. Okay.
So let's go.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Cheers. Alistair.
As Joan said, we're sticking with healthcare, and we're broadening out and zeroing in. So we're broadening out from Greece to a more European perspective, though our speakers are both Greek. But we're zeroing in on a theme that has been floating around in all of our sectoral discussions over the last 3 weeks, and that is, given the state of the world as reflected in our title here, the age of upheaval, how we build strategic autonomy into this sector, just as we need to build it into so many others. So we're going to explore that topic over this session alongside Marios Themistokleos, who is the Deputy Minister of Health here in Greece. Really nice to see you again. I'll shake your hand before I introduce you, just for the sake of politeness. And Dimitris Demos, who is the President and Chief Executive of DEMO, Vice President of the Pan-Hellenic Union of Pharmaceutical Industries. Gentlemen.
You are getting better with my name every year.
Little by little. I was just congratulated by the Deputy Minister for improving year by year in the pronunciation of his name. I've been doing this for 5 or 6 years.
Yes.
But when we celebrate our
every year it's getting better, yeah. I think that the next time it will be in Greek.
As long as we're going in the right direction, I'll just keep taking the pills. Okay, so it's quite an interesting topic, this. It links the healthcare sector, which is the topic of these sessions this afternoon, with this broader idea of a world in upheaval and what it means, how you respond. We're talking, you're both Greek, you represent Greek institutions, but we are talking in the context of the European Union, regulation and pricing, etc. So I'm happy to hand over to you, Deputy Minister. I'm not going to try your name again. And let's get your reflections, please, your thoughts about this.
I will speak in Greek.
No worries.
Okay.
As you can hear, my Greek is almost perfect.
You're getting better. Kalispera.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank for the invitation. I will prefer Greek since we're both Greeks in the panel. The environment in which we are after the pandemic especially has proven that Access to drugs cannot be dependent on external factors, especially in Europe. Pandemic has proven that you can be excluded either because there are geopolitical conditions of war, and Europe after the pandemic decided to make sure that accessing specific drugs will be indifferent from external factors. We had a good example in the pandemic with shared procurements for vaccines, and since then we have a shared European legislation and this European Medical Act, and with the strategic reserves that EU member states should have. In our country, Greece became a pioneer in the common pharmaceutical legislation. Mr. Angelis was the representative of our country. I want to thank him for his role in the Ministry of Health, which was important, and wish the best to Mrs. Nicolaou, the new Secretary General responsible for pharmaceutical policy. Our country, and it's nice to have Mr. Demo next to me. It has a very strong pharma industry. The minister mentioned that earlier. We represent 12% of the EU, and we participate in a common effort that will help local pharma industry and be a protagonist at European level. Tripolis was mentioned earlier. The investment clawback money that has been invested by supporting Greek industry, we support European industry as well.
I need to let interpreters catch up. Dimitris, your thoughts, please, on this.
Thank you very much for the invitation. It is a very thorny issue, public procurement, and what will be the European policy in the future for public procurements. We have two things to consider. Aging population, so the consumption of drugs increases, and with the internet, all these years, technology and research have taken strides. So we discover new diseases. We see a lot of self-immune diseases and new diseases that occur. And at the same time, we see that research that takes leaps. We constantly have new drugs in the market. The organizations have complicated requirements to approve these drugs, so we are at a stage that consumption increases. Drugs become more expensive because of the regulation and pharmaceutical spending. So now we talk about advanced medicines or gene therapies. So we talk about therapies that may cost $500,000 per patient. 25 years ago, an antibiotic in a hospital would cost €7. But now we have to spend $500,000 for patients. We need to find ways to keep the state budgets sane. If we have no limitations all over the countries, the budgets would not sustain. So a lot of methodologies have been used, like HTA, closed budgets in every country, and other technical practices, negotiation techniques, committees, or tools to have better negotiation leverage with pharma industries. So all these past years, we try to find money and save what we can do. Now we have procurements in generic medicines. That was easy to save money. But as an association of generics that I represent, there was not an organized way to proceed with that. There were certain procurements with a low price as a criterion in many countries that occurred, as it was the case in Greece when it first started. Now we are at a better model, which is considered best model for all Europe. We had decreases of prices of generics in the market, so a lot of these generics could not be produced because they were so cheap in Europe. The conditions in Europe lately accelerated this fact. Now we started importing generics from India and China. They are very cheap, and then we had them imported through companies with at low prices. So the European pharmaceutical companies could not compete. But that was to the benefit of the hospitals, but to the detriment of the European pharma industry. That standard collapsed during COVID because of the problems created in supply. Europe was deprived of supply of these medicines. So we lacked even the cheapest medicines. That actually was an alarm for Europe to try to think how to introduce security of supply. So we use this multi-winner model in Europe in the last 10 years, and this is quite impressive. And we should have a study because of the presidency of Greece in EU to show that any medicine via this procurement model has 0 days of lacking in hospitals. So this is a model that has been worked on substantially, is cheap. And you make sure that hospitals have this medicine. So we should be proud as Greece, and the others should follow our example. Thank you.
Follow the Greek example seems to be one of the themes of the last few days. I want to go a bit further into this idea of strategic autonomy. Resilient medical systems, strategic autonomy, they're connected but slightly different concepts. You've talked about a changing procurement model with the disruption of supply of generics during COVID. Can you achieve a strategic autonomy in an area like pharmaceuticals? Is that even possible, given that it's a global business? The companies you're dealing with are global companies. The supply chain covers the entire globe, and any pricing decision taken in any jurisdiction affects pricing everywhere else. What does it even mean, strategic autonomy, in this sector?
Indeed, it can be achieved. In the middle of the pandemic, it has been clear that there were deficits in terms of the cheapest drugs that were indispensable for the basic functioning of hospitals. To put it in a clear way, we must leave those absolute profit-oriented terms of the market. In other words, we got the raw material, where either India or China are the leaders currently, unless even at higher prices, unless, how to put it, the way we give some money to defense that do not provide returns automatically. In the same spirit, we have to support raw materials to ensure access to raw material, not just having cheap generics that is produced in Europe. And in case there's a pandemic, some kind of war, then you are excluded, you are blocked from raw materials. So we may even come up with more expensive drugs, but having independence, and on the other hand, generics. And this is how we've met 7-8 years back in the first tenders completed, meaning a model ensuring that you don't go for the lowest price, you do not kill, to put it this way, all other factors of the market. You ensure a balance to have always access to drugs. Drugs beyond the healthcare sector needs to be considered differently. First, strategically speaking, they need to be sustainable, and ensuring the sustainability of our country, of Europe, and I'm referring to the critical medicines, and an investment tool as well. So Europe must support the Greek industry, all others, so that they are competitive.
Thank you very much. Like so many of the other things we've been talking about today, it would be nice if you had a single challenge that you could pick out and you could address it. This is a moving target. So you mentioned, we're going to be talking in later sessions about longevity. We've talked about demographics. You're trying to control budgets, healthcare budgets, at a time when populations are living longer, but that exposes them to longer lasting, more chronic diseases that require more expensive treatment. So how do you square that circle? There's a policy question here, and I think there's a pharmaceutical supply question as well. So let's start with you on pharmaceutical supplies. I mean, presumably it's pretty good news for pharmaceutical companies that they have this horizon of long-lasting, operating but fairly unwell patients that they can carry on selling drugs to. Is that, I assume that's not how you see it, but how would you frame it?
Well, 20 years ago, maybe more, the best job, the best minister would be the Ministry of Health, the more attractive minister. Well, you would import drugs, everybody would thank you for having a solution for his or her disease. And now I believe that it's the hardest way, because with a very low budget, you try to have in place innovative drugs, new drugs. Mathematically speaking, with the increase, the prices rather of the new drugs, there must be some strict measures in terms of consumption. The minister mentioned it earlier. Control of corruption via digitization, even though we are better compared to the past. However, mathematically speaking, in the next 10 years, there will be some strict measures, not just here in Greece, globally. Either some cheap drugs will be paid 100% out of pocket, or the healthcare system will be covering secondary healthcare level. A model where all countries will be paying all drugs is unsustainable. However, currently we're at the stage where saving money from generics led to the opposite outcome. It is a catalyst for spendings, for Movidin or chemotherapies. You can have a very low price, and then you exercise pressure on it, and it disappears from the market unless we protect cheap drugs via different procurement model. Well, then only secondary level healthcare will be reimbursed by the state. I can't consider any other model that will be sustainable eventually.
I would like to mention that.
Okay, in that case, respond to what you've heard.
Ναι, καταρχήν πάντα...
Indeed, what would happen with the financial status? We'll live longer, which is good. We agree upon that. Oftentimes we say that, well, we live longer, and which involves a higher cost. No, citizens live longer, and there are drugs, there are different things, because they may live better, they can live differently, they contribute, however, for longer. This is positive. Well, first view might be this solution with the measures. The other one could be that the budget change. An example, all other European countries, for decades after the Second World War, were used to pay for defense half, 1%, 2%, and nowadays there's a war and we're as high as 3%, 4%, 5%. The more the health care develops, states need to adjust their budget accordingly. It will be increased. Other things shall be limited. However, one way or another, the budget must be increased, and will be so because it involves the citizens, and this is a top priority. So hopefully I'll be a minister 20 years later when the situation becomes better.
And check that tick box in 20 years' time. Jolly good. Well, thank you so much. So much more we could talk about. We don't have time, unfortunately. But thank you very much for your interventions.
Thank you.
Ο κάτοχος του οχήματος Χιρόνι 5115 παρακαλείται να το απομακρύνει από την είσοδο καθώς εμποδίζει τη διέλευση άλλων οχημάτων.
Okay. We're going to stay with healthcare very, very firmly at the moment for a conversation that I'm delighted to be having now with Michael Oberreiter, who is the Head of External Affairs International for Roche. Please come and join me. Michael, you're very welcome. It's good to see you. Please take a seat.
Which one?
You can take whichever you want, but this one seems to make sense since it's next to me. Good. Okay. We've covered a lot of ground in very, very little time. You represent one of the big global healthcare companies. I mean, pharmaceuticals, devices, diagnostics, biotech, the whole gamut you're involved in a big way. So it's great to have you here. What can the life sciences and the healthcare business be in the modern era? How big can it be? How influential can it be as a business sector?
Okay, so thank you. And I think it's a little bit, no offense, the wrong question here.
Okay.
Because the topic here is geopolitics, it's growth, right, around that, and you will not have growth without having a healthy population. So I think the interesting question is, if I would particularly look to Europe, pharma and biotech is pretty much the last crown jewel that Europe has left as a muscle. AI, we already lost that. Right? That's already gone. Car industry, China is eating our lunch.
Can we just keep the noise down a little, please, so everybody can hear Michael's words? Thank you very much appreciated. Sorry, Michael.
So when it comes to automobile industry or chips, China is eating our lunch alive, and our energy costs are actually a joke, and we are extremely independent. So literally the only one high technology area where Europe can still play a major role globally because of the infrastructure we built over decades, that would be in pharma and biotech.
Right, that's interesting that you should say that. I mean, you know, people might say you would say that because that's the sector you represent. I suspect there are people out there who still think Europe has an important role to play in technology, in AI, and in some of the services areas where Europe can be a champion, a global champion.
I think Europe can be a champion when it comes to the application of technology. But if I look at healthcare, and everybody would agree, in order to reduce inefficiencies in the healthcare system, you need new technology. Like the European health data space, those are baby steps. If I go to China and I go to a hospital, I'm not going to have an electronic patient record or a card. I scan myself with a mobile phone. I'm getting to the first doctor, and by the time I'm leaving the doctor, my data and outcomes have all been transferred. And by the time I'm coming home, my medicine, if I get a prescription, has already been delivered to my doorsteps. This is what we are competing with. And when it comes to clinical trial, if you look at sort of like the number and the speed of clinical trial, how it's run there, at the moment, global R&D budget, growth of global R&D budget in Europe is 5.4%, China 13%.
Right.
So there are just areas where the ship has sailed.
Okay. Okay, I mean, that's really, really interesting, placing healthcare as a strategic bet for Europe as a global leader.
Well, the interesting thing is it's not me doing that. If you would go, and again, I have to call it out because this is what we're competing with, right? It's US, it's China. And then do not forget there are other countries, Saudi Arabia, Abu Dhabi, and what all those countries where they would you have an industry that is thriving and is significantly growing is, they understood and defined pharma and biotech as a strategic sector. Right. It's embedded in defense, it's embedded in health security, and all of them have a plan how to do that. And this is what we are competing with here in Europe.
I have to ask you this question.
Sure.
You're the head of external affairs international.
Yeah.
Why are you sticking up for Europe?
First of all, I'm Austrian. Okay. So I'm in the heart of Europe, and I still think that Europe has something that we're here in Greece. I mean, there's a beauty about Europe, right? There's a reason why philosophy was developed here, ethos, logos, pathos, all coming out of Greece, and I think this is still a key differentiator. Quality of life is really, really amazing, and by the way, I also reject the notion that an aging society is a challenge. I'm turning 60 in 2 years, and I'm not going to be a challenge in some parts, but I reject the notion. It's going to be a challenge if you're not making the right decisions right now.
Okay. One thing I'd like to give you the opportunity to comment on, because I think you're the perfect person to do it. It's easy to consider healthcare a cost base, as it were, a national social cost base. On the other hand, it is an important contributor to productivity, to economic growth. Can you explain that equation, how you see it as a pharmaceutical producer?
Yeah, so I can explain it as an economist, and I mean, I'm like 30 years in pharma, right, around it, but I have a normal life outside. I have an aging mother who is a nurse. I have all my sisters and nieces working in healthcare, so I have a very hands-on practice of what's going on there. And I think I want to refer what the minister previously said, right? He said, like, I do believe your numbers. I do believe €1 invested in Europe generates €6, but my problem is this is long-term, and my budget is 12 months. So I dare to say we might not have a cost problem only. I think we have an accounting problem when it comes to healthcare, and accounting rules can be changed. Because as long as we're looking at medicines, and by the way, it's not only medicines, that's the problem why we are not investing in prevention, that is the problem why I diagnose too late, because we would sacrifice short-term budget security over the long-term impacts.
Mm-hmm. Okay, as if things weren't difficult enough in the sector, we've got this pressure coming from the US administration on pricing, pushing for international reference pricing. With your international hat on, do they have a case? And with your European hat on, how can should Europe respond to that pressure?
So, first of all, I think everybody would agree, what we don't want is importing the system, the US healthcare system, into Europe. Because if you compare our systems in terms of patient outcomes, we actually do a pretty good job in that one. I think the only reason Europe can respond that this is really a challenge, it's like the same thing with the capital market. Europe is not one market for an innovative pharma company. So I launch or I register in one European institution. So the HTA, European HTA, that's sort of like a single authority I have to deal with. But in the second, I want to go to the market, I have 27 systems. So I have the whole shebang, from crazy clawbacks here in Greece up to slicing and dicing in those other countries. And if Europe really, really wants sort of like put a stake in the ground and attract innovation and investment, I think they need to think about how can we create really also a single market in some of those areas.
Okay, just to stick with the pricing question for a second. Correct me if I'm wrong, my understanding is that the pharma industry, apart from the rest of healthcare, gets more than half of its revenue from the US market.
Correct.
That doesn't sound right. Can't be possible that half of your sales by volume or by value are going into the US. So I repeat, do they have a case, does the administration have a case that American consumers are being treated unfairly?
I need to differentiate, and I think we should leave emotions outside here. From a US perspective, what is right is that, based on global numbers, US is paying more. US patients are paying more, but they're also paying more because the US system is pretty inefficient. And they have something we don't have, where you have a lot of middlemen in between. So if I would sell a drug at 100 in the US, it could up to 1,000 because of the middlemen. That's a different topic. What the administration actually was addressing was the global R&D and research, where the US is actually paying, if you look at the global investment, up to 70% of the cost. So this is where they come from. And I think we need to, and this is like, I want to pitch what Kavita said before, is like, we need to address this as a shared accountability and a shared challenge that we are facing. If you start as a government looking at it as a pharma problem, you might really wake up in a very different world.
Okay, we've got time for 2 questions, as long as your answers are brief, and they've been admirably brief so far, so I'm optimistic. We were not even addressed by, we interrogated a humanoid embodied AI earlier on in the day. I don't know if you were here and saw it, quite extraordinary. How is this new wave of technology changing the pharmaceuticals business? I understand that somebody sent me a link the other day, the first drug, the first molecule discovered by an AI has gone into advanced phase testing.
Yeah. So there are like 2 phases. One would be like really early in research and development, what you see there, and tremendous speeding up. It took just in order to discover what we call a target, so something that would give you a hint that you might be able to develop a drug, that could have taken up a couple of hundred researchers in a lab, white coats for a year. AI can do that within 24 hours, and it gives me 10 targets. So that's good news for sort of like, it's more efficient in research and development. It will be more efficient. But then when you look at the other side, when it comes to how will a medicine or a diagnostic test find its way to the patient, somebody mentioned today the shortage of healthcare workers.
Yes.
So by 2030, we are lacking 10 million healthcare workers around the world. Nurses, doctors around it. We are actually the problem makers here because we are sucking out the talent from low and middle income countries. If you go in my hometown in Vienna to a hospital, I guarantee you every 3rd nurse is from the Philippines. Which means we are benefiting from it, but the system in the Philippines, when it is cracking, their technology can play a role. Or if I look at Greece, if you are a patient and you're sitting on an island and you don't have a hospital there, telehealth, telemonitoring, that will help tremendously. And that's not a fiction, we know it, because in Australia, it's already a reality. Or in Indonesia, which is like, you also have a lot of islands where people are living, they are already using the technology. But again, Europe needs to speeden up.
Okay, we really are pushed for time. So very brief on the final question, which is, Greece has moved quickly. I don't know whether it's moved well. Let's assume that it has in the healthcare area, but as in so many other areas, it's moved very quickly. There's been a lot of reform, a lot of change. What lessons can the rest of Europe take from Greece's response to the supply problems that it's?
So I think the biggest asset that Greece has is actually its people and the talent and the creativity. And I was sitting yesterday at I think it's the CEO of the Metaxa clinic, an oncology clinic somewhere here in Athens. And he showed me pictures on his phone. He introduced the concept that he brings therapy dogs to patients who are getting chemotherapy. And you see patients next to a Labrador, I think his name is Dylan, and you see those patients laughing and smiling. So I think the big asset, I think Greece, if you aim for brick and mortar and hospital manufacturing, that's the wrong path. You will just not get it. Not from research-based, but there's a lot of in still making medicines human and reaching the patients, and I cannot think of another European country where that could be a competitive advantage. In a time where everything speaks about technology, it still will be people who are using that technology, and there is an advantage.
Thank you so much. That was fantastic. The only irrelevant detail that we got in all of that conversation was the name of the dog.
Dylan.
And it's the only thing I'll remember. Yeah. So my next dog is going to be called Dylan. Thank you so much for making sense of my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We need to have a picture taken. You don't get away without a portrait. There we go. Excellent. Thank you. Nice to meet you. Okay, let me hand back to my co-chair. I think it's Joan on this occasion. Oh, it's Daniel. You've changed clothes, Joan.
So thank you, Alistair. That was a great conversation. We stay with health for the next session. We're going to look at the question of revolutionizing healthcare and longevity. And it's my pleasure to invite up to the stage, please, the panelists, Robert Hanea, founder and chief executive of Therm Group. Robert, very welcome. Evelyn Bischoff, medical director of the Sheba Longevity Center and president of Healthy Longevity Medicine Society. Thank you. Pelayo Cortina Koplowitz, founder and chief executive of Oakmont. There we go, welcome. And Noah Malinsky, founder and chief executive of Von Arden Health. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you.
Robert, how are you?
So we have the question of the breakthroughs in medicine. We've been hearing already about the advances in technology, but really as applied to longevity, not just living longer, but living longer actively and healthily with a good quality of life. I think that's what we would all agree is the aim, not just years, but good years. So let's go straight into it. Robert, would you like to start? Tell us a little bit about your work with Therm Group and your view on the whole nexus of issues around longevity, which is not a simple question.
It is. Thank you very much for having me. By the way, congratulations for the 30 years. This is unbelievable in these days to have that consistency.
Well, you're aiming for 100 years.
We aim for 150 probably. So yeah, so it's we are on the way. I will keep it short because I want to have a lively discussion. It's four of us. I will try to offer you the framework of our thinking when we think about longevity or biohacking or well-being or whatever the word might be, where we try to summarize what this industry is at this point in time and what will become. And I think our framework of thinking is the following. There's 4 chapters that we want to achieve. One is health span, which is clear. We want to decrease the sick span. We want to have a longer health span. We want to have joy span. We want to have a life that we can enjoy. And we want to have a longer life. The 4th chapter is something, it's called immortality, which a lot of the people find to be a very interesting topic these days. And there's a lot of social media on immortality. At this point in time, we are not really very interested in that topic. And there are 2 chapters where you can put all the factors that will lead you to these outcomes. The one is to remain in Silicon Valley and AI slang, is the software and the hardware of the human body. And the second one is the environment where we are living. And a discussion about longevity starts for us about where cities evolved, and it's for us a discussion first and foremost about cities and about the urban environments where we are living. And if you look through the history of mankind, the large cities, the million people cities, were pretty much non-existent for a very long time. We had in the Roman time, the 1 million people city in Rome, but we didn't have it for a long time. And we got that large city back in In 1875, in New York, we had the first time where New York reached over 1 million citizens. And that changed tremendously the way people lived, changed tremendously the environment where people were dwelling their daily life. And that influences enormously the outcomes of our healthcare system that discussed today, but also the outcomes and how we as a society come together. Cities were not built at this second stage of the larger city for human health. They were built for economical outcomes. There were large gathering of humans. They were very efficient in order to achieve an organization about economical outcomes. And in the first iteration of that, it was a gathering of blue-collar labor, for lack of a better term. Then we transferred to white-collar. And we are now exactly in that time where we try to rethink the city as a place where we are healthy, a place where we can live, a place where the first and the second space are not the most essential spaces, but what we will call today the third space becomes that. So what we do, we build large-scale infrastructures. We call it infrastructure because we think it's essential, it's urgent. It is the place where people need to be together, which is fundamental for human health. We'll discuss a little bit later about that, what the value of social engagement is between people, and also we are living in a loneliness pandemic in these large gatherings, which is paradoxical in a way, and that has a huge outcome on health. So to keep it short, what we do is building large-scale infrastructure in downtown cores of the modern city, which is, I think at this point in time, a home for everything that will be developed from science, pharma, and really research-based, peer-reviewed medicine to what we are talking about, the fundamentals, which is being together with humans, being around water and nature, being around the social environment, and being desegregational in one single space in the downtown core of the cities. So that's what we are doing, and I'm looking forward to have a lively discussion about that.
It's interesting that for most of humanity, human history, as you say, we're predominantly rural as a species. Yeah. Now we are predominantly urban, and we're getting more urban progressively. Is what you're trying to do to create something almost rural, elements of that rural village culture, but within the urban environment?
Well, our urban environments, in my view, superseded the way our physical bodies could handle the gathering, right? So when we talk about today about crowding, we consider crowding to be a bad thing per se. Nobody will say when they meet around the fire in a village 200 years ago, I don't think I will go around the fire in the small BG because it's really crowded tonight. I think I will go in a non-crowded environment tonight. Because that was a positive crowding. It was how we got together as human beings. And we are not inventing that. We had that for thousands of years. The size and the way the cities were built doesn't allow at this point in time for that to happen. So we need to rethink the entire environment of the cities before we are coming to, to the hip and shiny things. We need to solve the fundamentals.
Evelyn, where do you come at this from? More from a medical perspective?
Only from the medical perspective and maybe a little bit public health perspective. So thank you so much for having me, and congratulations to the organizers. I think 30 years, you are only chronologically 30. Biologically, we would need to measure. I am sure it's significantly less. And I would just like to open saying that I'm a clinician. I am a doctor. I am the one who is actually trying to bring all of those AI, technology, medical, scientific, also public health, news, developments, progress to an actual patient. And this is one of the biggest bottlenecks. We need policies, we need governance, we need support in terms of translating healthy longevity to populations, not only to specific circles of people, but also we need a better way to bring it to the people and to scale. And so I just wanted to mention a few things. One of the things that is important is that health span or healthy longevity is not only for healthy people. It's not making somebody who is healthy better and optimal in his and her performance. It's of course one of the goals, but health span is also for people who had cancer, who have autoimmune disease, who are chronically ill on plenty of medication. So it's not only the gap between lifespan and health span, which is about 10 years as we speak, but also the threshold. How much of a health span can we help you? How much can we do to improve without breaking the point. Being one of the longevity physicians around the world where, I'm globally active, we build a healthy society of longevity medicine for doctors, I'm getting the calls when the stem cell infusion ended in a paralysis in a 30 years old, or when a hyperbaric made somebody blind because of the strokes in the occipital area. So we see that part of the hype. That's why it's very important for us to bring the credibility to the right people and to communicate and to increase the education and the literacy of health. But just from the perspective of pure economy, you've probably heard the term longevity dividend. What it basically means, and there is a very good peer review publication on that from Professor Scott, calculated that only in the US, one healthy life added to a population would urge about $38 trillion for the country. And very similar simulations have been done by McKinsey Health Institute for other countries. So it's actually probably the best investment for any economy and GDP for every country. And so right now, health spend, as you can see with the examples in China, in Abu Dhabi or UAE, Saudi Arabia, where it's Singapore, where it's a national program, I think health spend becomes not only a policy, but also a national competitiveness part and very futuristic way of making sure that people not only live healthier longer, but they also are active, and not even just in terms of the workforce, the entire communication about retirement and so on. It's not about that. If you are healthy, you consume. And most of this calculation for the 38 billion was actually for the consumption. So that's very important. Now, talking about AI in that case, we are really trying, for example, in our departments, the first and still, sadly, the only department of healthy longevity in a public academic hospital that we have, where we've seen in the last 3 years, 2,500 patients for free, building data sets that can enable them to see their health trajectories, how they evolve over years, and what are their priorities in order to make them feel better, live better, which medication, which supplements, which lifestyle interventions, how much, and at which point of time they should do. And that should scale to health insurances. And as your colleague mentioned before, I am very excited about one of the news that came out a week ago. AI is helping us not only in building the data, generating data, making sense out of it, creating health trajectories, but especially in bringing therapeutics into life. And this was also mentioned in our last speaker's very, very good mention that AI can help us not only to treat diseases faster by AI-generated new targets that translate to medications. It takes time, but instead of 12 years, it took 18 months to develop, for example, this one for an incurable disease of idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis where people just stop breathing at some point of time. And most of those medications right now are already in phase 2A, phase 2, so close to humans, and they target aging and disease. So hopefully also at some point of time for those who are not sick, there will be some sort of therapeutic that will help just to reduce the pace of aging that comes together with disease.
Thank you. Can I just ask you, because it was a very interesting statistic that you cited, $38 trillion, but I want to make sure we understood it. Is it one extra year of healthy life, or what's the exact statistic?
One extra healthy year of a lifespan for each of the...
In America?
That's for America only, yes.
Is $38 trillion to the economy?
It's a Nature publication. You can look it up.
Okay, thank you. Well, let's move on to Pelayo. Would you give us your perspective? Thank you.
Daniel, thank you so much for having me. It's such a great pleasure, and it's been a couple of very successful days. So I actually would like to take on what Evelyn was saying. And as we are in a government summit, why not starting with a little bit of history? Does anyone in the room know when retirement age was first introduced? So retirement age was first introduced in the second half of the 19th century by General Bismarck. At that time, life expectancy in Germany was 37 years old. Retirement age in the second half of the 19th century was 70 years old. For anyone doing the maths, actually you were supposed to die on the job. And that is something that the paradigm has shifted today. Right now, we have an aging population. As a matter of fact, in the European Union, Actually, the population has stopped and is expected to decline. We have an oil dependency ratio that is going to double in the next 100 years. And we have a welfare state. Now, when we first started to study economics, or I think for kingdoms for the last thousands of years, they thought of people as subjects, that they were producing assets. And the more territory you could have, the more people you could hold, the more food you could grow, the more you could have armies to conquer new territory. And that, yeah, we can see it even in certain countries today around the world, they think the same way. But that only makes sense when lifespan equals health span. Today, in most European countries, life expectancy is above 80 years old. But health span is 20 years shorter, which means that while you are producing asset, or while you're a healthy individual, you're an asset for the country. When you start going into that 20 years where it's shorter of health span, you become a liability. And the current economic model is going to put such a pressure that is unfeasible going forward. So that is why it needs to be a different way. No? And actually, today, I mean, we're in the world, we're with economists, we're speaking about healthcare. And when I went to the gym this morning, there was no one. I saw one person. When then I went to the dinner, a beautiful cocktail, I saw Johnny Walker, big, 450 people lining up. And there's where you can see that it's a behavioral issue. And there's where I think we can look into it. For us, in Oakmont, we decided to take a different approach. So in a nutshell, we're looking at building the next generation longevity platform, embedded what is preventive medicine inside our clinical well-living community. So it's both the physical aspect together as well with everything that has around it. So we're building the first vertically integrated precision health ecosystem. Number one, advanced diagnostics. Number two, highly personalized health treatments. And number three, all the AI-powered intel. Now everything embedded into one ecosystem where we have the real estate and powered with luxury hospitality. All this is going to be anchored by a $450 million investment to develop our first flagship in Marbella. We started building from acquiring Incosol. Incosol was the first longevity resort where King Fahad, Lady Diana used to go for the health treatments. And from there, we're building 29 branded residences, 125 luxury suites, 15,000 square meters of clinical facilities in what is the #1 location in Marbella, side by side to new Four Seasons. Because we want not only the places where people like to live and spend time, but most important, we're also the best practitioners who like to live. Because at the end of the day, it's a talent that you are able to attract that really makes a difference.
Thank you. Well, I'm learning this vocabulary of health span, and I'm not quite sure whether I should feel happy that generally the trend is expanding it, or concerned that I'm already bang in the middle of when it should be over already. But anyway, never mind. In your what I'm sure will be wonderful ecosystem of healthy facilities, will you also sell Johnny Walker?
No.
No Johnny Walker. Will be alcohol-free?
There will be several options to help you along the way. If you really fancy a whiskey, it's something that we will have a coach that will speak about it with you, but we will not sell whiskey.
Okay, all right.
But it will be very pleasurable.
You maybe just destroyed half your market, but fine.
We should check the gym tomorrow morning,
yes.
What will happen after this talk. Probably there will be 500 people in the gym.
Noah, over to you.
Yes, thank you very much also for the invitation to be here. It's fascinating to see that already like 3 people on the stage are possible users of what we are developing, because what you are describing, like our visionary founder already in the 1960s has envisioned, and now it's the time how we can actually translate it, not only by the new upcoming technologies, but make it from an idea into reality. And to address this in the best possible way, I've decided to come up by the suggestion from Robert to believe in our rural standards, and I will not speak sitting, but I will stand up, go to the podium, and will start with my opening remarks.
It's very healthy to have that.
Yes, that was the idea. So thanks, Robert, for the great idea. So similar as Pavelo, I thought the best way, as this is also a political sentence, is to start with that over the last days we have heard a lot about shifting geopolitics, economic pressure, and fast technological changes. And therefore, I would like to bring this conversation to something that sits underneath all of this, the health and performance of all people. We cannot build resilient economies, innovative companies, or confident societies if large parts of the population live with preventable chronic disease. Yet, this is the direction many of our systems are taking. And therefore, it's fitting that we meet in the country that gave the world both philosophy, as in the talks before, and also the modern Olympic Games. When Pierre Coubertin relaunched the Olympic Games in Athens, 1896, he coined the phrase, mens fervida in corpore lacertoso, a fiery mind in a muscular body. He described the idea of combining a sharp mind and a capable body. And this is still a very powerful image of what good health and performance should mean today. However, our healthcare systems do not reflect this vision. We have built excellent services for heart attacks, strokes, and cancer. We have specialists, hospitals, and intensive care. But we have much weaker systems for keeping people physically and mentally fit over many decades. We only spend heavily when people are already ill. We spend far less on preventing illness and maintaining function. Chronic non-communicable diseases such as cardiovascular disease, type 2 diabetes, and neurocognitive decline take most of our health budgets. Many of these conditions are linked to risk factors that we can measure and change years before a diagnosis. Before, a doctor would normally see a problem. New therapies are arriving in metabolic medicine and neurology. Continuous innovation in medicine and biotechnology will remain important. But the biggest lever for revolutionizing healthcare, as this is our title, is not the next drug or any device. It's the mindset and the right incentives that need to be set. For clinicians, we need payment and career structures that reward keeping people healthy. This means outcome-oriented reimbursement, long-term relationship with patients, and time to focus on prevention, not only volume of procedures. A doctor who helps a person avoid a heart attack and delay memory decline by 10 years creates huge value. But in many systems, this value is still invisible. For all citizens, we need environments and messages that make it normal to care about health early in life and stay engaged. When people can see their own data in a very simple way, like with Whoop or Aura, and when they get support to act on it, prevention becomes real. And policymakers can support or block this important shift. This is where governments and payers are crucial. Rules for reimbursement, primary care, data use, and the adoption of proven innovative decide when these tools serve everyone, or mainly improve late-stage treatment for a few, as the system is working right now. If we want to move towards preventive and performance-oriented care, we need to improve quality of life and also compress serious illness into a much shorter period at the end of the life. That reduces long-term costs for health and social systems. And that's why I want to end. My own work has convinced me that health is a societal challenge, not a personal one. We need to think in decades, not in election cycles. Small choices, repeated over time, shape the health of citizens and therefore the strengths of our countries. The body and the brain are adaptive systems. We can all train them. We should not only repair them when they fail. Therefore, for me, the Olympic ideal, as presented before, is more than sports. It reminds us all that performance and well-being must be built and they cannot be taken for granted. So therefore, in the discussion that follows, I hope we can look beyond all the technical innovations and what's possible and ask now what is practically needed to implement that. What governance, what incentives, what kind of public trust do we need to make for prevention and performance to be included as an organizing principle of healthcare. So yeah, I'm excited for the upcoming discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, our time for discussion is going to be very short, I'm afraid, because we've overrun, and although longevity may be increasing. Our conference has to end at a certain time, I'm afraid. So what I would suggest is, if you each have 1 minute to say what you think, and to pick up your last point there, Noah, what you think the most important measures to be taken over the next, let's say, 4 or 5 years to improve matters from your perspective in healthy longevity, what would they be? And let's start with you, yes. Moving straight on from that, because clearly you take a very broad societal approach to that.
Yes, thank you very much for the question. So like what I felt most when like talking to doctors who could apply our technologies, they were always saying like, look, Noah, like how we get the money back? We are not like there only to serve the people, but we have to run a commercially attractive clinic. So for them, they need made by the government's catalog of how innovative therapies can be reimbursed. The last time, like in Germany, the whole reimbursement system was actualized was before I was born. More than 30 years ago, the catalog of how much is charged and for what kind of treatments was updated back then. Like the whole system set the wrong incentives. One clinic in Hamburg does more hip replacement surgeries than the whole country of Denmark. This is absurd. That has nothing to do with the benefit for the people or like who benefits from those treatments. It's just a commercial-driven mindset, and we need to come back, led by government and policymakers, from a system that treats when something is bad, up to a system that these illnesses don't even come into place or much, much later in life.
Very good.
Thank you. So I think that the issue that we're seeing, we have first a highly reactive system about disease management. And I think that the mode here is behavioral. People need to, 90% of the factors that actually affect our health happen outside of hospitals. No, and what we're trying to develop with regards to data is, I think, the longitudinal data of our clients. Most health institutions have static data on clinical trials. We're building multi-year, multi-omic on the same individual. And I think that I want to leave a question actually to the audience. Now, let's imagine the average person is 50 years old. Now, if life expectancy is 84, he has 34 years left. 34 years is 300,000 hours that we have left to live. If 1/3 you're going to be sleeping, you have 200,000 hours left to live. Now, if we take health span, that means if that goes that same measure to around 50 to 100,000 hours you have left in the tank. So next decision when you come out, ask yourself how you want to actually live the remaining 50 to 100,000 hours and what decisions you're going to take.
Can I just ask you a quick question on that? You put the question, I think, rhetorically to the audience, but do you think in your experience people want to know about this? Or are there some people who would rather not know about the mapping out of the rest of their life?
Well, I think
we know with one thing for sure, we will all die. Or at least maybe we think that's for sure, but it's becoming less sure. But I think it's still pretty sure. But do people really want to know the rest of their lives?
It is childish, especially in a welfare state, to think that you don't want to know, and that the decisions that are actually impacting your life and the life of all the people around you, which are contributing to the welfare state.
So we have a responsibility to know.
You have a huge responsibility to take ownership. Why are we treating, so health and time is the uttermost luxury we have. And yet, we think of it like a given by God, and we must take responsibility of our health the same way we treat, for example, our capital, or decisions we do in the companies we sit in the boards.
Very good. Evelyn.
I think it's important for people also to know what to do. And one of the bottlenecks that we need to fight is to make sure that people, without going to a private clinic or to a special place, but to just their general practitioners or to a hospital or being enabled with AI, can actually know what they have to do for themselves, by themselves, and what not to do. And this can be done by, first of all, good policies that will enable education of medical students, doctors, so they can provide the information of the new therapies or the new trackers, interpret the data and say what to do. There's a lot of diagnostic places by now, but very few that can actually guide and give a protocol to patients. And AI cannot do it by itself. It can help. And secondly, the proper investment in what will actually move the needle, because one can work on habits and welfare and motivation as much as they want. For people who have already been struck by diseases, but they still want to improve their health span, they will look for therapeutics. And I think here, the new ways for us to develop and identify therapeutics and bring them to the trials is the way to go.
Robert, last word to you.
60 seconds for eternity, right? To discuss longevity. I'll use less than that. So I think we need to start seriously having a discussions about city. About cities. Yeah. I was in a conference a few weeks ago, and somebody described it very well, that the 18th century was the century of the empire, the last 100 years were the century of nation states, and we are going because of the scale in the century of cities. And I think in some form that's true. And we need to rethink the infrastructure of cities. We need to rethink how our life in cities really work. That's the most fundamental effect on our health from all the effects that we are talking about. Like I said, by the end of this century, probably, by this decade, probably 65% of the people who live in cities. That has to do with food, that has to do with air, that has to do with water, that has to do with all the fundamentals that affect our life. So we need to rethink infrastructure in cities. We need to rethink how we live in cities. That's, for me, the most important thing we can affect. In the absence of any AI discussion, which is very sexy these days, but probably we should start with the fundamentals.
Well, thank you. I mean, I think it's very clear from this discussion, what I take from it, is that this is not an isolated problem. This reaches into every aspect of society, of governance, of the places we live, of how we treat the whole medical system, even of our responsibilities to our fellow human beings. So probably plenty more panels in future to discuss this as we grapple with the issue of healthy longevity. But thank you very much for giving us a framework for doing so. Great. Thank you. Thank you. That's great. Thanks. I think they want to... Thank you. And I hand over to Fanny, please, to...
Hello. Please, can I ask Elizabeth Kellen, Elita Sfakiotakis, Thanos Georgountzos, and Sofia Nikolova to join me on stage? I'm afraid we will have to accelerate the pace of this panel because Sofia has a flight to catch, so she needs to leave in 15 minutes, but we can be really fast, efficient, and fascinating. So, welcome. I will start with one of my favorite pieces at The Economist in the finance section, which was called Gen Z Socialism. So, a very short quote that applies to many countries in the West world, in the West. GDP is larger than ever, and yet the rent is too high, lunch costs $28, and good work is hard to find. In other words, an unprecedented chasm has emerged between the economy on paper and the economy as lived experience. Most importantly, I'm addressing now all Gen Z, you seem to be profoundly disenchanted with the world. So I'd like to open the floor, starting with Elizabeth Kellen, and then straight to Sofia.
Okay, so let me start off. So some of you might be wondering who is actually this Generation Z, Z, whatever spelling you want to use. So I know it's Friday afternoon. I will not give you a big numerical exercise, but I just want you to think back to your birth year, because that's one way in which we can define generations. So if you were born, let's say, between 1946 to 1964, you will be a baby boomer. You are Generation X if you were born between 1965 to 1980. And if you were born between 1981 and the late 1990s, you are a millennial. And then finally, we come to the generation we talk about today, Generation Z or Z. These are those people who were born in the late 1990s up to the early 2010s. So for Generation Z or Z, we are roughly talking about people in their mid-teens to the late 20s. So I've given you the age brackets, and age brackets are really not the best way to measure generations, and you could also see they're very variable in terms of the length of age that I've given you. They're all very much related to the US history rather than reflecting the wider experiences in the world. There's a lot of overlap and a lot of unclear, boundaries between them. Most of all, there are an awful lot of stereotypes and assumptions about those generations that are very hard to generalize. So I don't want you to go away and think about that everyone in a generation is alike. What I want to offer you instead is, a definition of generations that focuses much more on the time they're coming of age. And this theory comes from a sociologist called Karl Mannheim. Karl Mannheim said that generations are really about shared social location rather than birth year. And by shared social location, what we mean is really the time when you grow up and come of age. That is really the shaping, the formative time in your life that will set you on the course for the rest of your life. So why is it that this generation seems particularly unhappy? What happened to them? Well, there are two key things that we can see about those generations. The first one is that they grow up in a time where they not only have one crisis, they have really many crises in short succession. We talk about polycrises, we talk about those things where you barely even recover from one crisis before the next one comes in. And then, the second thing that we see quite strongly is technology. And of course, I talk here about, the generative AI part in particular. But what I am particularly interested in is not, AI and what it can potentially do, but how it changes the perception of individuals. So now, if you're of this generation, you have technology at your fingertips, and it is interacting with you. So rather than Wikipedia, where you would have to read and you would have to acquire more knowledge, you now have an interactive relationship, an interactive learning with the machine. And this generation not only learns with those machines, they also develop relationships with those machines. They become their prime advisors. And when I'm teaching my students at King's College London, I do see that the first intuition of my students, who are all in this generation, is to go to their favorite tool, and they have built a relationship, and the technology knows what this is all about. So if you're thinking about generations, in particular this generation, what I want you to remember is not only birth years, but particularly what shaped them. And we have here multitude of crises as well as a technological shift.
Thank you. Over to you, Sophia.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to start by thanking the Economist, the CE team, and especially Ms. Nektaria Pasarivakis for inviting me and giving me the opportunity here to speak today. It is a great honor to be here. And perhaps I'm not here because I've just graduated university, because I'm 19 years old, sorry, not university, high school, I'm beginning university, and not because I can explain Gen Z from a textbook, but because I have the opportunity to have grown up in it. And this gives me a very different perspective probably from most of you here, but I want to start with the question that is often phrased as, what does Gen Z actually want? Personally, I think there's a better way to phrase it. What generation and what world has been shaped and has shaped Gen Z? And this is a world, because every generation is shaped by the world it grows up in. So my grandparents' generation rebuilt Europe after war. My parents' generation witnessed the expansion of diplomacy, of globalization, democracy, European integration. And my generation, it grew up in a global financial crisis, a pandemic, the opportunities of AI, but also the difficulties of AI and what it brings to the world, wars that reached our phones in real lifetime. We're not reading about them from newspapers, but from our phones in the morning while we're drinking our coffee. So when all this uncertainty becomes your normal in your daily life, you naturally begin to think differently and to become more, to feel different from the others and from previous generations. So I think we can phrase the question is not only why Gen Z protests, but also what do they want to do with the world? Because we want to start participating in the world from the beginning. And one of the biggest misconceptions about my generation is that we don't want to work. Of course we want to work, and we want to work hard, but we also want our work to have meaning. We want to we care about sustainability, and we care about democracy. And so perhaps for many of you before, if success was measured by contribution, by titles, for us it's measured by contribution. And we look for different kinds of leadership, different leaders. And we ask also different questions. So saying that we are impatient, we protest, we question authority when we spend too much time online may be true and valid observations, but they rarely explain why we do this and why this happens. When all this urgency that we've lived in our whole lives, which are not so long, waiting doesn't feel like a strategy and feels more like a luxury. And as the co-founder of BioBliss and the CEO, I've experienced this personally. We started with 2 of my classmates in school. We enrolled in a JA program, and we again wanted to do something different, but we also wanted our solution to be meaningful, to change people's lives, to make them safer, easier, and that's how we started collaborating with the Bulgarian Academy of Sciences. And in just a few months, we managed to get our prototype, to have successful test results, and this is how everything began bigger. And we started going to different events. We won multiple awards, including the AmCham Youth Entrepreneurship Award of 2025. And that experience taught me something very important, is that innovation doesn't always have to begin with expertise or with a business plan. It can begin with curiosity, because we were still in school. So I would say that curiosity is one of the greatest strengths of my generation, and it shouldn't be taken for granted. Technology is another area where we are often misunderstood, because they call us digital natives, and that is true. We've grown up online, but this has also given us the opportunity to understand that we should take into account the importance of ethics, we should take into account the importance of mental health, and so, for example, social media's impact on mental health. And all the opportunities that AI gives us today, we should also, as I said, ethics, but also how it can maybe change the way we think about our careers. So, for example, learning, flexibility, and all this. So even sustainability, I would say, is an important topic for us, but not anymore as a marketing strategy or as something that nice businesses can have, small businesses. But for my generation, sustainability is the way we believe businesses should be built from the beginning, for example. Democracy. As I said already, Gen Z protests. Yes, we protest, but this is because we have this urgency. So young people, my generation, Gen Alpha also if you want, we are not losing trust in institutions. We just want them to evolve, and to evolve with our pace, which is a bit faster. So we wanted to be more participatory, responsive, and to engage more with us. So perhaps I believe we should stop asking if Gen Z is ready for the future. The future has already arrived. The real question is whether we all are ready to build it together. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophia. Don't worry.
I'm not rushing off.
You will catch your flight. We will all make sure that you catch your flight. Over to you, Elita.
Καλησπέρα. Good afternoon. I will speak in Greek. Firstly, I would like to thank you for the invitation. I'm honored. I have the honor and the pleasure to have spent the last 2.5 years creating a podcast together with Valia Stafilaraki, which now is placed under limited company, discussing with Gen Z members about the problems of our generation. We cover many different scopes, such as like the ones mentioned previously. A main theme is technology. As a lawyer, I'm working on technology. We are the first tech generation that was born and raised within a technological landscape. We experienced AI very quickly. We live within the social media world, and compared to previous advancements, technological ones, for instance, the advent of TV, right? Now, the difference is that we live in this digital environment that shapes us. It doesn't have to do with the fact that we turn on or turn off the TV. It doesn't have to do with the use of specific tools or instruments. Actually, it is more than we create our political beliefs, our personal identity. We get to read the news, we socialize. Everything happens through this, in this digital format. So there are a lot of concerns about these tech issues because we are, I would call it an algorithmic generation. We represent an algorithmic generation, so many times we live in a black box. What does this mean? We want to learn stuff, we want to be informed about stuff, we hear what people say. Sometimes the algorithms proves what we say. Sometimes, of course, the algorithms are customized. So this creates a problem because we cannot create our own identity, disagree, or listen to what others have to say. So technology is a very, very important part of our generation. It has to do not just with personal data and privacy, it has to do with cognitive autonomy. But our generation has been through many systemic crises. We were born, raised, and became adults within a context of crisis. The pandemic, the financial crisis, the climate crisis, the exponential growth in the use of AI. So we have mentally tired. That's why we protest very often. When it comes, for instance, in mental health, we give specific terms or definitions. I have been delimited, or I have been manipulated, or I'm burned out. It's not that these things didn't happen in the past. The thing is that we have been under a lot of pressure, under many, many things in the past, so we try to give them a definition, to give a term, and substantiate them by this way. We have a specific relationship with labor. We were not raised in this false perception of linear development. You are born, you become educated, you get a work, a job, and everything goes fine because then you make some money and find family. It might happen, but we see lots of people with degrees who have struggled in their lifetime and they have never made it. That's why we have changed our approach vis-à-vis work and labor. We want to work in environments that will be able to give us things back in return, that will give us a specific goal to reach. And as a result, we will be able to evolve through that. Thank you, Elita. Sorry. Thank you very much for the question. I would like to warmly thank economists. I think that economists, by means of inviting us, shows that it gives the youngster a voice. Gen Z has lost its trust towards politicians and the political system. For our generation, democracy is more of a monologue rather than a dialogue. This is why Gen Z asks for more filter-free democracy. We want our voice to be heard. So, from this point, I would like to submit a proposal. Gen Z needs to write its own social contract with the people, a democratic contract which people we will represent or be represented by in the future. Main terms of this contract will be to adopt a new participatory culture, more consultation, more transparency, actual accountability, things that will give a meaning to the life of the new generation. I propose 3 levels of action: topical, local levels. I suggest we have councils of youngsters in every area, not just a simple group of people, but a formal advisory body for every municipality or region. By means of that, youngsters from 15 to 29 years old will have a direct say in decision-making and, as a result, achieve tangible and measurable results. Second level, the national level. The reply to the lack of trust is to build new structured architecture of dialogue. Political parties are the gatekeepers for the consultation, so they have to open up. They have to integrate the youngster in the decision-making process. The OpenGov.gr should be strengthened, where draft bills are posted before voting. If this is done, then more citizens will take part in the consultation phase, and this platform will be promoted as a tool of e-legislating. And the third level, the most important one, is the European one. Dear friends, in July 2027, Greece will take on the presidency of the of the European Council. I believe that this is a historic opportunity for our country to set the citizens at the core of the discussion. This is what is the most important thing for me. So Europe's social dimension should become the priority for the presidency. And dear friends, dear Fanny, at the end of the day, the participation of the young generation in running this country is something that goes well beyond ideologies. It's not a leftist, right, or centrist issue. It's more of an issue of social justice because it is socially, politically, and morally just to say that those who have a long time span ahead of them to have a strong say in how the world they will live in will be built. Allow me to make a personal comment. Indeed, the Gen Z is the generation of the crisis. Financial crisis, the corona crisis, the lockdown crisis, and just because this is the generation of the crisis is the generation that will make it. As the poet had said, it's an honor to be able to fly when you don't have the wind on your back.
You've all displayed the challenges ahead. I'm afraid we do have to wrap up for various reasons, but before we go, I would like to say one word to you, one word, and you have 30 seconds. So Gen Z have been called snowflakes because they tend to melt from what's happening around them. That may be a bit unfair. Is Gen Z resilient? Starting with you.
Sure, thank you.
Elizabeth.
If you think about this generation, what has been through, you can tell it's not a snowflakey generation. They rather show a lot of resilience, and I'm sure we have a lot to look forward to.
Anno.
In 30 seconds, I believe that, yes, Gen Z, what happens with Gen Z? There is a shift from traditional institutions and conventional participatory patterns to a new model, the digital model. So I believe that Gen Z is not a generation that abandons or quits politics, but they abandon traditional institutions. It's not, they're not abandon democracy, but they challenge democracy and thus trying to save it. Can you please repeat?
Gen Z, they have been called snowflakes because they tend to melt. Can they be resilient?
Να αντέχουν δηλαδή, συγγνώμη.
Resilient, ναι, να αντέξουν.
Να αντέξουν, ναι. Με μία φράση.
In one word, I believe that the crises we have been through have been numerous, but the fact that Gen Z has the means, technological ones mainly, to respond to the challenges, and it's the first generation that speaks loud enough, and I think they will be able to stand up. Sofia?
Say, yes, we are resilient, and we won't simply accept everything that's given to us. We're challenging everything, and this is why we also want to be a part of everything today.
On that note of optimism, I would like to thank you very much for this brief but vibrant discussion. Thank you. I think we photo. Hmm? We need a photo? Yes, we need a photo. Sorry. Okay. Okay. I think we have to come here. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Εγώ θέλω να κάτσω από αυτή την πλευρά, παρακαλώ. Ναι. Θα κάτσω εδώ.
So, ladies and gentlemen, before we move to our final speaker, Alexis Tsipras, which Fanny will also conduct the interview in Greek, I wanted to just say a few words of thanks. Welcome. A few words of thanks for our incredible 30th edition of this conference. So, first of all, a huge thank you to Nectaria and all of her team who've done such an amazing job in putting this conference together. Secondly, I want to thank my co-moderators, Joan and Alistair and Fanny. Thank you so much. It's a long 3 days, but I think we kept it going between us, and it's been a great event. Thank you to all our panelists. We've had lots of them. I can't begin to count how many, but the quality of the sessions, I hope you'll agree, has been truly excellent. So thank you very much for your contributions. Thank you for the audience. It's been a full room throughout, which is fantastic, from the very beginning and now to the very end. So that's wonderful to see. And I want to thank all our sponsors who support us. You've seen their names here, but I want to mention a few of them in particular. Our founding sponsor, the National Bank of Greece, platinum sponsors, PPC, Iron Mountain, and IGI Poseidon. Premium gold sponsors, Actor Group, Hanneken Law. Gold sponsors, the Vigilis Group, Siufas and Associates Law, Pan-Hellenic Union of Pharmaceutical Industry, Sardelas Petsa Law, Onyx Touristiki, DEPA Commercial, Edison, Navios Maritime Partners, Capital Tankers, and Roche, and our platinum silver sponsors, ExxonMobil, Freedom Holding Corporation, and our silver sponsors, Ideal Holding and Natec Banking Solutions. There are at least a couple of dozen more that I haven't managed to mention, just in the interest of time, but thank you so much, all of you. This event could not happen without you. So, without further ado, over to the session that I know that you're all going to be fascinating on, our final speaker, our final interviewee, who, as you well know, has a new political party, but he is a friend of this conference. You've been here many times, first of all as leader of the opposition and then as prime minister, and now under a new party which we look forward to hearing about. So over to you both for the final session. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel.
Dear President, welcome. It's great to have you here with us in the 30th Roundtable. We met you in 2019 with The Economist as a Prime Minister, and in 2023 at your Syriza headquarters. Thank you. It's great to see you again. After 3 years, right? You just created a new party. So the first question, why would you like to take distances from Syriza, and what is the political family in which your party will belong to after the elections? Oh, you're forward-looking. You're talking about the far future. Anyway, Hellas was born in order to cover an existential, I would say, gap in the field, in the space of democratic opposition. This was a gap representing a structural problem for our political system and our democracy. No political system, no democracy can harmoniously operate unless we have two strong poles of power, alternating in power, if you like. In the past 3 years, we've seen that because the Mitsotakis government became extremely arrogant because there was no strong control by the opposition. So Hellas was created to cover this gap, and with the ambition, aspiring to earn this momentum, this potential, so that when the next elections occur, we'll be able to claim for running this country against Nea Demokratia, which completed 7 years in office and has already shown its capabilities for economy, for social cohesion. I think currently what prevails in the Greek society is disillusionment. Hellas has a program, has a plan, as the governing left, not as the complaining left, to play this role. So our role is to overcome the political landscape, the political system that was unable to play its role. So we are taking distance from a landscape with innate weaknesses, aiming at creating this political power that will claim running this country for reasons of political change and for the necessary change of policies. Let me ask for the second part of your, sorry, if you can please someone take the headsets off.
μπορώ να σας ακούσω.
Σε ό,τι αφορά το δεύτερο σκέλος.
Now, as for the second part of your question, in our articles of association, our established or inaugurating text, we have three domains of convergence, distinct political parties in the wider left, which are not contradictory. We have the wave of social democracy, radical left, and political ecology. You understand that this political family does not exist as we speak within the European Parliament. This doesn't mean that one day such a family may be created. When time comes, actually we still have time until the European elections. Currently we have the national elections ahead, and then we will take our decisions with respect to the European political group we will belong to. Before moving on, for the hot topics of the future, let me go back to the past a bit. Let's say that the two major successes of yours as a Prime Minister used to be the Prespa Agreement, and you did not allow Mr. Varoufakis to take us out of the Eurozone. That's the first thing. And if these have been your biggest successes, what has been one thing that you regret about? Firstly, remind me to give you a free copy of my book. I wrote 750 pages about that. I know it's a bit long. Maybe in summertime you will have the time to read it, most happily. In this book, frankly and quite sentimentally, I would say, I try to go deep into the things that occurred during my political career, let's say, and my spell as a Prime Minister. I think that's something that no other Prime Minister had done in the past amongst those who have spent time at that in this position for our country. This is where I took stock of the successes, the mistakes, what we did right, what we did wrong. And I think there's no one on earth who has committed no mistakes. But generally speaking, I can say that I feel a bit emotional, I feel proud, because at times, when the times were to take critical political decisions, I was always driven by the safeguard of political and of national interests. So it's not that I didn't allow someone to take our country out of the Eurozone. It wasn't my strategy to have this happening. My strategy was to reach an agreement for the restructuring of our debt that would give a sigh of time for the Greek economy to breathe. I'm happy because despite the political costs we suffered, despite the difficulties, because, you know, we had to handle the weaknesses that we came across when we entered the government. We had to handle that. There were huge problems, and we left with 35 billion euros at the coffin. The table was set. We let others enjoy the dinner, but the economy has already been in a developmental trajectory. We have already regained our credibility vis-à-vis the international markets. Greece currently is right here because we took hard decisions back then, and we achieved our main goal was to restructure our debt and take our country out of the crisis. As we say in Greek, from 2016 you moved by the book. So, talking about books, your book, it took us how long? It took you how long to write it? 1 year, roughly 1 year. Because it wasn't just an effort to recall. I had to go back to my records, I had to do my research. Have a very huge archive since my times as a Prime Minister. And I think that apart from the personal viewpoint, you can find there some historical value, perhaps. You can go and read it. You can have it and read it in order to see what happened in that critical 10, actually I would say 5 years, starting from 2010 until 2009. For 8 years at least, our country was in a deep crisis, and now this belongs to the past. Now, going now to the most thorny issues, the difficult, the challenging ones, let's talk about the Pan-Hellenic exams, the university entry exams. You have said, amongst other things, that you aim at making changes. The so-called Pan-Hellenic university entry exams is a hard but meritocratic process. I have said many, many times that it's a collective shame for the Greek state that we haven't found another system which is more humane, equally transparent and reliable for people to enter universities. Most of us here who have been raised in Greece, we have gone through this process, and we know how stress generating is. We have entered a brand new era. However, now, 20 or 30 years ago, making it into a faculty meant some social upgrade, meant that you could have you can be better well off. This is not necessarily that will happen currently. When we were in office, we have submitted a plan open to public discussion for the abolishment of these nationwide exams by another system, a system allowing for free entry to universities, not all faculties. This is something that would take some time to find its balancing point, because we have university faculties of high demand, but at least for 2/3 of the faculties, entry would be free. At the same time, we have to discuss about the full restructuring or revisiting of the curriculum for our high schools and universities. Currently, the senior high school is just nothing but the waiting room for the universities after the exams. According to recent surveys, Greek households spend more than 600 million euros for tutorial lessons, especially during the last 3 grades of the senior high school. This is a distortion that has to be stopped. We have to take into account other schemes or systems for university exams and take these international best practices and build a new proposal that will free the youngster from this huge load, this huge burden, this stress, which of course has a big mental burden. I was personally shocked by this tragic event of these 2 young girls who committed suicide because they couldn't deal with the competition. It's tragic, but I don't understand how this free entry to university will not lower the standards, because okay, before making in university in the UK or in France, A levels or the baccalaureate respectively, there is pressure. You have to study. You have to be under pressure. You have the experience of the IB, of the baccalaureate, etc. I think you understand that there is always a need for someone to work, to struggle. There can be no outcome without effort. And we have to teach our young people that trying is something that will never stop in their lifetime, but this harsh competition or this contest that within 3 hours your future will be determined, that's something very cruel. It has to stop. And let me repeat myself. In all other systems for university entry exams, there is no cruelty like this one, which of course comes with a huge cost for Greek households and huge mental cost for the young people. Allow me also to say that in a few days' time we will have the opportunity, and of course you will be invited, because we will announce in detail all our proposals for the education system, and you get all the clarifications you need.
Let's proceed with the foreign policy. You have criticized the government for dependence from the United States. And after the NATO summit in Turkey, what would you do differently? After the NATO summit, this critique this criticism was justifiable, as we see. First of all, we see a new balance of powers. We see the United States to move forward to what they have already announced, focusing on the Indian Ocean, and place the burden of fighting Russia in Europe. This is not necessarily negative, but European governments, weak and without an orientation, don't have the boldness to have a diplomatic strategy to the benefit of the European continent, to enhance European geostrategic autonomy, to fight for peace in Ukraine, to end with genocide in Gaza, to find a solution in the Cypriot issue. We see Europe and European leaders, allow me to characterize them, that they are below circumstances. NATO is an alliance that has two main characteristics, contradictory. The first is timeless. A member of the alliance keeps threatening another member of the alliance, and it has invaded a part of an island, and instead of being reprimanded, it is praised. The second part, which is strange, is that the leader of this alliance, the United States, looked down on this alliance. And instead of the leaders in Europe to take the opportunity and enhance the power of Europe, they act as subjects of Mr. Trump. For a long time, I have said publicly that I disagree with the foreign policy of the government. They quit the doctrine of multilateral foreign policy to replace it with one ally only. And I will give you some examples. Mr. Mitsotakis had a strategy to always try to make everything in his power to make all and every president of the United States to think that Greece is always by their side. Biden was a president back then, and he accused me of Trumpism. He hadn't thought that we might have a change in the United States. When Trump was elected, he made more turnarounds to satisfy President Trump. Now we see that Turkey is favored by the United States with F-35, some other engines, etc., and not be allowed to have a cable submerged at the island of Kossos. And I will give you another example. When I negotiated with the Obama administration, because I was Prime Minister in two consecutive United States governments, and we balanced we balanced the relationship of Greece and the United States at a very balanced to the benefit of Greece. So when we talked about Suda base, we negotiated 5-year lease for Suda, and but the other side did not respect. Now Mr. Mitsotakis renegotiated everything without any terms. Did he ask to enhance the defense industry of Greece? No. Did he demand any measures to counterbalance the revisionist approaches of Turkey? No. He only traded everything only to be allowed to talk before the Congress. Now, the insecurity of the Prime Minister now led us to a national insecurity vis-à-vis our allies. I don't accuse. Mark Rutte, this very moment, is under pressure to keep the balances. He is attacked by all. From what he does, we understand that the balances are rather delicate, and what you describe as what you characterize as diplomacy, I call it servitude or subjection, and it is a national defeat. When I left Megar Maximu, Turkey didn't have F-35, didn't have all these benefits. There was no ecological agreement. All this now exists, and that is not an issue. The most important thing of all is that everything is to the detriment of our country, and that worries everyone. We don't have a national strategy from the beginning that has a beginning, a middle, and an end. Well, now we have an unpredictable President Trump. And Marco Rubio was also unpredictable. But Mr. Trump won't be a president forever. The elections are not away, but the interests of Greece are more important. So we are allies, so it's important not to disturb this alliance. There is no doubt that we are allies. You talk to a person that, despite the ideological differences with President Trump, enhanced the U.S.-Greek cooperation, but to the benefit of Greece. In this Hellenic American dialogue, I don't see any benefits for Greece. Now, we worry about what I described to you, the change of balance of powers in the Aegean. But that can change next week because Mr. Trump is not so stable in his approaches. He might change opinion, what I mean. Well, but next week we might have an earthquake, but in a foreign policy we cannot operate by being subjects to the wills of a leader alone. President Trump judges positively those with a steady approach, and he admires the leaders that are persistent to their to achieve their goals. But where do we stand as Greeks right now? Well, I believe that Greece
to serve a strategy, a temporary benefit is at the risk of our national benefit. In Prespes, I did quite the opposite. I left behind my political interests, undertaking the burden for the benefit of our country, which is not disputed actually. But you told me that there must be a steady strategy. The strategy of the government is to remain allies with the states. I do not dispute it, but there must be a mutual benefit. In an alliance with the US, Turkey, one can't be favored against the other. Diplomacy requires time. The NATO summit just finished, so it will take some time. No, it is not matter of time. I hope I'm wrong, I hope I exaggerate, but I believe that we've been following this strategy for the past 7 years. We've abandoned for the past 7 years our external policy, which remained steady as of the times of Karamanlis. We pioneer as of the war of Ukraine in whatever is relevant to, how to put it, even our, well, how to put it, sending our arms to Ukraine to be for the alliance a bridge with third countries. We shouldn't be against those third countries. And I'm clear about that. Of course, we are next to the Ukrainian people. We've been supporting the people against the Russian invasion, but Greece needs to beware that there shall be a day after, keeping a path open to Russia. It's people with which we've been having traditionally good relationship, so being active politically means you look everywhere, not the way Mr. Mitsotakis adopted it. It's an opinion that Konstantinos Karamanlis shared as well. After the Russian invasion, well, the West stopped negotiating with Russia. I'm surprised with your opinion that the Greek government should be discussing with Putin. Do you believe that there won't be any discussions regarding the end of the war? Do you believe that the war will continue up until 2035? Do you believe that this is in favor of the EU? Okay, I know that the entire Europe is next to Ukraine, so we'll discuss with Putin only if he's prepared to compromise. No, I'm misunderstood. I'm not disputing, I do not dispute our alliance, but we need to put forward a strategic solution. A strategic solution is only achieved only if there are initiative towards this direction. Trump himself took this path So why should Erdogan be the one pioneering in this negotiation? Why shouldn't we be? Can't we be the safety pillar in the area? Well, we can't solve the Ukrainian problem or the problem of Cyprus here in any way. We've been to date, and still there is an opportunity for the solution of the problem of Cyprus that we need to support. In 2015, you met Putin in Moscow. If you were the PM now, would you do the same thing? No, because currently Russia is a power following a policy that disputes the international role, but I wouldn't break all bridges with Russia. There are different diplomatic levels to communicate. Of course, I would be with the side of the EU in terms of condemning Russia, but I would have left some paths open for discussion. And I wouldn't be on the side of those countries that are hysteric against Russia. I would be with those that are prepared to open this path ahead. The problem with the EU currently is that we are not considering the safety risk similarly. Poland, the Baltic countries believe that their existential enemy is Russia, and they do not care about our existential risk against, as opposed to Turkey. So, and they do not care about Cyprus being under Turkish occupation for the past 55 years, when one another understand one another. Well, only then we'll be prepared to design a common policy, and this is the major problem of the EU. Well, external policies are very complex. I wouldn't wish to get into the issue of Cyprus. The ministry does not announce all its intentions, so we do not know the channels that exist currently. You've been, however, very clear in terms of your beliefs concerning the anti-Russian hysteria, which, according to different opinions, is fully justified. Okay, I respect it, but I believe that Europe sometime needs to look into its strategic interests, which is peace in Ukraine, the diplomatic solution of this dispute, of this conflict, and the cost of this war was unevenly distributed to the European continent. Of course, there has been a cost for Ukraine, for Russia. If there was another president in the States, it could have been a solution. But we do not decide about the presidents in other countries. This needs to be taken into account, and we can't design our exterior policy depending on one or another president. We as EU need to look into the European interests, and we Greeks need to consider our Greek interests. Okay. So let us move forward with the economy. Low taxation of dividends has attracted enormous investments, capitals in the stock exchange market, which was practically has evaporated in the first year of your office. You have discussed a lot a different model. which are the three sectors, industries that you would guide the funds? First of all, we need to have the capitals. The RRF is almost over, a very important tool, and we need to invent the ways through which we'll increase the pie. And then onwards, understand how to allocate it towards which direction and how we'll do it in a fair way. So there is a need of a national development fund. We know the way, drawing resources from the technical public investment and the leverage of those capitals to come up with 3-4 billion euros that shall be guided in order for us to support the developmental course of Greece. And those industries that must be supported is manufacturing, the agro-food sector, and particularly the high added value products, the quality products, and the innovation, anything relevant to new technologies, the digital industry, and so on and so forth. Those I would put forward as the three top sectors. You have declared, however, that you would tax wealth, that you would tax dividends. So my question is as follows. Wealth and riches, well, they do not go together. Okay, wealth is highly mobile. There's great mobility. We've got the tax havens with very good lawyers. They would move away. We would lose them, investors. If you tax dividends, they'll move elsewhere. This is my question. Allow me to tell you the following. I have been referring to the following. We need a different balance, a more fair balance in the tax system of Greek citizens, because, and this is not my opinion, OECD says so, OECD, yes, because in Greece, by 25% we have a heavier taxation for simple people working instead for those getting salaries instead of those accumulating wealth. But let us move forward. I want the audience to understand that we're fully aware of the need of the Greek economy to attract direct investments. And we proved that when we were in office. We had a record of 10 years back in 19 with 5 billion euros of direct investments. And now the government says that out of 7.5 billions went as high as 12. And I'm getting nervous because it's an alchemy of figures. This increase is attributed to the acquisition of metal by Mytilineos in the London exchange, stock exchange. That is, Mytilineos acquired Mytilineos. When we speak mathematics, we need to avoid alchemies. The Greek economy, of course, had the option to develop in the past years, and it lost a huge opportunity. We did make some steps, but again, we've lost enormous opportunities, the greatest one being to support resilience, the public investment, and the social state. Because RRF was a tool that won't be in place again. Allow me to remark. The Prime Minister speaking here in yesterday mentioned that the salary increased by 42% in the past year. Well, yes, this is one side of the coin. The other one is that the average salary has decreased compared to the European average. It was 49 when we left the office, and now it's 45% of the average European. And the truth is that the increase of salaries just follow the increases of prices. We had 12% of the average salary, and we had 16.4 increase of the prices of products. What is the years of reference? I'm referring to the past 5 years. So we had 4 units lower purchase capacity. Well, please have a field survey, discuss with any Greek household. They are very well aware of the prices, and 1 out of 5 households is at risk of poverty, at the threshold of poverty, and 1 out of 10 workers are below the threshold of poverty, and this is the worst. Well, here in Greece, there are still lots of people getting gray money, undeclared. So when we go through statistics, some of them you may easily understand that belong to the gray market, and it will take some time more to eliminate it. Speaking about poverty, however, it brings me to my next question. Allow me a remark. Of course, there is a parallel economy which exists in any European Eurozone economy. If you want us to understand the trends and not just the indicators, the trend being shaped, I'm sorry to say so, it's that Greece, in terms of all critical indicators, strives with all other EU countries. We're at the bottom of the list, together with Bulgaria. Indicators relevant to the GDP per capita, purchasing capacity, and so on and so forth, critical indicators. So this is very important. The national goal for the next 10 years need to be how we'll overcome this burden. When I left office, the average salary was 83% above the average in Bulgaria, and now we are just 14 countries that were considered lower compared to the capacity of citizens are at an equal level, and we're far below the European average. So this needs to be a convergence goal for the next years. We need to become Europe, not just remain in Europe. 42% an increase, it's part of the conversion that was necessary as we have an enormous inflation, and this is what I've been trying to explain to you. The lowest salary didn't go hand in hand with the average. Thus, the average Greek family currently experiences a great financial hardships, and we need always to compare with the sizes we've got around. So the national goal needs to be this one. Reach the average European. For this reason, we need great investments, okay, with a deficit, but in the same time, we have to understand the existential problem of the Greek economy, competitiveness and productivity. In other words, from 2 billion, the deficit when I left office, we now are as high as 11 billion. We export 9 billion more, which is a structural problem of the Greek economy. How can we resolve it? Only through a long-term design of restructuring of the productive model. Greece cannot be an economy that is based on consumption and real estate. It needs to start producing, and this is why we have to support the production power manufacturing, the industry, innovation. We need to support the future of this country and stop discussing the past. Avoiding using figures to come up with little smart solutions. Free transportation means speaking about those having very low salaries. Those you had in mind when you proposed such measure as Mr. Mamdani. How will you fund this measure? It doesn't involve a high cost, 250 million euros, and we'll fund it from the national budget. However, I grasp the opportunity of your question for a generic remark. Our financial policy has 3 pillars. The first one is to support the social state. This is the responsibility, the obligation of a state to support public infrastructure, safety, public health, public education, give a return for its taxes. The other one, it's having the burden allocated in a fair way. And the third one is fiscal stability. All 3 pillars are critical. So each proposal you'll be hearing from us will be a proposal with a clear social target, allocating tax burdens evenly within the fiscal limits that we all know, first myself, are quite strict. I'm the one that left 37 billions in the country. So every proposal is well conceived and well analyzed, but you'll soon have more details on that. I'm looking forward, but we need to wrap up, so this is the last question. We've been discussing pudding for so long. Okay, anyway, I cherish this question. When do you believe that we'll be having elections? And in case you are the first party, which would be the parties to shape a government with? Well, the first one is at the exclusive competence of the Prime Minister, so I can't answer. Concerning the second question, as I have repeatedly announced and stated, we are there to shape a strong pole of forces that will win against the other forces. If we are given by the Greek people this right, on the basis of our program, we'll try to build a long-term government, a long-term stability government, and if this is not achieved, we'll go to a second round of elections. I remind you that he, in the previous election, had 146 PMs, and he did go for a second round. We need to have a change in terms of policies, and this is what we'll try to achieve, always with the support of the Greek people, who's the one to decide finally. President, thank you very much.
Just want to ask everybody to stay in their seats for 1 moment. It will only take 1 minute, please. First of all, thank you to Alexis Tsipras for being with us this afternoon. Thank you, Fanny, for conducting that final session. Just want to say very quickly a few words to all of you here still in the room. I want to thank a few people. Daniel has already thanked our sponsors and named them earlier in the afternoon. I want to thank all our speakers and our audience, especially the loyal ones who've been coming back year after year. I want to thank the translators who've worked so hard over these 3 days. Thank you very much. I want to thank George and the technical team who've also done a great job helping all our speakers and helping all of us on stage and making the event run very smoothly. Finally, I want to congratulate Nectaria and her team for this magnificent achievement of 30 years, something that started back in 1996 before Greece even joined the Eurozone, which was in 2001, as people recall, before the EU enlargement to Eastern Europe and to Cyprus and Malta in 2004, and then to Romania and Bulgaria in 2007, and then Croatia 2012. Through the good times and the very bad and difficult times, this conference has gone from strength to strength every year. And the annual Economist Government Roundtable has established itself as an unmissable event in the Greek political calendar, which attracts the most distinguished speakers from all over the world. So I just have one word: bravo, Nectaria. All of us here, thank you for everything that you've done and everything that you've achieved, and see you all next year. Thank you very much.
The sinking with coworkers 5 time zones away.
Why? Why?
Why?
¿Por qué hacemos lo que hacemos?
Why? Because we all want our work to mean something. We want it to have impact. And not just on the bottom line, but the people we ultimately serve. Your customers. Iron Mountain knows how to make your work mean more. After all, we've been protecting your most valuable assets for over 7 decades. Who better to help you use it to unlock new ideas and insights that will not only accelerate your business, but elevate it in so many ways. By digitizing your information, securely decommissioning your IT assets, safeguarding your brand reputation, collaborating to meet your sustainability goals, and connecting your work to the world.
So let's roll up our sleeves and get to it, shall we?
Let's find the gold in your mountain of data.
Let's elevate.
Let's elevate. Let's elevate.
大的无敌的梦。
让我们提升。
Let's elevate.
Let's elevate.
Elevate the power of your work.
Threats don't announce themselves. Neither do we. From signal to action. When it matters most. Vigilus Group. When every moment counts.
Η ισχυρή παραγωγική βάση της βιομηχανίας φαρμάκου στην Ελλάδα εγγυάται την κάλυψη σε περισσότερο από 70% των αναγκών των Ελλήνων ασθενών με τις απαραίτητες φαρμακευτικές θεραπείες. Οι ελληνικές φαρμακοβιομηχανίες προσφέρουν το 65% της συνολικής απασχόλησης του κλάδου, το 90% των επενδύσεων και αναδεικνύουν το φάρμακο ως το δεύτερο εξαγώγημο προϊόν της ελληνικής οικονομίας. 56 φαρμακευτικές επιχειρήσεις με 51 εργοστάσια παραγωγής φαρμάκων και 31 ερευνητικά κέντρα και τμήματα διαθέτουμε τις υποδομές και δημιουργούμε προστιθέμενη αξία στην ελληνική οικονομία. Με τις επενδύσεις μας ενισχύουμε την απασχόληση με καλά αμοιβόμενες θέσεις εργασίας και συμβάλλουμε αποφασιστικά στην αύξηση του ΑΕΠ. Με παρουσία σε περισσότερες από 147 χώρες, αυξήσαμε τις εξαγωγές μας από την έναρξη της κρίσης κατά 182%, συμβάλλοντας στη βελτίωση του σταθερά ελληματικού εμπορικού ισοζυγίου της χώρας. Η πανδημία ανέδειξε την ανάγκη για τον επαναπατρισμό της παραγωγής φαρμάκων στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση. Πολλά ευρωπαϊκά κράτη χωρίς εγχώρια παραγωγή αντιμετώπισαν τεράστιες ελλείψεις. Όμως στην Ελλάδα η ελληνική φαρμακοβιομηχανία δεν άφησε τη χώρα χωρίς φάρμακα. Η ελληνική φαρμακοβιομηχανία έχει αναδειχθεί σε βασικό επενδυτικό κλάδο της ελληνικής οικονομίας. Υλοποιώντας ένα σημαντικό πρόγραμμα επενδύσεων συνολικού ύψους άνω του 1,8 δισεκατομμυρίων ευρώ. Οι επενδύσεις των ελληνικών φαρμακευτικών επιχειρήσεων αφορούν σε ένα ευρύ φάσμα δράσεων. Από την αναβάθμιση των υφιστάμενων παραγωγικών και ερευνητικών υποδομών έως και τη δημιουργία νέων εργοστασίων με υπερσύγχρονο εξοπλισμό και χρήση υψηλής τεχνολογίας. Οι επενδύσεις αυτές διαμορφώνουν το χαρακτήρα και το μέλλον της σύγχρονης ελληνικής φαρμακοβιομηχανίας, συμβάλλοντας ενεργά στην εδραίωση υψηλών αναπτυξιακών ρυθμών για τον κλάδο και το σύνολο της εθνικής οικονομίας. Ταυτόχρονα, οι επενδύσεις μας θωρακίζουν το σύστημα υγείας, διαμορφώνοντας συνθήκες επάρκειας και σταθερότητας στη φαρμακευτική αγορά. Διευρύνουμε τη δυνατότητα κάλυψης των αναγκών των ασθενών με ποιοτικά, ασφαλή και αποτελεσματικά φάρμακα. Επιχειρούμε με εξωστρέφεια και αυτοπεποίθηση, παραμένοντας σταθερά προσανατολισμένοι στο όραμά μας για την ανάδειξη της χώρας μας σε ευρωπαϊκό κόμβο για την έρευνα και παραγωγή φαρμάκων. Φαρμακοβιομηχανίας. Παράγουμε Ελλάδα, στηρίζουμε Ελλάδα, εξάγουμε Ελλάδα, μένουμε Ελλάδα.
Welcome to Onyx, a fully acquired Mediterranean estate, a perfect ecosystem, integrated as one. Activated and engineered for scale, a sanctuary to reconnect with nature, a scalable real estate model, an agricultural identity that roots the project in place, shaped by climate, guided by terrain, sustainable by design. Geothermal below, solar above. Two clean systems delivering zero emissions, long-term savings, and off-grid autonomy. Modular form, durable structure. Onyx delivers measurable yield and trusted hard assets. Join the pilot, shape the prototype, invest where the Mediterranean evolves.
Energy is life, and DEPA is at the heart of it. From major infrastructure to homes and businesses. DEPA energizes every moment of modern living. Driven by innovation and strengthened by international partnerships, DEPA is securing the energy future of Greece and its wider region. DEPA is investing in new, state-of-the-art power generation units, ensuring system stability and boosting competition. Through investments in alternative fuels, clean technologies, and bold new ideas, DEPA is shaping a sustainable future tomorrow, today. And because people are at the heart of every progress story, DEPA stands beside consumers, its employees, and local communities every step of the way. DEPA is powering progress, today and for the future. DEPA Group of Companies at the heart of energy.
making a real difference to people's health. That's what drives us. We're not here to do what's easy. We work to provide real and positive change for patients, the people they love, and the professionals who care for them. For generations, we have dedicated ourselves to tackling healthcare challenges where our impact matters most. Our focus is on areas like oncology, neurology, and cardiovascular and metabolic diseases. Conditions like these place the greatest strain on patients, families, communities, and healthcare systems around the world. Detecting diseases earlier and understanding them better means we can provide patients with the right treatments quicker. This is how our life-changing diagnostics and medicines help people live healthier, longer lives. And we are persistent. We keep going even in the toughest areas of research, and we learn from the experiences of those living with disease every day. Because of all this, we are finding new ways to make a difference. From developing tests to diagnose conditions like neurological disorders and cancers before symptoms occur, to delivering first-of-their-kind medicines that halt and even reverse diseases in areas from autoimmunity to metabolic health. We are also making treatments more accessible and available closer to patients' homes. We are determined to prevent, stop, and cure diseases. Not someday, but now. Because every medical breakthrough means more birthdays, more experiences, more moments with those who matter most. We are doing now what patients need next.
Freedom begins with a choice. In 2008, we made ours. Freedom knows no borders. Today, freedom is a system that shapes markets. $2 billion in annual revenue, $9.3 billion market capitalization, 11 million customers, 11,300 plus employees, 230 offices worldwide. Freedom Holding Corp. One ecosystem, many possibilities.
Σιγά το πολύ έλαιο.
Καλώς την detective Σούλα. Πού πας ρε μάνα?
Σιγά να σου πω.
Άλλο.
Ω, γεια σας κυρία Σούλα, περάστε. Γεια σας. Γεια σας. Αυτό γιατί πάει έτσι γρήγορα? Άμα έχεις γρήγορο ίντερνετ. Σιγά το τζετ. Κατά τα άλλα πώς είστε? Σήμερα είμαι όλη μέρα στο κινητό. Σιγά την πλαχοδήμορφο. Είπατε κάτι? Όχι, τίποτα. Μπράβο σας πάντως. Και γρήγορο ίντερνετ και ατελείωτο χρόνο να μιλάτε όλη μέρα στο κινητό. Γιατί δεν έχετε πια. Αφού έχουμε Nova More. Σιγά το μυστικό του κράτους. Και εμείς θα το βάλουμε.
Nova More. Μια νέα πρόταση από την Nova που τα συνδυάζει όλα. Ίντερνετ σταθερή και κινητή από 36 ευρώ το μήνα και προσφέρει υπηρεσίες που κάνουν τη ζωή σου καλύτερη ακόμη πιο οικονομικά. Nova More. Τώρα είναι η ώρα για Nova.
Φυσικά, Τζέσι μου, και έβαλα Nova More. Σιγά μην τα άφηνα.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before, because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.